Pro tip, kids. You should sleep better. Get better sleep. Oh my god, why do I look so weird? Oh jeez. Must be the lens or something. Oh man. I look goofy. Maybe I should just remove the background. If it's gonna look that goofy, you just gotta remove it. Um, it looks better. It looks a lot better. Oh man. Oh yeah. Let's see if I can put it back now. Okay, there we go. I look good now. I look normal. Thank God. That kind of looked weird. Okay. So let's start off by saying hello. Hope you're feeling better. Missed your stream so much. Hope you're feeling better. Hope you're feeling better. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. So yes, I'm good. Thank you. So when I read the chapter on, I guess I'll just go back a little bit. I haven't been sleeping well for like a while. Like just a few days. Like I've just been getting like 6 hours or less. Sometimes less. Sometimes I'd be like in and out of sleep. And I think streaming and overthinking about the chapters like stressed me out a lot. So I just kind of like took a bunch of days. Like I took Wednesday and okay, why is this stream in the background? Where's the monitoring? Oh, maybe I need to mute you. How about nope, still there. Weird. Maybe like the stream is in the background. I need to fucking mute it. Oh, yep, it is. There it is. I'm literally in my own background. Okay. So yeah, I kind of haven't been sleeping well. And I think overthinking about the chapters and worrying about it and all that stupid shit, just, you know, I think I just needed to step away, right? I just needed to step away. And I think I might do that a little more often. I get 2 days off, right? And I don't want to use both days to stream. So I think I might be moving my Wednesday streams to like a different day. And I'm sorry about that. I guess that's rough for some people, but I think it's for the best because I should use one of my days to relax. I should want to use one of my free days to just chill the fuck out and not do anything. Granted, maybe I could balance it out and I could do both days of streaming, but we'll have to see. Regardless, I just took the past like few days just chilling out, not really doing anything. I posted some stuff on Twitter. I'm like, you know, if I get thoughts, I'll just post them and I won't worry about it. The other thing too is like, okay, Bacon, I know you're here, bro. We gotta kind of crack down on some people from now on, okay? I don't need the doomer shit in my chat anymore. If people start fucking dooming, basically this is what I want. If people come in here dooming, I don't care if they're regulars or not regulars. This is what I want. I need a 3-strike rule, and when you hit a strike, you need to warm them. So what I want is when someone dooms or someone says stupid shit, like really fucking stupid shit, I want you to give them first like a 30-minute ban. Then if they do it again, a 24-hour ban. And then if they do it a third time, just fucking outright ban them. Just be warned, right? Like this is just something I want you to like say and convey, right? Just tell them why they were banned, or just say, okay, you got banned because this. Don't do it again, and you get 3 strikes and that's it. Because I don't need that doomer shit anymore, okay? Like I don't care about like Wiz's fucking theories. I don't care about any of that crap. I think we need to set down some ground rules. I don't need chat to stress me the fuck out, okay? I don't need that. I know I'm dealing with my own shit, right? I'm dealing with my own shit. Like, so I'm going to sleep earlier. I'm taking better care of myself. I'm going to eat better. Maybe today we won't stream super long. But other than that, we need to also crack down on chat. Cool. I'll use caps. That's my moderator voice. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, so just need to be a little more, shut people down a little bit. We just gotta shut people down just a little bit. I'm really into RAG and honestly been a big part of my life, and this is my first time joining one of your streams live. I just wanted to say I love your videos and streams. Thank you. That's really nice. Right, I really appreciate that. Like, we need more of this. Also, guys, that kind of stuff. Like, say this to Reiji too. Like, I understand if you enjoy this series, just please go to Twitter and say that kind of shit to Reiji too, please. Like, because he's a human being too, and no doubt, like the shit people say to him on Twitter does get to him. So please go and say nice things to him too. Whenever he posts things, like literally outrun the bad voices, shut them the fuck up, right? Because we're probably gonna get more next week. Okay. Like, based on the theory I just concocted, that built on my theory, but then also, what's their name? I'll give them a shout out on Twitter. They also, like, you know, they solidified the thing I was thinking the entire fucking time, but I'm gonna give them credit where credit is due. They're the ones who said it first. So I'll give them credit where credit is due. If I can fucking find it, where the shit is it? Okay, I'm gonna go to my fucking profile now. There it is. A romancing saga. I'm gonna read the whole fucking name. Romancing saga. R.E. Who never see. R.E. Who would ever see. Are you here, by the way? Do you join? Like, I always talk to you on Twitter, but I don't know if you're ever here. Huh. Well, now I don't know. Anywho. Shout out to them. They pretty much confirmed the thing I was thinking. When we first read the chapter, my immediate thought was, this final shot literally reminds me of the final shot in the date. Just straight up. It just reminds me of it. It's too similar. There's the city in the background, there's a riverbank right next to them, and there's railings, and then the only difference is like how it's being presented, right? Whereas with Kazuya, it was like intentionally very clear, right? This was a date. Here, it's like, this is not that, right? That you're intentionally being presented that this is not that. So if the ending in chapter 379 was like, oh my God, we're going to a confession, only for it to be a rejection, this is a confession. Except it's not a confession. Look, remember what I said? Remember what I said about Umi? He's a fucking actor. They're both actors. And literally what I've been saying for a while, for the past few days about Umi, is that literally, for the past few fucking weeks, who am I kidding, is that the entire thing, you're seeing it out of context. It's a fucking act. You're seeing everything out of context. It's a fucking act. Right? Umi and Chizuru are just friends. Because, think about it for a second. Let's go back to some earlier chapters. Let's think about this for just a fucking second. Okay? Oh, thank you for the donation, Madison. Let's go back to like some earlier shit for a second. Chapter 287. Okay? Now, I want you to pay attention to what Umi says. Okay? I want you to pay attention to what Umi says. Okay, Umi shows up. Everybody's surprised. Umi is literally the only one in the dark. What does that tell? He doesn't know what's going on. He's the only one in the dark. Everyone else is in light. He's constantly presented in the dark for that exact reason. Not that he's malicious, but that he literally doesn't know what the fuck is going on. The one time he's in light, notice what happens. Listen, read his words carefully. Sorry for just dropping in, Chizuru-chan. You mentioned that your play is on break today, right? I promised a while back to pay my respects and lights and incense at your shrine. I was hoping you'd be here. I got your address from before. Okay, she doesn't deny any of this, right? She gave him her address, just as she gave Sumi her address, right? She trusted him with her address, right? Now, let's add some more details to this. If Umi confessed to Chizuru all the way back at that point, right? If Umi confessed to Chizuru 4 fucking months ago, why the shit would he need her answer now if he's already been talking to her this whole time? Think about that. That doesn't make any fucking sense, right? It doesn't make any fucking sense. This is the confession is not what it appears, right? He's not lying here. He's literally in light, right? He's like, yeah, okay, that's why I'm here, right? And then what happens? Chizuru tells him everything, right? Chizuru sees the complicated situation. She knows, okay, there's something going on. He's gonna misunderstand. Let's clear it up, right? She clears it up. And then suddenly Umi's not in the dark anymore, right? Suddenly Umi is not in the dark anymore. It's almost like this is not what it appears. Just as the entire thing that we saw in that, the Tiger's Den is not what it appears. Just as what's currently going on right now is not what it fucking appears. You're being misled. He's playing you. Reiji's fucking playing you, right? And then think about it for a second. Why would Reiji worry so much about how people would react? It's so fucking simple. 1 second she rejects Kazuya, then she kisses him, and then she tells this guy, I love you. Right? Oh my god, I can't stand this. How could he fucking do this? That's why. Right? When in reality, what's going on, Chizuru is literally practicing how to say her feelings better. How do we know this? How do we know this? Everything Minnie says is the opposite of what she's saying. Right? Everything Minnie says is the opposite of the truth. So, let's go back to the chapters, just really fucking quickly. Okay? When Minnie goes to Kazuya, right? In particular, I want to focus on chapter 392, right? This is like when it fucking clicked to me, dude. I was just like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? Literally everything Minnie says is the opposite of the truth. Okay? So, what advice does Minnie give Kazuya? Don't get in the way of her, right, so first thing, she tells him about her work, you can just go and confess now. Kazuya, I don't want to get in the way of her work, right? He's not in the way of her work. We know this, right? Minnie says, you have to raise your chances from 100% to 120%. You should do everything in your power to do this. This is he doesn't need to do any of this, right? Chizuru never requested any of this. We know this is bullshit. Okay, keep going. Minnie says, the main issue at hand, again, you've already been rejected once, so let's think about what you could have done better. Okay? Everything she's about to say is what Chizuru is doing. Every single thing she's about to say is actually what Chizuru is doing. First, you being unable to answer Chizuru-san's questions about love was what really hurt. You told me that you conveyed your feelings on the way home, but as long as Chizuru-san keeps focusing on that issue, then you need to do better than gradually explaining it. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Fuck, dude. Fuck me. Oh my fucking god. Fuck me. Dude. What does Kazuya say here? It just makes me think that she's changed her mind again. What if her feelings changed again? She's talking about Kazuya not conveying his feelings clearly to Chizuru. It's literally the other way around. Chizuru thinks she hasn't conveyed her feelings well enough for Kazuya. That's what she's working on. Okay, now, there's more. This explains the play thing. Fuck. He literally already told us everything. He's been spelling it the fuck out for you, and you don't even realize because you're like, everything Minnie is saying is wrong. So you think there's no point to this, when there is. Everything she's saying is what Chizuru is doing. This guy's insane. Now look at what she says here. I understand that it sounds unreasonable to have an answer to such a question, but I think you should do your best to bring clearest answer possible to the date that you confess all your feelings. It's almost like that's what Chizuru wants to fucking do. It's almost like that's what Chizuru wants to fucking do. Okay, I'm going to confess again. No, it's Chizuru. Right? The entire date. What did we say when we were reading the entire date? Every single time, it's like she's constantly trying to confess. And she feels like she didn't do a good enough job. So what is she doing now? She's practicing. She's literally practicing how to fucking say her feelings, right? What did we say Chizuru's issue is? She's young, she's a little immature, she doesn't know how to express her feelings well. Bro. That's what she's doing. Now, let's keep going. You also need to keep moving forward too, Master. Chizuru-san's advancing her career as we speak, surely and steadily. Summer internships are going to start. If something doesn't change in a month and a half, then everything will just fall apart. She's right. You should do everything you can think of until X day, a month and a half from now. Do your best to raise your chances even 1%. It's time to become a better man. That's literally what Chizuru is doing, right? Chizuru isn't just focusing on her career. Chizuru is literally trying to be successful. Like, she's trying to show him how good of an actress she is. Because that's literally, every time people tell Chizuru they believe in her, what does Chizuru try to do? She tries to show it through her acting, right? She literally wants to show him how an amazing of an actress she is, and to be a successful actress, right? So he can have faith in her, right? That she can do this, because he's the one who told her to not give up on acting, right? Kazuya is the one who told her to not give up on acting. So what is she going to do? She's going to try to be as successful of an actress as she possibly can, right? For him, right? Chizuru, literally the people she was doing it for are gone. He's the person she's doing it for now, right? So that's one of the reasons she's probably trying to succeed in acting in some ways, right? That makes a lot of sense. But maybe the role she's actually trying to play, it has nothing to do with career. It's about her feelings for him. She's trying to become a real girlfriend, a better girlfriend. She's trying not to be a replacement anymore, right? What do we see in the current chapter? She literally replaces someone when she walks in. It's meant to mislead you. It's literally the play. Right? It's literally the play all over again. Dude is cooking us. Reiji is fucking cooking us. He's playing us. Dude. Reiji's fucking playing us. Now let's get into the actual chapter. There's a lot of interesting details in here. As a man, it gives the opportunity to be alone to get to know each other. Plus, the easy, relaxing atmosphere it creates is great. What happens in the end of the chapter? What happens at the end of the chapter? What does Chizuru do? She goes with someone to a private place with a great atmosphere akin to the atmosphere when they were out during the date to confess, to practice confessing. It's intentionally at night. What is the time Kazuya thinks of when he's talking during the chapter? He thinks of night. He literally thinks of nighttime. For a girl, it's actually exciting to spend the day in a private space, and the man driving starts to look kind of cool. Okay, right? So she's literally trying to be cute for, like, reverse it now, right? She's trying to be cute instead of cool, right? Apparently, confessing your love has a 90% success rate. I highly recommend it. Right, in the car. I'm starting to feel really good about this. Right? What is Chizuru doing? Now flip it. That's what Chizuru is doing. A car date. That's a pretty good idea if I do say so myself. We can make it to a faraway locations if I drive. It's good against it's a good against the rain, and inside the car is essentially a date in a private room. We can talk freely. I bet it'll feel new for Mizuhara since she's been limited to rental girlfriend rules. This will make it feel like even more of a private date, right? Wouldn't it be more of a more real if Chizuru can say her feelings? I spend a whole day getting closer, the beautiful night scenery surrounding us as we head home, and we're alone inside a car in a dimly lit night. I'm reliving that moment. What do we do when we cut to Chizuru? She's literally reliving that moment. Right? Now, what does Kazuya say here? No, it's not like that. I'm not doing it for anything perverted. Yes, you fucking are. Just admit it to yourself. Yes, you fucking are. Right? Just as here, Chizuru deep down, yeah, part of the reason she's practicing, yeah, she wants to get in his fucking bed. Right? They're both very horny. Notice what Kazuya does here, right? He appears very innocent, right? Whereas Chizuru appears very adult, right? It's the opposite. It's flipped. It's literally flipped. Kazuya appears innocent. He's a horny fucking idiot, right? Chizuru appears adult. She's actually extremely innocent. Let's continue. No, that's not quite it. Mizuhara has changed. If she says yes when I confess my feelings, then it's possible such a thing could happen on the way home. These words are very particular, because what happens when we get to Chizuru? She's in the middle of changing. She hasn't changed yet. She's in the middle of changing, right? She's in the middle of changing. She has not changed yet. She hasn't reached the point of change yet. And then she changes, right? She thinks of the kiss and then she changes, right? She wants to change for him, right? She literally changes into these new clothes. She does this for him. All of this is Chizuru doing this stuff for him. Right? She takes off these clothes, she changes for him. She's doing everything for him because she loves him that goddamn much, right? And she wants to be able to convey her feelings to him. That's what she's doing. Now, what happens? We get into this. Intentionally, we're shown Umi looking cool, right? We're intentionally shown Umi looking cool, right? He runs in, he outclasses everybody. It's not just fan service, definitely. It's not. It's not. There's actually symbolism. Literally, Kazuya's words are, she changed. Past tense. It already happened. You cut to Chizuru, she's literally already changing. She's literally in the midst of changing. Literally physically changing her clothes. It's not just fan service, right? And the things we're being shown are very intentional. Most likely the flowers, right? She's literally changing out of the flowers into sports gear, right? She's literally putting on like the gear for practicing and training. It's literally she's literally changing her clothes, right? She's literally changing into something else. She's changing from these like clothes into something else. Right? I'm still not sure what flowers these are. People on Reddit are like, it's hibiscus, and I'm like, literally anything Chizuru wears, you guys think it's a fucking hibiscus, right? That Chizuru breathes funny, it's a fucking hibiscus. This isn't a hibiscus. You stupid shits. This is not a fucking hibiscus. Sports, time for action. Yes, she literally says, I like to move my body, right? She literally wants to move around. Okay, now we get to this. Umi's moving, right? Umi is intentionally wearing black, right? There's an S here. It made me think of the spider, right? It made me think of that spider story I told you guys before, where it's like the spider looks dangerous. In reality, it's not dangerous, right? Then we have Umi about to kick the ball, and he passes it to the girl here, right? This is Shiori. This is very interesting, right? This is super, super interesting because all these people that are in this play are what? Who are these people? All these people are from the first ever play we saw Chizuru perform in. Every single one of them. Literally, all of these characters are from that play. And I cannot believe I didn't notice this. Every single person here is from that initial play. That's who these people are, and that's why they say, Chi-chan, it's good to see you, you're so late. Long time no see, right? It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a while. It's like these people don't actually interact all that much, right? Let's keep going. Wow, Chi-chan, nice shot, right? So Umi gives her the ball. Initially, you could interpret this negatively, right? Your initial interpretation, you can interpret it negatively, right? Umi is such a playboy, he just grabs her hand naturally, right? He passes her the ball because he's playing the system, right? Right? He got 2 points instead of 1. But what if Umi gave her the ball just so she could score, right? Our initial guess is he gave her the ball specifically because, oh my god, he's using the system. He's playing the system. He does it twice, right? He does it with Shiori, and then he does it with Chizuru, right? But with Chizuru, he fucks up, right? But Chizuru handles it, right? Chizuru covers it, right? And it's intentionally all leading you to a certain beliefs. But notice something really interesting about this. Chizuru doesn't really react to him touching someone else, right? It's like, oh, yeah, whatever. There's an intentional constant boundary being drawn of just, okay, look, I don't care what he fucking does. And this is meant to contrast what you see next chapter, where when you hear a confession, because I'm actually kind of like tripling down on this. I actually think it's going to be a confession, right? And I think that's going to make a lot of sense. But then you see this, and you see Chizuru not react. You see Chizuru dress in clothes, right? The outfit Chizuru wears is fundamentally central to understanding what's going on here. You need to understand Chizuru's outfit to understand the intent, right? She's trying to make intent very clear. She's trying to have a serious conversation, right? If you're having a serious conversation, the whole point is to convey seriousness in your clothes. But then she's also trying not to draw attention. Why do you not want to draw attention, right? Because if you're acting, if you're confessing, what happens? People can misinterpret that. So she doesn't want anybody to think any other thing, right? She doesn't want people to misinterpret what she's about to say. Literally, like, we're not supposed to misinterpret what Chizuru's about to do. Reiji literally does not want you to misinterpret this, right? He's intentionally showing this in such a way so you do not misinterpret this. Okay? And that's why you see this outfit the very first thing. The very first thing you see is this outfit. But you don't actually see this outfit until how far into the chapter. Right? Look at how far you get into the chapter before you actually see this outfit. You don't even see her in the outfit as she's changing. You see the outfit way later. But it's intentionally the cover page. You're intentionally shown this specific outfit before you ever get to this point, right? And I knew, like, when I was writing my Twitter post, I knew this outfit was central. This outfit is really fucking important, right? There's a reason this outfit is being shown to you. That is the fucking point. You're seeing this outfit because you're supposed to understand this is not what it looks like. He wants you to think about that. Like, yo, this is acting. It's not what it looks like. Thank you, honey. Right? Don't get misled. Don't misinterpret what's going on. The outfit is central to understand what's going on. Right? There's a reason Chizuru does not want to be seen by other actors. Right? There's a reason she wants to have this talk in private. Right? There's a reason she takes Umi away and then suddenly, even though it's day, it cuts to night. Right? Isn't that weird? Right? She talks to Umi during the day and then they go to a really secluded spot where there's nobody else there. Right? They go to a secluded spot where there's nobody else there and suddenly it's night. Right? And then Umi does his thing where he keeps talking and confessing and like praising her and saying all these things about her. Right? And then Chizuru interrupts him. Right? Why is Umi saying all this stuff? Maybe because Chizuru constantly struggles when people talk over her. Right? Where does Chizuru constantly struggle? When people talk over her, when people are constantly leading, when people are constantly under control of the situation. Right? So that's why that's happening. Umi's constantly talking over her, constantly praising her. She's trying to talk over him, right? Be able to take control of the situation, right? So look at her. She's literally trying to do something and she's struggling and then she takes control of the situation. And it feels like they're acting. Right? It feels like they're acting. It's so good. Then, let's go here. Chizuru shows up. Umi-kun, sorry for getting here late. Notice her reaction. Just, yep. Sup, bro? Right? Even Umi is just like, up. Sup, bro? Right? There's nothing weird about it. Right? That when they're in front of other people, very set in stone. What confession are you talking about? I'm saying that Umi and Chizuru are acting. I'm saying Umi and Chizuru are acting. And Chizuru is going to confess next chapter, and it's going to look a certain way, but they're just acting. Because Chizuru rejected Umi way in the past, and they're just practicing. Chizuru just wants to practice so she can say her feelings more clearly. That's why. Chizuru is struggling to convey her feelings. So she's... Yeah, no, I legit think Chizuru is going to confess next chapter, and it's going to look a certain way. But that's not what it is. It's literally, you're getting played. I've said this for the past bunch of fucking weeks. Umi and Chizuru are literally actors. You're seeing them play a game. You're watching actors play a game. Think about that for a fucking second. You're literally seeing actors play a fucking game. Bro. No, Umi knows. I feel like Umi knows. No. I feel like Umi knows. The only time that Umi's eyes peek behind the veil is when he fucks up. The only time. Right? The only time Umi's eyes actually peek behind the veil is when he fucks up. But I want you to pay some very particular pieces of attention that I love that Reiji does. Right? I love what Reiji does. This is so cool. This is something I really love about Umi's character. This is something that Reiji has been doing. What did Chizuru do when Kazuya first moved in with her? What did Chizuru do when Kazuya first moved in with her? Okay, what did Chizuru do? Oh, okay, it's going to be hard to do that. I guess I'll just go to chapter 287. Chizuru put up a veil. Chizuru put up a veil. Now, every time we see Umi, what do we see? Umi's eyes are hidden behind his bangs. Umi's eyes are always hidden behind his bangs. But there are times where you can peek behind the bangs. You can see it. You can see that he's there. I honestly don't get it. Why is it necessary in the first place? It does a few things. It does a few important things. One, Chizuru has a friend, dude. Chizuru has a fucking friend. The fact that Chizuru has a male friend, and it's normal, and he's attractive, and there's nothing fucking wrong with it, is really important. Because Kazuya is surrounded by a bunch of female friends who he touches and physically interacts with all the time, and yet it's totally normal. And yet he is super insanely insecure about Umi. Your insecurity about Umi blinds the fuck out of you. You guys are fucking idiots. You're so blinded by your insecurities towards Umi, you could literally never see him as anything than a playboy piece of shit. Literally never. You see him do one thing in the story that's genuinely terrible, right? He does something genuinely terrible in the story, which when he based Chizuru into that play thing, right? But then that's all you ever see him as. And the way people judge Umi's character is literally the way people judge Kazuya's character. The way you look at Umi is the exact way you look at Kazuya. Because Umi makes a very similar mistake as Kazuya in the start of the series when he accosts Chizuru in public. When he does really shitty things in the past. And yet Chizuru does not see him for the worst of his character. So it's very important for the readers to stop being fucking insecure and start trusting Chizuru. And the fact that you see this should fucking tell you, hey, you know Chizuru, stop doubting her feelings. What is Kazuya's constant issue in these chapters? What if Chizuru just changes her mind? What if Chizuru isn't serious? What if Chizuru doesn't fucking care? Are you shitting me? That's not love. Stop having faith in your fucking partner, you pieces of shit. And that's why Reiji's doing this. It's about faith. It's about learning to fucking trust your partner. It's about believing that your bond is strong enough that it won't break because some fucking pretty boy showed up. Like, are you shitting me? That's how little faith you have in Chizuru? Why do you think why do you think Kazuya constantly thinks of what Minnie says? Oh, she's sneaky. She's using you. She's not actually going to be serious about you, right? She's going to betray you eventually. Ooh, right? That's stupid shit. No, dude. If you love a person, you have to start having fucking faith in them, right? If you know this person's serious, Mami isn't serious. Mami was never fucking serious. Chizuru has always been serious. She's consistently shown how fucking serious she is. And yet, what happened in chapter 380? What happened in chapter 380? Look me dead in the eye and tell me what the fuck happened in chapter 380. Every single person doubted her, said she was a piece of shit, she was fucking using her, she's a gold digger, she's a prostitute, all these horrible things about her. So, this is crucial to the story. It is necessary to happen this way. It is a godlike move to call the readers the fuck out on their horse shit. On their stupidity. How fucking stupid they are. Like, are you shitting me, dude? Unbelievable. No, this is why it's necessary. This is why it needs to fucking happen. Specifically for those reasons. Learn to fucking have faith in your feelings. Learn to have faith in your partner. That they can be around other people and nothing shitty is gonna happen. Learn to have faith in yourself. That you deserve, that you are deserving of this love. That just because someone else who's seemingly superior to you shows up, it doesn't mean suddenly you don't fucking matter. Kazuya does not value himself. Kazuya's biggest fucking issue is he doesn't value himself. He needs to see that Chizuru values him so much that Umi being around her and fucking confessing and saying all these shit does not fucking matter to her. That she cares about Kazuya that goddamn much. That she doesn't care about this superficial shit. That's literally the whole fucking point. That's literally the whole fucking... You need to have fucking faith in her. Jesus Christ. This is the problem. This is the problem with a whole bunch of these readers. They have no faith in people. They have no faith in women. There's literally... Here, perfect wording. Minnie perfectly words it. But just gotta flip it. You just gotta flip Minnie's words around. She says At the root of everything, Chizuru's son gives off a hint of distrust towards men. Flip it. At the root of everything, Kazuya gives off a hint of a distrust towards women. Just a little bit. Just a tad. And that distrust, that distrust in people, that distrust in love. This is what this is. This isn't about distrusting men. It's about distrusting love. That distrust in love. That distrust that love can pan out. That it can work out. That there's something good in there. That you can believe in other people. That's what Kazuya is deeply afraid of. That's what he doubts. That's the thing that actually fucking scares him. This isn't about Chizuru, right? Literally, what have I been saying about Minnie? Everything she said, flip it. Just flip its meaning and suddenly it makes so much sense. And that's exactly what's going on. You see Kazuya and Minnie here as they talk about Chizuru. Chizuru is literally not in this picture. Chizuru is literally not here. You're looking at Kazuya. Minnie is facing Kazuya. Chizuru is literally not here. You're not actually talking about her. You're talking about Kazuya. You just think you're talking about Chizuru. Because how do we know this? Chizuru doesn't distrust men. Chizuru literally works a job where it plays a lover of men. She literally is around men constantly. Huh. She literally had an amazing male figure in her life who told her to keep believing in dreams. She literally values Kazuya so much that when he tries to spend, she tries to stop him from spending because she values his time. She values him, not his money. She doesn't care about his money. She literally told him, bro, you made a fucking movie. How is that not cool? How do you not see how cool you are? Kazuya doesn't see this at all. He doesn't value himself. The truth is, at the root of everything, Kazuya has a hint of distrust towards women. Not the other way around. And this is presented in how? How do we know this? Because the title of the chapter is My Girlfriend and Her Dad. The girlfriend and her dad. Sorry, there's no my, there's no possessive. Chizuru's dad is literally not in this picture. Who do we see in the cover? We see Kazuya barely holding on to Chizuru's hair. Who's the one this is actually about? The boyfriend and something, and his mom. Well, not his mom. You get my point. It's about Kazuya. It's about Kazuya, right? It's the girlfriend and the boyfriend or something. It's not about Chizuru's dad, right? It's not about Chizuru's dad. It was never about Chizuru's dad. In fact, the entire conversation Minnie has with Chizuru in the flashback is what? She's talking about her mom. She's talking about her mom, and who's the one who fixates on the partner thing? Minnie. In every other scene, Chizuru doesn't call her dad partner to her mom. She says dad. In every other scene, she says dad. And Chizuru literally agrees with Minnie here. She wants to call him dad. She wants to think he's dad, but, calling him dad just sounds stupid. I don't know anything about him, right? Maybe Chizuru just in that moment had a lapse in judgment and just said partner. And maybe she thought, maybe he doesn't want me. Kazuya doesn't really trust Chizuru no matter what he says. He has trust issues with her because of Hawaiians, right? In reality, he has trust issues with her because of Hawaiians. I think Hawaiians is the big... That's when it kind of started. I think that's when a lot of people really started doubting Chizuru. And Reiji has built the entire context of the story around that. He knows people distrust Chizuru, so he builds an entire arc showing you how fucking trustworthy Chizuru is. And then when you naturally doubt her, again, one more time, you doubt her again, what does he do? Just before they get together, I think they're going to get together soon. Just before they get together, what does Reiji do? What does Reiji do? Yet again, you're met with distrust. Yet again, that doubt that never went away, right? You just got a kiss, but no. There has to be some doubt. It has to have some deeper fucking meaning, right? It's not an I love you. It's not like there's literally something younger people say where it's like you only kiss the person that you love. No, 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 no. It has to have some deeper meaning. Why didn't she say I love you? Why didn't she do this? Why didn't she do that? Why this? Why that? Why this? Why that? And then they keep digging and digging and digging and digging and digging and digging because this is what adults do. This is what adults do. We dig for deeper meaning. There has to be more meaning. It has to be twisted somehow. We literally did this. Didn't we literally do this? Right? We literally sat down. We kind of kept digging deeper and deeper and deeper and kept overthinking it and kept coming up with all these fucking reasons when it's literally just a simple I love you and she just wanted to know if it made him happy. That's it. And suddenly Kazuya still doesn't understand her feelings. So what did Chizuru do? She creates this time so she can convey her feelings better, right? And in that scene, she's literally acting. The thing that's interesting is, like, do we even know that Chizuru has a play? Maybe all she's doing is just practicing to get better at confessing and saying her feelings to Kazuya. Maybe all of this is literally Chizuru doing her prep, right? We had Kazuya doing a whole bunch of prep. Maybe this is Chizuru doing her prep. We never heard the conversation with her manager, right? Only Chizuru told us, and yet when Chizuru says it, she's always in shadow. Did you notice that? Right? Remember when I first read that chapter? I'm like, this chapter is a big fucking lie. Right? Remember when I read this chapter? This chapter is a big fucking lie. Because what happens, right? When Chizuru is in shadow, Minnie doesn't see her. Minnie's eyes are literally closed. She doesn't see her, right? We continue. The first thing we see, Chizuru has no face. When she says July 11th, Chizuru has no face. As she continues, the shot zooms out. You see them from an overhead view, like there's a camera pointing at them, like Chizuru's acting. She's in shadow. When she says it's a play from a director that I've always wanted to act for, she doesn't tell you what director, she doesn't tell you what play, she doesn't tell you the cast, she doesn't tell you the time, she doesn't give you tickets, nothing. Is this even real? I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty good role. A replacement. Right? What has Chizuru always been? She's always been a replacement. She wants to make this role her own. Rehearsal starts this weekend, and I would like to have all my focus on it. Okay? Before, what was Chizuru doing? What did we see Chizuru doing just earlier to this? She was interacting with her friends, making plans. Chizuru was just interacting with her friends, making plans. She made plans for the summer. She made plans for the winter. Why suddenly this? It's almost like what Chizuru is saying here isn't the truth, because the very last thing she says is in shadow. She's completely shadowed out. Is she saying the truth here? We see the truth of Chizuru's conviction because her eyes are open, but she herself is in shadow. I've decided that I won't have a boyfriend until I'm done with it. Maybe she can do it before then, right? Maybe that deadline is just something she needs to do, but she's hiding something. She is in shadow. The immediate thing we can think of is like, okay, she didn't talk about the kiss, right? She didn't talk about the kiss, but maybe that's what she's protecting. She's protecting her love because the kiss represents her love, right? Minnie walked into Chizuru's house in chapter 387 and literally could not see the love around her for shit. And what does Minnie say in this chapter, right? Minnie says, did she really think she could hide it? It's cute that she was so embarrassed, but why did she think she could hide it? She did. You didn't learn shit, right? You didn't actually learn jack shit. Whack. That's crazy, right? And in the end, Minnie is also in shadow. Completely shadowed out. She didn't learn anything. She thought she learned things. She only learned what Chizuru told her. Yet again, it's chapter 387 all over again. She only heard what Chizuru told her. Now, this is where I go back to chapter 386. What did we see in chapter 386? Right, there's some interesting stuff in that chapter. Jesus Christ, what am I doing? Come on, brain. Work with me, please. Work with me, baby. What happened in chapter 386? 86, that's the one. Right? I'm even more certain of this now. No, there isn't some kiss in a fucking play. If there is, okay, cool. I'll shut the fuck up. If there's a kiss in a play, zipping them lips, shutting the fuck up. Cool. And so my girlfriend at the time got together with some guy she was working with at the bar, on the weekend and stuff. We see the same sign as Umi, right? Gives you the impression, but then you also get a green light. Huh. I ran into them near the apartment she was living at around here, and he started throwing fists seriously. In contrast, you see a couple walking together completely at peace. No one fights them. No one argues with them. It seemingly, right? It seemingly matches. Initially, it matches, right? Oh, I ran into them. It's like you're running into them, but no fight ever breaks out. You don't see a fight break out. The couple are completely at peace, right? They're just happy together, right? In contrast, right, at the time got together with some guy, on the weekend and stuff. And right now, what time is it, right? It's the weekend, right? Chizuru meets Umi at the weekend. Then he says, I was learning Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu back then, so he was no match for me. I already had another girl, so I didn't really care. In contrast, you see a very innocent picture, and you see this, a car driving forward, right? There's no fighting, right? This man speaks of fighting, of conflict, of adultery, of cheating, and you see none of that in the actual visuals. This literally perfectly matches whenever Minnie thinks and speaks things. Right? The visuals do not match the words being spoken. They contrast them. The visuals are not about this. They are not the truth. Right? Sorry. The visuals are not about this. The visuals are the truth. The words are the lies. The lies that hide the truth. The lies that conceal a precious truth. A truth that you're not seeing. A truth that you're blinded to. An innocent drive towards you. That's what these words here say, right? There's words here in Japanese, and they say the innocent drive towards you, the best new amazing chapters. You think these chapters are going to be amazing, and then suddenly you get something with Umi, and you're like, oh my god, this is terrible. I hate this. Or are we actually going towards something amazing, and we just think we're not? That was 20 years ago at that point. Ha ha ha. Right? Kazuya said he'd wait 20 years. Oh no, this could be terrible, but Chizuru just kissed him. He ain't waiting 20 years. No. Right? Even in this moment, it contrasts that. You're being baited. You're being tricked. You're literally falling for his fucking trap. Stop thinking like ingrates. Open your goddamn brain. Read. Read, bitch. Read. Just opens the book. Read, bitch. Oh my god, another donation. Thank you. I'm gonna head. Want to show my appreciation for how passionate you are about this story as much as I am. I'm gonna listen to the rest of this stream and I'll time and work. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your donations. Don't always feel like you have to donate. I do appreciate your presence, but it does mean a lot. Thank you. This is really, really kind. Ooh, we got $20 so far. That's awesome. I honestly don't think there will even be a confession. Well, Chizuru's trying to confess. Okay, I think what Chizuru's trying to do isn't just simply confess. She's trying to articulate her feelings. Chizuru isn't just simply trying to confess. She's trying to be able to articulate her feelings. All of her feelings, not just some of them. Take care. Have a good day. Right? Chizuru struggles to articulate parts of her feelings. She can't say all of her feelings. There are parts of herself she struggles to express and say. Right? And I think a part of that is her desire for intimacy, right? I think she struggles to say that stuff. I think she struggles to say like the stuff about intimacy, her feelings regarding that. And that makes a lot of sense considering what are we seeing constantly? The intimacy, right? So Chizuru saying that stuff makes a lot of sense, right? Chizuru explaining that stuff, Chizuru learning to articulate her feelings makes a lot of sense. Right? Chizuru struggles to do that. She can't put all of her words into feelings, right? There are things she wants to say that she can't say very well. In fact, didn't that literally happen in the walk home, right? Didn't that literally happen on the walk home in chapter 383? Like, literally, as you're listening to Chizuru speak, there are parts of her feelings you're just not understanding, right? The way Chizuru says these things, you're just kind of not understanding, right? There are things she didn't say. right? You're literally given the impression there are things she didn't say, and she maybe didn't know how to say it. Anybody with a sense knows Chizuru loves Kazuya. I 100% agree with your take on a lot of the readers who doubt her have trust issues with women. Yeah. It's not just, well, that's the thing. I want to delve into this more. I think it's not simply a trust issues with women. I think it's trust issues with love. I think people genuinely have a distrust of love, of honesty, of like anything actually meaningful and real, and merely project that onto women because a lot of the people who do this are men and want to be in a relationship with women. So they want to view the worst in women, right? Because if they were to view the worst in women, they deflect from the fact that love isn't real, that like, you know, there are bad people there, right? So they want to see women and a lot of women, just as some women want to see a lot of men, in certain ways. They want to see them by the worst of their people, right, or the worst of their gender, or you know, like they want to see them by the worst of their They want to see some men want to see women by the worst of their people, just as I keep saying people. They're not. We're all one people. Jesus Christ. Some men want to see the women by the worst of them, and then there are a lot of women who want to see men by the worst of them, when that's not fair to either gender. This discussion of gender is important, as it is a big talking point here. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good point. It's actually not readers doubt Chizuru's feelings, but many are actually doubtful that Reiji, as they felt that they've been baited many times. But that's the thing. Reiji has actually always delivered. You think Reiji hasn't given you what you wanted, but he has. You just don't think he has. Because you wouldn't be reading at this point if he didn't. That's just the simple truth. There are people who quit, sure. There are people who quit. But let's just be fucking real. If Reishi didn't actually give you what you wanted, you wouldn't still be here. Right? You wouldn't still be here. That's just the simple truth. He did give you what you wanted. You just think he didn't. Right? Hey man, if you can't take a fucking confession, then damn. If you can't take a fake confession, then damn, we are fucking screwed. This reminds me of when Chizuru went on a date with Curry and people lost their shit. Like, there's some people who come in here and they're like, oh my god, Chizuru went on a practice date with Curry. And I'm like, yeah, did anything happen? Literally nothing happened. They both know there's nothing there. In fact, Curry, by the end of it, realizes, oh, I think there's something between her and Chizuru. Holy shit. Or between her and Kazuya. Holy shit. Everyone's like, oh, this is the worst thing ever. I'm like, what the fuck? Are y'all okay? Who fucking hurt you? Like, yeah, I get it bothers you. Don't get me wrong, right? Like, you don't want to see the person that you love saying I love you to someone else, but at the same time, they're not, what if they're not actually saying it? Right? What if it isn't what it appears? So I've joined a bit late. Is Chizuru faking confession to Umi when Umi knows that she's acting? Pretty much, I think so. I think so. I think Umi and Chizuru have been acting for a while. She's a rental girlfriend. Of course she would seem like a girlfriend. That's her job. Literally. Like, I think Chizuru and Umi have been acting for a while. Everything we've seen from Chizuru has, what does that, I just explained. You asked earlier and I explained. Oh my god, I'm not explaining it again. I already explained. I'm not explaining it again. I already explained everything. I'm not explaining it again. Chizuru is trying to practice so she can convey her feelings better. The reason Reishi's doing this, narratively speaking, is because it's challenging the readers and their distrust of Chizuru, that they have no faith in her. So naturally, Reishi's presenting it in this particular way, tackling this particular issue of people not having trust in people. That's why. Right? And Chizuru and Umi are just friends, and that you should be okay with them just being friends, and that's not fucking weird. Cool. Just as Chizuru has faith in Kazuya not being with Ruka, right? Chizuru has faith in Kazuya not being with Ruka, right? So you should have faith in Chizuru not being with Umi. If Chizuru has that kind of faith in Kazuya not being with Ruka, then you should have that kind of faith in Kazuya not being with, and Chizuru not being with Umi. No. That's the thing. Whoa. That's the thing. Chizuru did say she wouldn't have a boyfriend. Didn't Chizuru say she wouldn't have a boyfriend until that point? Didn't Chizuru say I won't have a boyfriend up until that point? Was she not clear about that? She said she wouldn't have a boyfriend until July 11th. So, the fuck you talking about? Also, from Kazuya's POV, from how Chizuru sees Kazuya's POV, he should not view Umi as anything other than a friend. So Umi's been rejected off screen. Bro, Umi got rejected in the date. You saw the rejection happen. The fake date they went on? Yeah, you saw Umi get rejected there. 4 times. He got rejected 4 fucking times. And you genuinely think he would confess again? You saw it on screen. Not off screen. It already happened. What did happen off screen, I bet, is that they talked. Because they didn't need to ruin their relationship, their friendship, over that shit. You literally see that. You see Umi being supportive of Chizuru. Oh my god, why are people donating so much? I'm so happy Romancing Saga and my silly side chat on Reddit spun off a video. Always appreciating your videos, Johan. Bro, why are you donate $50? What the fuck? Thank you, but what the fuck? What the shit, bro? Bro. Oh my god. Thank you. That's very, very kind. Thank you. I'm just like, what the fuck? Right? Yeah, literally. Yeah, Shadow just said it. Like in the fake date when Kazuya says, I love you, but it's to Min. Kazuya says, I love you to Minnie, but it was actually for Chizuru in his mind. And he literally says, I love you, Mizuhara. Right? And then I bet what's going to be interesting is that one of the things Chizuru struggles to do is say Kazuya's name. Right? That's going to be interesting, right? Chizuru struggles to say Kazuya's name. So I bet when she confesses, she won't say a name. I bet when she confesses, Umi, she won't say Umi's name. She'll just say, I love you. Right? I bet she won't say Umi. Right? Let's look at that real quick, right? Right, she says Umi-kun initially. Right, and I think that's the thing, is like Umi probably doesn't think she needs to change. That's the thing, is like I think Umi does genuinely think she doesn't need to fucking change, but she's gonna do it, and he's like, fine, I'll play along. Right? That's why Chizuru interrupts him, is like, I do think, like, there might be a little more to this than meets the eye, but let's see. Right? Let's see. And this thing where Umi like throws the ball too hard at Chizuru, but she catches it. That's actually exactly what happens when whenever he fucks up, right? When he tries to help, Chizuru still catches it, right? He fucks up, he doesn't help well. Chizuru still catches it and deals with it just fine, right? And that's the thing. Like here, when you see Umi happy, in Chizuru's happiness, right? It's literally what Sayuri described. It's literally like, bro, if you can find happiness in other people's happiness, then I think you're doing pretty good, right? I think you're doing pretty good. I actually genuinely don't think Umi is scummy, right? Right? I genuinely do not think Umi is scummy. I think a lot of people are like genuinely convinced like he's the scummiest person on earth. And I'm just like, bro, you literally see him here find happiness in her happiness. Right? You literally see that he is literally happy that she's happy. He doesn't want her to be sad, right? What would that do? What would that achieve? Like you want this person to be happy, right? I think that's the difference between like Umi and Minnie and like Ruka's characters is that Umi at least like moved the fuck on. I'm not Saga, I'm the other person chatting with him. I know. My thought was that she was going to rehearse the play with Umi, which is a confession, and make it look real. Yeah, like maybe that's what it is. Maybe the Chizuru's just rehearsing the play. Like the play could be real, right? The play could be fake, the play could be real. Maybe Chizuru's rehearsing the play with Umi, and that's all it is, right? Maybe, but I kind of doubt it. That doesn't feel right. I feel like this is all about Chizuru's feelings. Chizuru clearly wanted to talk about Umi because of her feelings, not because of any play. I feel like Chizuru could handle plays perfectly fine. She doesn't need Umi to do a play thing. That's fucking useless. Right? She doesn't need Umi for that. She's always handled it fine. She doesn't need anybody for that. People would have freaked out so much if we were following Chizuru and saw Kazuya's practice date with Minnie out of context, right? Right? Yeah, and there's a lot of like interactions between Minnie and Kazuya, right? And people are just like, "Oh yeah, that's normal," right? Well, that's not fucking weird. That's normal. They're friends, right? They're friends. And I think that's pretty fucking ironic that people lose their shit the moment Chizuru's around a guy. Right? They have no faith in her whatsoever. That's why I think it's like people I think Reiji knows people have little faith in him and Chizuru. I think it's both of them, right? And I think people just don't realize that. Yeah, I think whatever happens here is real, not like some off-screen agreement to act out a scene, as you should be calling by name during what? No, I'm pretty sure this is acting. They're fucking actors, dude. They're literally actors, dude. Like, bro, you have the context that they are actors. Okay, here, you want me to give you more proof? You want me to give you more proof? Okay, people seem to just not fucking believe me, no matter what I fucking say. So let me give you some more proof. Chapter 387 is completely contextualized by what? What is the title of the chapter? My Girlfriend and the Kiss. The Girlfriend and the Kiss. That kiss in particular. The kiss Kazuya and Chizuru shared. Every single aspect of this chapter is completely contextualized by the kiss. Without that kiss, you have no fucking context. Right? It seems like Chizuru is being really mean. In reality, you have a lot of context. Right? You have a lot of context, actually. That kiss informs everything. Chizuru didn't know Minnie was coming back. So she literally tells Minnie, "Oh, I cooked for the two of us." She wasn't cooking for Minnie. She didn't know when she was coming back. She told Kazuya earlier she would ask Minnie to help her take down the curtain. She took down the curtain on her own. Chizuru cooked all of this food and it's celebratory. Right? And Minnie says she cooked the food for me. She even tells Kazuya she cooked the food for me. But it doesn't make sense. Why would she cook a celebratory meal for Minnie when she didn't know Minnie was coming back? It's almost like this wasn't for Minnie. It's almost like this was for Kazuya. And she put a lot of effort into it. Literally, she says specific celery is unsaturated fats that are good for your skin, but it's mostly protein. That's why I added spinach and seaweed to help get fibers and minerals. It's like she wanted to make something for someone to feel better. Minnie wasn't feeling sick, or Minnie didn't need all this food, right? This isn't for Minnie. Right? And then Minnie is like, "Oh, does she not care?" No, that's not what it is. Right? Minnie asks her about the kiss. Chizuru misdirects away from the kiss. But what do we constantly see? Chizuru's chopsticks are literally always near her lips. Chizuru's chopsticks are literally always near her lips. Literally like she's thinking of the kiss constantly. When Minnie says, "I bet that made Master happy," Chizuru tilts her head. She's like, "Oh, you think?" Every single aspect of this chapter is contextualized by the kiss. Without that context, you do stupid, idiotic shit. Like, look at what Chizuru says here and be like, "Oh my god, how could she say something so cruel?" Right? When she's literally saying it to Minnie. Because this is none of Minnie's business. She's sticking to what she said before. Kazuya should know better. It is not, and she doesn't want to tell Minnie things, right? And she interrupts Minnie when Minnie talks about their progress. Chizuru doesn't want Minnie involved in their progress. She's walling Minnie the fuck out. And Minnie gets upset, and she's like, "Oh, what did Master say? He said he still loves me." She blushes like fucking crazy, again chopsticks to her mouth. Again with the kiss. Every single aspect of this chapter is contextualized by the kiss and Chizuru's love. Literally, the love is everywhere in the room, and Minnie can't fucking see it. Minnie can't see shit. Before, Minnie, when Chizuru talked to Minnie, Minnie could be like, "Oh my god, you're totally in love." She could literally say that to her. Here, for some reason, she fucking can't. Isn't that the issue? Right? You can't see Chizuru's love here, can you? Right? Chizuru's love is literally all over the room, but you can't see it. Huh. It's almost like that's the issue. It's almost like that's what Chizuru wants to get better at. Because when you see Ruka, it's so blatantly clear she's in love. Right? When you look at Ruka, oh yeah, she's in love. It's so fucking obvious she's in love. Holy shit. Yeah. Ruka, yeah, she's in love. Hell yeah. You look at Chizuru, oh no, that's not love. You doubt her feelings. You doubt her intent. You don't actually think she's in love. Right? She's lying. She's not being honest to herself. She's doing this. She's doing that. When everything Chizuru does here is actually quite deliberate. The only not deliberate thing is here, when the love just leaks out of her. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Right? She really just wanted to know what he was thinking. And it just comes out. She asked. And then Minnie notices, and Chizuru blushes like look at her. She turned completely red and ran away. Right? That's the issue. Kazuya doesn't see Chizuru's feelings. She wants to confess to him. That's the fucking problem. But isn't she indirectly lying to Kazuya since she's lying to someone who's blabbermouth and basically a spy for Kazuya? Well, no. Kazuya should know. She fucking kissed him, dude. Sure, many can go blabbermouth, but does Kazuya have no faith in Chizuru? Which is exactly what happens. The truth is, Kazuya has a distrust of Chizuru, just a little bit, and that distrust is the problem. So Chizuru feels like she didn't do enough. She's walling Minnie out because Kazuya should fucking know. What she doesn't realize is that Kazuya has some trust issues with Chizuru, right? Chizuru thought she resolved the trust issues. That's why she takes down the curtain. She thought, okay, clearly I think that's the point of chapter 385. I think that's the point of chapter 385, in my opinion. 384 and 385 is about trust. I think that's the point of this chapter. We think it's about Kazuya, Chizuru trusting Kazuya. It's the opposite. It's about Kazuya trusting Chizuru. Why? Because in this walk out, Kazuya chooses to remember Chizuru's smile in the date. That's why he takes action. He remembers the Chizuru he saw that day. He remembers the real her. And he chooses to trust her. He sees the real her here. He doesn't see the act she's putting on. He doesn't see the stone cold woman, right? He sees the real her, not the act, right? She's acting tough. She's not actually tough. He's not okay. And he chooses to see the real her, and so the wall comes down. At least Chizuru thought. That's why Chizuru takes down the curtain. The curtain represented Kazuya's trust in Chizuru, not Chizuru's trust in Kazuya. She trusted him. She already trusted him. That's why she gives him the fucking fish keychain. That's why she wanted him to have that in the first place, right? Why does Chizuru give him the keychain again when he's leaving? Remember that? What did Chizuru tell him when he first gave him the keychain? Chizuru told him, it's a gift for you, right? What did Ruka tell him before about the gift? Do you remember what Ruka said about the gift before? Right? When Ruka was out with Kazuya during the date they were having, Ruka says, I want you to have this, to always have something to carry with you I gave to you. It's this. Chizuru gives it to him. She wants him to have it. That's the issue. Kazuya needed to remember Chizuru. He needed to trust her. Right? That's the whole point. When Kazuya walks out, there's clearly a trust gap. Right? And I think Chizuru feels like he maybe finally saw her. He maybe trusted her. There's a little more to the kiss, but I do think Chizuru taking down the curtain is representative of trust. Kazuya finally trusted her. Kazuya finally remembered her and trusted her. But then Minnie shows up and he suddenly doesn't trust her anymore. So Chizuru feels like she has to do more. She has to do more so he can understand her feelings, so he can trust her. This is all about trust, but it's not Chizuru's trust, it's Kazuya's. The whole point of this is trust. Kazuya is simply put Marlin. He's Marlin from Finding Nemo. It's not that he doesn't trust his son. He just has a hint of distrust. That's the issue. He has a hint of distrust. And he needs to have faith. Whereas Chizuru is Nemo. And like Nemo, she's not broken. There's nothing wrong with her. She's perfectly fine as she is. She doesn't need to change, right? But she's trying to change so she can convey her feelings better, so she can be better for him. But she shouldn't need to. It's always that 1%, right? It's literally 1%. That's it. It's just that 1% of doubt. It's literally just that 1% of doubt. And it's like, bro, that you got to get that shit out of your head, right? There's always going to be a percentage. There's always going to be a little percentage of doubt. That's why you got to have fucking faith, right? And that's why when Chizuru kisses Kazuya, her eyes are closed. It's literally her having complete faith in him. Chizuru's eyes are closed here because it's complete faith in him. In contrast, Kazuya's eyes are open because he's seeing what's in front of him for the first time. But he literally can't process this reality. Kazuya literally can't process this fucking reality. To be somewhat fair to Kazuya, everyone in the story is always saying something in the background to make him subconsciously doubt Chizuru himself. And he has to not listen to that. Dude, remember what Kazuya used to do? Remember what Kazuya used to say to fucking Minnie? Like, I'm sorry, Kazuya needs to go back to this. Because Kazuya stopped doing this. Minnie says, a girl like that is devious or sneaky. No way, huh? While I'm grateful that you're on my side, I trust her completely. And that trust slowly begins to erode. His trust in her starts to fade. The trust is the big challenge here, right? Kazuya's trust begins to break because of Minnie, right? Minnie starts doing things to perfectly match his perception of trust. And that's not necessarily on Minnie. I think this is more on Kazuya himself. That Kazuya has always had a bit of trust issues with Chizuru, just a little bit. That's the whole point of the 3 months. The 3 months is Kazuya having doubts about Chizuru. That's the point of the 3 months. It's Kazuya having a little bit of doubts about Chizuru, right? It's the doubt that she might reject him, right? But then he finds out that's not what it is. But then that doubt lingers. That feeling, that fear, it lingers. It doesn't just go away. It's still there, right? Kazuya never got over the 3 months, right? And the thing is he needs to realize a part of it was him, right? It's like Kazuya, I think that's why Mami's important here. Mami is literally the thing that caused the 3 months. And Kazuya doesn't know it, right? Mami is the unspoken truth, right? Mami is the thing Chizuru is keeping secret to protect him. And when Kazuya realizes that, like, how much Chizuru has gone through all for him, right? The fact that she was struggling to meet him because of what Mami said, the fact that she did care about him this entire time, the fact that, like, all of this was only caused because of, like, certain things, and the fact that he wasn't being there, right? Like, he wasn't there for her, right? That this all happened because he wasn't there for her. He'll start to realize his distrust of Chizuru is completely unfounded. The people interacting with the story will start to realize their trust in Reiji and in Chizuru is completely unfounded. And that's why Reiji is doing it this way. He's literally challenging your trust. He's challenging you to have fucking faith in people. To remember them. Remember Chizuru. Go back throughout the story. Every time Minnie says something, go back throughout the story. Minnie doesn't know these things. Minnie is, in many ways, Minnie is our voice, but she doesn't know anything about us. We should know more. Why the fuck are we listening to Minnie? Right? So many people genuinely think Chizuru is like a bad person now. And I'm like, bro, go back throughout the fucking story. Listen, see how much Chizuru has sacrificed. Like, see how much she's fucking tried. See how much she, like, went out of her way in the entire, Hawaiians, just for Kazuya and his family. That's how much she fucking cares about them. Like, literally, her lies are her truth. The lies she tells are to protect a very important truth for her. They're not just simply, oh, I'm lying, I'm a bad person. Literally, this is my view on lies. Lies are not inherently bad unless they are founded on lies. If the basis of why you're lying is not to protect a precious truth, but because you're lying to yourself, that's when a lie becomes bad. The intent of why you are lying informs whether the lie is bad or not. Chizuru's lies were not bad. They were never bad. There are some lies she told where it's like, okay, she was protecting herself, she's kind of lying to herself, right? But there weren't many of those. Those were like scarce, right? Those were kind of built on fear at sometimes, sure. And Kazuya tells himself lies too, but those weren't like a huge deal, right? And usually they were overcome by the characters themselves. Like literally, they overcome this fear. They faced those lies, but the lies they told like their loved ones, those were not lies built to protect themselves solely, not completely, right? They were doing it because of their deep love for those people, right? Chizuru lied to Kazuya's grandma because she wanted her to be happy, right? And maybe she couldn't give that, so maybe she could give it through a lie. And maybe that's not fair, right? It's still like morally gray. A lie is still in the morally gray situation, you know? But that doesn't mean the lie is inherently bad. And that's the whole point. Is like the discussion of morals is kind of important in that way, where it's like, why do you lie? Do you lie because of love, or do you lie to deny love, to run away from love? And now that's how like the theme of lying and telling the truth connect to love, right? Kazuya needs to face the truth of his love, whereas Chizuru is kind of like the opposite. She's trying to make her lie a truth, I guess, or Chizuru is already in truth, right? Chizuru is in truth, trying to learn how to lie better, I guess. Kazuya is literally living a lie, right? So Chizuru is this. Chizuru's lie is her truth. Kazuya hides his lies behind a truth. The truth of his love hides a big fucking lie. That's the whole point. Kazuya's love, which is his truth, hides a big fucking lie. That he is lying to himself. That he's lying about things he knows are there, but he keeps fucking denying and running away from them, right? Whereas Chizuru is the opposite. Chizuru lies, sure, but her lies are built on a truth. Her lies are built on her truth, of the things she knows are real, right? And she builds around that, and so whatever she says is true in some way, right? And even though she doesn't say certain things, it's maybe because she doesn't want to lie, so she doesn't talk about it. She doesn't know how to say it well, so she doesn't talk about it. I already see that YouTube videos for next week's chapter will be like, Rent-A-Girlfriend just keeps getting worse, not understanding how Chizuru sees Umi. Yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. Let's be real, fellas. We got them farmers, and them farmers will always be here. You know, they're always gonna show up. They're here for that money. They're here for that moolah. Food is good. Let's be real. The Hawaiians put the readers through so much trauma that they have more than just trust issues. Now it's borderline petty at this point. Hawaiians is genuinely one of the best arcs in the fucking series. It is such a good deconstruction of the story. It challenges the readers in so many fucking ways to literally see the story differently, to open their fucking eyes. Hawaiians is the reason I understand the story so well, because it opened my fucking mind. That shit opened like my goddamn third eye. I was just like, holy crap. I didn't understand this story at all before. I feel like I've been blind this whole fucking time. I genuinely think Hawaiians is one of the best fucking stories in the series. Like, genuinely. It's fucking amazing. I think the most annoying thing I see is how everybody just calls shit filler constantly. But then I was literally showing you how literally the filler chapters with meaning informed what's going on in the story right now. Literally, almost like every single piece of information you're given is actually relevant. Like, almost every single piece of information you're given is actually relevant, and it's not fucking filler. This is why Reishi's a fucking god, dude. The meaning of filler has been bastardized. I know! It's literally like, oh, it doesn't fit my story. I don't like it. It's like what people describe as akin to a bottle episode. So the way I interpret how people look at filler is that what they look at filler as is like a bottle episode. A bottle episode in like a TV show is pretty much when just something has absolutely nothing to do with the plot whatsoever. It just exists and it's just there to pad time. That's it. That's what a bottle episode is. And I feel like people have associated filler with that, which really blows because there are good things to filler. Filler, it adds the thing that people don't realize is like, for instance, when you make a cake, you need filling, right? Filling is important, right? When you make certain things, you need to fill certain spots. The filler isn't just there; it actually keeps the foundation solid. That's what people don't realize about filler. What people complain about is bottle episodes. Those are two completely different things. Filler, what it does is that it makes the thing feel more solid. That's the point of filler. Good filler, yeah, that's good. Said it right here. Good filler adds depth to the characters. Yes, good filler adds depth to the world, the characters, something. The filler is meaningful. It is not just there to waste your fucking time. That's the problem that I have with how people misinterpret filler. Filler is not a waste of your fucking time. It is not. A bottle episode is. A bottle episode is a waste of your fucking time because it has nothing to do. It serves no purpose other than to fill the fucking gaps. Right? It's just like, oh, we gotta fill. We have an episode. We don't know what to fucking do. That's what we need a bottle episode for, right? But like an actual filler, it is necessary. Filler is good. Filler is necessary in stories. It's why longer seasons do wonders for characters and your attachment for them because they give you shit that actually fucking matters. So, like, I think a good example of bottle episodes is the Horimiya manga. Horimiya is a great series. I love Horimiya. But when I was reading it, I vividly recall there was just shit in there. It was just like, what the this has nothing to do with anything. It's just there. Sometimes it ends up being meaningful. Sometimes just like, it's just there. Like, what the fuck am I reading? This is completely, like, random. Granted, I haven't read Horimiya in a very, very long time. I read Horimiya like 5 years ago. So I maybe more. So I don't even remember, but I remember there were parts of Horimiya when I was reading. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? It's just fucking random. There's literally nothing. It's just fucking random. And that just felt weird. And that to me was the closest thing I had to like the understanding of a bottle episode. Whereas whenever I interacted with filler, like good filler was solid. Good filler was interesting. The beach was not filler. What? Beach? What are you talking about? The Great Divide in the beach from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Wait, which beach? Avatar doesn't really have filler. Even some of the most filler shit is not filler. It actually serves a purpose. So I don't know about that. Literally everything. As someone who watched Avatar recently, there are shit in Avatar that is like, it looks like filler, but it's actually really well fucking written. And it kind of blows my fucking mind. Like, that's not filler. The beach episode where it's Azula, Zuko, and Mai and Tylee, it's not filler. It is so important to character writing and character deconstruction. It is not filler. It is absolutely necessary. That was such good character writing. Like, holy shit. So much was conveyed. So much character explorations. It literally sets up Azula's character and how she eventually falls down the insanity rabbit hole later on in the story. Because it literally shows you how unfulfilled she actually is. You literally never see that anywhere else. You literally never see that anywhere else. You see how unfulfilled she actually is. You see how Zuko cannot maintain a fucking relationship to save his life because he is so unhappy himself. Literally showing how Azula and Zuko literally mirror each other. Like, dude, that shit was godlike character writing. What the actual fuck are you talking about? That shit was not filler. and then Mai and Ty Lee, you see how they get like stuck between the two of them. Whereas Mai is literally like Azula's insecurity embodied, because Mai, everybody fucking loves her. Is it Mai or Ty? No. But Zuko's dating Mai, right? Zuko's dating Mai. Ty Lee is the acrobatic, right? I'm not mixing up my characters. Yeah. Azula is super insecure about Ty Lee. I think I'm not mixing up my characters, right? It's Ty Lee. Ty Lee's the acrobatic, right? She's literally Azula's counter in every conceivable way, because she's so energetic, she's so fun, she's so interesting, and Azula fucking it drives her insane, because she's literally everything she wants to be. She's extremely jealous of her, right? And then even though they feel like a family by the end of it, what it actually establishes is like, oh, they never actually got over anything. By the end of that episode, they never actually got over anything. They literally just enjoyed in the pain they caused others, right? They literally just ignored their problems in favor of causing others pain. And they shared in that joy of causing others pain, literally like they're doing in the fucking story, right? Literally, they escaped their problems. They didn't overcome anything. They were just able to ignore all their issues. The character writing in Avatar is really fucking good. The only season that I thought in Avatar that wasn't good was the last season. I felt like the last season should have been like 2 seasons. And they should have like had a lot of time in between to cook and explore things, because they set up a lot of arcs that seemingly amounted to fucking nothing. Like there was like, or not nothing, like they just weren't handled super well. They felt like they needed a lot more to cook with those arcs, because there was a lot they were building to and they just never did it. At least with season 3. Season 1 and season 2 are my favorite well-written seasons. Season 3 has really good writing, but then just like stuff in it where it's like they set up like Aang and Zuko having a dueling arc where Aang becomes like more bad, and then Zuko becomes more good. But then, Aang just immediately fucking gets over it. And then it all becomes about Zuko, right? It all just becomes about fucking Zuko. And I was like, okay, like, Zuko's story is great. Don't get me wrong. But, like, you don't have Aang going through anything, right? His big conflict is literally, I just don't want to fucking kill a dude. And I'm like, that's still good. That's still good. But I just felt like it would have been more interesting if he started going down, like, a slightly darker path. But then not really going down a dark path. You get my point. You get my point. Anyways, nobody would have minded. Yeah, I think it was just more of a. I think it was just more of a Nickelodeon issue. It's not the length, right? This conversation is filler in regards to Rent a Girlfriend, but it's still fun and adds depth to Fate's character. I don't think it's filler in terms of Rent a Girlfriend, because in me explaining these things about other shows and me exploring and understanding filler and how filler functions, you can actually look at Rent a Girlfriend and understand it better in turn. It's not just depth for my character, it's depth for the very story, because I'm teaching you how I understand and look at filler. In so doing, you start to understand how to interact with filler yourself, right? So I think in that sense, there is more to this. Let's see. There are things some Japanese fans said that I thought was interesting. This one was, I think you must be something. I don't want to give up on anything. I just like the person did for me, so listen to me, okay. So this is interesting because where the teaser from next chapter comes from. So let me pull up the teaser from next chapter. The teaser for next chapter is literally to confront an issue with the best of my ability. This comes from the chapter where Chizuru talks to Sumi in chapter 268. And it's literally about it's literally about Chizuru's feelings for Kazuya. Right? Like, here, let's look at this for a fucking second. This is literally about Chizuru's feelings for Kazuya, not anything else, right? Chizuru tells Sumi, there is someone who's been there to cheer me up, someone who stayed by my side, who was there for me on the day Grandma passed away, even though I insisted I was okay. Someone stuck by me despite all my refusals, and that certain someone's persistence, it saved me. And I know this person is always on my mind, right? It's literally Kazuya, right? And what do we see, right? Like, what do we see in the recent chapter? Right? Who's on her mind when she goes to Umi? Right? Who is on Chizuru's mind when she fucking goes to Umi? It's Kazuya. It's not fucking Umi. Right? Kazuya is the one on her mind, not Umi. Literally, this shot looks similar. Right? Look at Chizuru here. Look at Chizuru. It looks similar. Right? Now let's continue. Chizuru, do you like this person, Chizuru-chan? Do you like him? I don't know. Someone else once asked me that question. I said that I won't say I like them, but I don't like them. I don't not like them either. Thinking back on it, I think I've been very unfair. She says here in Japanese, she doesn't say I've been unfair to them. There's no specific person she's targeting to. Rather, she says I've been a very unfair woman. Right? I've been unfair. I'm been a bad person. Right? And it seems like this is what Umi told her. Right? Maybe this is what Umi told her, is like Chizuru is being unfair to Kazuya. This is a theory I came up with when seeing how Umi seemingly confronts Chizuru and is very unfair to her and how he approaches it. Right? Sumi is doing the opposite of Umi. Sumi is doing what Chizuru needed in this moment. Umi was doing what Chizuru needed in that moment. Right? Umi needed to call Chizuru the fuck out and be like, "Hey, you're being quite unfair to Kazuya, and you got to do more." Right? You got to step up. You got to do fucking more. Sumi is telling her, you're not a bad person, right? You're doing great. Don't beat yourself up. You're doing fine, right? It's literally the two different ways someone can help someone, right? Sumi helps Chizuru by just being like, yo, I'm here for you. You're doing great. Don't beat yourself up. You're a wonderful person. You're not a bad person. Chizuru literally needed this here, right? Chizuru literally fucking needed this here. Minnie wasn't fucking gonna do this, right? Minnie wasn't gonna fucking do this. And Kazuya didn't know, right? Chizuru doesn't want to burden Kazuya, so she wouldn't tell him. She would just act fine. But Sumi could tell, right? Sumi is the homie. She could fucking tell. Umi, in contrast, was, I believe, a necessary call out. A necessary be like, hey. And that's what I've said. I think Umi's confession in chapter 288 and 289 is not what it appears. Because they've clearly been interacting in the background. Why does he suddenly need it now? It's almost like it's not about Umi, it's about Kazuya. It's almost like it has nothing to do with Umi's own feelings. It's about Kazuya. And it's Umi calling Chizuru out on her feelings. Now, there's nothing actually romantic between them. He's just calling her out on her fucking feelings. And that's my theory. That's the theory that I'm going with, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. They've clearly been interacting. How did Umi know Chizuru's address? She fucking gave it to him. How did Umi know she was on break? Right? She told him she was on break. Right? He didn't lie. He was just being honest. He was just telling the truth. Right? Chizuru told him this stuff. Chizuru still let him into the house. Chizuru still served him tea and interacted with him. Chizuru knew about his drama. Right? They literally talk about a drama in that chapter. It's like they've been interacting this whole time. It's like you're literally being given information. Yo, they've been interacting that whole time. But that also goes to show then, okay, if they've been interacting this whole time and Umi seemingly confessed at that point, why did nothing else happen? It's almost like there's nothing actually there. And what Umi is saying is not for himself, but for Kazuya. And he acts selfish to get Chizuru to realize how selfish she's being and how she's not doing enough. So she can start doing more. Chizuru and Umi and Sumi are like the reverse of each other. Sumi is the comfort Chizuru needed. Umi is the challenge Chizuru needed. They are literally opposites, right? And it's presented in how they appear. Sumi waits outside and Chizuru feels bad for forgetting her. Umi shows up suddenly. He's not necessarily he wasn't necessarily invited, but it's not something she said no to either, right? He did say he was going to do it. He found the time and he showed up. It wasn't an issue, right? And it's not like he would have just stepped into the house, right? He was still standing at the door. He opened the door, but he was still just standing at the door. He didn't actually just come in. And notice how Umi always consistently keeps a physical distance from Chizuru. He always maintains boundaries. He never crosses boundaries. He never just touches her, right? Umi never just touches Chizuru. Nope. He always maintains boundaries. He never crosses boundaries. He never does anything extra. He never tries to get close to her physically, right? You're literally, Umi's body language tells you everything you need to know about him. That he doesn't actually do these shitty things to Chizuru. And it looks like he does shitty things, such as when we're reading the current chapter, if you go to the current chapter, there's one thing he does that could be interpreted as shitty, but is it really? And that's when, someone pointed this out too. It's when Umi's playing and his buddy here guards him. And Umi goes between his legs. And the dude says, going between my legs isn't fair. Umi says, how is that unfair? Some people love to interpret that when you go between someone's legs in soccer or in futsal, that you're being disrespectful. It's actually more often a show of skill and a challenge of morale. Because this dude literally used to play basketball. Umi literally says this earlier, right? It's like you were a basketball player. You talk like you're hot shit in basketball, but you're not hot shit in futsal. This is my fucking territory, dude. He's not making him look weaker. It's literally friendly, right? It's literally friendly, and Umi is not playing unfair. It just looks unfair, right? And that's the point. That's the point of Umi's character. What he does appears unfair. It's not actually unfair. What he does isn't shitty. It just looks shitty. But it's not. It's the same thing with earlier where he passes the ball to Shiori and she scores. It looks shitty like he's using the system. And it looks shitty again when he passes the ball to Chizuru. But maybe he's actually trying to reward these people, right? What does Umi do? What does Umi do in all of these scenes? He draws attention to himself and then passes the ball to someone else so they can score. Like he's rewarding them. Like, here, you can do it. Here, you got it. I got all of them on me. You can score now, right? That's what Umi's doing, but it looks like he's using the system. It looks like he's playing unfair. He's trying to belittle someone, but he's not. He's just being honest, right? He's like, why can't he do that? What the fuck is wrong with that? The dude, his feet are wide open. Look at this dude. His feet are wide open. Why the fuck wouldn't I use it? What the fuck is wrong with that? Of course I'm gonna fucking use it, stupid. Don't leave yourself wide open if you don't want me to do this, right? If it's so unfair, do something about it. It's literally like in fighting games, right? When you're playing fighting games, like when someone beats the shit out of you, I'm like, have you considered maybe it's kind of your fault? Like, you don't want him to do that to you, get better, right? So he's not actually being unfair. In that same way, when he passes the ball to Chizuru, he got a little too excited, right? He clearly got a little too confident, right? Too excited when he passes the ball to Chizuru, right? A part of him is maybe trying to show off. Maybe he's trying to be cool, right? And which is normal. That's not necessarily anything wrong with that. Like we want to think that's bad because, oh, we want to fucking hate Umi, but that's not necessarily bad. He just got a little overzealous. He shot, Chizuru covered, Chizuru still got it, and Chizuru scores. But what happens? Umi got overshadowed here. Chizuru completely overshadowed him, right? Chizuru just completely overshadowed the fuck out of Umi, and yet he still smiles. Which goes to show you that he's not the kind of person who gets bothered by this kind of stuff, right? If anything, he's happy that she's happy, right? He's not so fickle and fake that this would bother him. In contrast, you see Umi's smile here versus Umi's look here. He doesn't look particularly happy, right? He doesn't look particularly happy about this, right? But then here, he does seem happy. So this goes to tell you, maybe what Chizuru is doing is not something Umi wants her to do, right? Maybe that's why that's the thing I interpret it as, is like, I saw this scene right here as Umi praising Chizuru constantly, not because he's being fake as fuck, but because he maybe doesn't want her to do what she's gonna want to do, right? Which is do the practice thing, or like try to confess, or like do all this extra stuff just to be good enough, you know? He doesn't think she needs to do all that. And that's why he talks about this kind of stuff. That's why he sounds fake as fuck in here, right? We think Umi is just being a fucking playboy. Maybe he's actually saying this so Chizuru doesn't do what she's gonna do next, right? Because he knows Chizuru wants to do something that that's not gonna make her happy, right? Which is literal practice this stuff or do all this extra shit. That's not gonna make her fucking happy. And he's trying, when he's praising her like this, he's trying to stop her, right? But she does it anyway, and that's why Umi doesn't look particularly happy here, right? That's what, like, this isn't, I don't think this is an act at the moment, right? I think there's still something else going on, but we'll have to see, you know? We'll have to see. One other theory I had is that they could, Chizuru might start like a pseudo relationship, just like Minnie and Kazuya, where it's like a mentor and his student, but clearly Chizuru and Umi are equals, right? Clearly, Chizuru and Umi are equals. No one is better than the other. But, you know, I could see Umi trying to start, I could see Chizuru trying to start like that kind of relationship. It's like a mentor-student relationship where Umi like helps her. That's one theory I had. Another I had is that, you know, it could be regarding the play, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I feel like the play and Umi are like separate things. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Don't get me wrong. But like the fact that like Umi is presented in that way and it's literally not as it appears, I think is the point. Which brings me back to the current chapter we were just on with Sumi. So Chizuru mentions Umi here. She doesn't mention him as someone to confess to her or anything. Then Chizuru says, but these feelings that I have for him, I feel like I need to confront them. These are the words she used here is, I feel like I need to. Whereas the ones she says is, I'm going to, right? And again, this is about Kazuya, right? The words are, to confront an issue with the best of my ability. Here, she says, I have to. For him, I feel that like I need to confront them for him. She needs to. In the teaser, it's like she's going to. No matter what I decide, I can't run away. At the very least, someone hasn't given up yet. She specifically says here, Kazuya hasn't given up on anything. That's what she says here. Kazuya hasn't given up on anything, right? But I still don't know what it means to like another person. If I want to stay by their side, does that mean that I'm in love with them? If I can't give them everything I have, it's not true love after all. This could be the thing that gets getting addressed here, right? Maybe Chizuru feels like she is struggling to give everything, right? Maybe Chizuru feels like she has to sacrifice more. We don't know the specifics of it. I feel like it's not actually about career versus love. I don't think so. It's very clear Kazuya wants her to continue with her career, and he doesn't want her to sacrifice her career. He literally told her don't fucking give up. So Chizuru sacrificing her career is fucking stupid. But it's also not about picking career over love. That's not the actual conflict. It's about Chizuru's feelings, right? It's literally about Chizuru's feelings, and what Chizuru herself wants. Right. And it's that she, in some ways, she's trying to have both love and a career. And that's completely valid. Right. And I think that's something Reiji might also be trying to discuss. But I think it's mostly about Chizuru's feelings. Right. I think the whole point of this entire scene is that it's about Chizuru's feelings. And then she says, even though I've given a lot of people relationship advice, I'm a real mess. Huh. What does she go to do with Umi? She's going for advice. Huh. And where do we see this happen? Right, this whole thing between this whole thing between Sumi and Chizuru here, it's behind closed doors. Right, this entire talk between Chizuru and Sumi here is behind closed doors. Just as the talk between Umi and Chizuru is behind closed doors, but the difference is, right, both Umi and Sumi show up for similar reasons, right? Sumi shows up to celebrate Chizuru's birthday, but it's also so she can pay respect to the shrine. Literally just like Umi. Literally just like Umi. He also shows up to pay respect to the shrine, but we think it's bad because he's Umi, right? It has to be bad. He's Umi, right? But then in contrast, we don't think anything badly of Sumi. She's the most innocent fucking character, right? You'd never think anything bad of Sumi. She's the most innocent fucking character, right? Even though Sumi actually secretly has feelings for Kazuya that she's not addressing, right? Even though Sumi's not addressing these feelings, she clearly fucking has for Kazuya that we see earlier, right? Like if we go back, right, if anything, like I feel like Sumi is technically, right? So when Sumi asked Chizuru right here, do you have feelings for this person? She has a bit of an ulterior motive. I'm gonna be real. Like when Sumi asks Chizuru about her feelings here, she clearly has a bit of an ulterior motive because look at her face. She's like, oh my God, Chizuru likes this person that I like. Fuck. Right? There's clearly a bit of an ulterior motive. I'm gonna be fucking real with you. Like, I get it. Sumi is the cutest thing ever, and we love her and shit. But bro, to say Sumi did not secretly have an ulterior motive is a fucking lie. It's a goddamn lie. But that's the thing. What is Sumi with Kazuya similar to Umi? He's not around. So, right? Sumi is actually what we think Umi is. Right? Sumi is what we think Umi is. Sumi is not really around in Kazuya's life at all. Like, at all. She's literally not there. In that same way, we think that's what Umi is, right? He's seemingly just not around. He doesn't really care about Chizuru. She doesn't really matter to him. And yet he shows up to pay respect to her house, right? So in that sense, what Sumi is to Kazuya is kind of similar to, but kind of reversed to have how Umi is. Umi isn't really like, with Chizuru, I mean. Umi isn't really like in Chizuru's life in that way, right? He's not there in a romantic sense, not really. Just as Sumi isn't really in Kazuya's life, right? Like everybody wants to ship Sumi and Kazuya, and yet Sumi is never really in his life at all, right? She shows up occasionally, but she's not really in his life. In fact, she literally wrote herself out of the story. Right? Sumi literally wrote herself out of the story. She's literally not in Kazuya's life, right? How could Sumi ever possibly form a relationship with Kazuya if she's only ever there in like here and there in important moments, but never really there consistently. Sumi's never there in Kazuya's life consistently. That's why it would never work out between them, right? Sumi literally resigned herself to being a rental girlfriend, nothing more, right? Even when she confesses to him, in the beach, like it's not. She still hides it behind like her facade, right? That's the thing. I remember Reishi said he wrote Sumi as the character who could theoretically have everything she wants. He said she's the side of me that could have anything I want, but uses my personality as an excuse not to do it. That's Sumi in a nutshell. She uses kind of her like Sumi actually uses her personality as an excuse. And I get it. So some people are like, oh, that's no way. She does. That's literally the whole point of her manga. In her manga, I vividly recall there's a part where she goes to like a ramen place, and the dude, the ramen dude, like she's trying to order and she can't do it because of course she fucking can't. And then the dude, the boss dude, comes up to her. He's like, "What do you fucking want? Say it." And she like hesitates at first. She's like, "If you don't say it, I'm not giving you what you want." And she says it, and he's like, "Yeah, there you go. Good job. Here you go. Congrats." It's almost like she's fucking lying to herself. And that's the point of Sumi's character, I think. Sumi is actually kind of lying to herself. I don't think Umi is. And so when Sumi asks here, she has a bit of an ulterior motive. She wants to know what Chizuru feels about Kazuya. But then, you know, she puts herself aside and chooses to do nothing. Is that being selfless, or are you just lying to yourself? Right? Sumi in this party puts her own feelings aside for Chizuru and for this whole party and to have fun and to just enjoy themselves. But is she doing it because she actually wants to, or because she's just lying to herself? I'd argue Sumi's kind of lying to herself. I'd argue Sumi is actually just kind of lying to herself. That like she hasn't actually confronted these feelings like honestly. They're clearly there. They clearly still linger. And she hasn't really confronted them honestly. I think, in contrast, Umi is confronting his feelings honestly, and he is being honest about his feelings. And I think that's the secret. Is like we think Sumi is like super honest about her feelings, the greatest thing ever. We fucking love her. But Sumi has not actually been super honest to her feelings, and she's actually been kind of running away from them. And it's super fitting that Sumi is presented at that point when Chizuru needs a kind of really honest person. That even then, even in the most honest and vulnerable moment, there is a bit of an ulterior motive. And I think here, in just this moment, Sumi's feelings kind of are overridden, right? Here, when Chizuru beats herself up, Sumi kind of sees herself in Chizuru here, right? I think in this moment, Sumi really sees herself in Chizuru because Chizuru, the character who always like, you know, seems adult and together, is actually being very innocent here. And so the most innocent character in the story being Sumi, literally telling Chizuru, that's not true at all. Chizuru-san, you're the most wonderful girl that I've ever known. Like, Chizuru needed to fucking hear that from Sumi, that literally a girl who works a similar job, who's just as innocent as her, telling her, you're great. There's nothing fucking wrong with you, right? This was important. I think this was when Sumi's ulterior motive kind of faded, where she kind of like, her feelings for Chizuru and the connection she felt to her, right, kind of overrode her ulterior motive, right? Because she did have an ulterior motive. Yeah. So thanks, Sumi-chan. I'll come to you again for advice, right? So I think at some point we're gonna see that soon, right? I think there's a real chance we might see that soon. Interestingly enough, because we saw Umi, right? We saw Umi first. I think next we may see Sumi, which is totally possible, right? I think that makes some sense. That we see Umi first, and then next we see Sumi. Someone who knew nothing. Right? But yeah. So that's why I think those scenes are connected. That I think whatever Chizuru said to Sumi there is going to matter a lot in the next chapter. I think those scenes are going to be very deeply connected. But yeah, so like here in this shot, like again, Chizuru overshadows everybody. And again, Umi's like kind of happy about it. But then here, he doesn't look happy when Chizuru comes up to him. And I want you to notice how Chizuru looks pretty similar to how she looked before when she was talking to Minnie. At least not completely, but it's similar. The reason I say it is because, again, single drop blush. And then here, right, with Umi, she's more hesitant. With Minnie, she seems a lot more serious and determined. And I think these shots are kind of similar. Right? There's a similarity to these shots. Here, she's like openly vulnerable. Right? And the fact that Chizuru is like this vulnerable with Umi honestly goes to show that, yeah, she does fucking trust him. Right? The fact that Chizuru is willing to be this vulnerable with Umi actually shows that she does fucking trust him and he's not like a bad person. Right? Because if Chizuru's willing to be this way around him, I think that says a lot. Whereas with Minnie, she fucking hides things. Which goes to show that I think Chizuru actually has more trust issues with Minnie than she does with Kazuya. Chizuru clearly has some fucking trust issues with Minnie, whereas Kazuya has trust issues with Chizuru. And I think that trust issues with Minnie leads to the conflict between Kazuya and Chizuru because Minnie goes and blabs to Kazuya on her own interpretations and her own insecurities about Chizuru, right? And I think it's just Chizuru struggling to be around Minnie, which I think is fascinating. I think Chizuru, in some ways, also kind of got burned by like some of the women around her. So maybe that's why she maybe has some trust issues around Minnie. It could be that. I don't think so though, because she opens up to Sumi. So I don't think that's completely true. I think she just has trust issues with Minnie because Minnie is more Kazuya's friend than she is Chizuru's friend. And that's Minnie's biggest fucking issue, right? Minnie's biggest fucking issue is she just kind of like, she's more Kazuya's friend and she'll blab to Kazuya about anything and everything Chizuru feels. So Chizuru can't speak to her in confidence. Whereas with Sumi or Umi, Chizuru probably can speak to them in confidence about her feelings and what she's going through, which makes a lot of fucking sense, right? It makes a lot of fucking sense that what Chizuru is going through is connected to that. Now, I do think next chapter could have a connection to like a career thing. I think that's totally possible. We could have a connection to like a career thing. So it might double down on, you know, oh no, Umi and Chizuru are going to be together, or it might double down on, oh no, Chizuru is going to focus more on career than she is Kazuya. Oh no, this and that, this and that. So I do think all these things that we've consistently seen, the doubt that you feel in Chizuru, that's what Reishi's going to be playing into, right? Reishi's going to be playing into these doubts and what you think is happening versus what's actually happening. And that's why I think next chapter is going to be about, in my opinion. I haven't been looking at chat at all. Let me go back. Oh my god. What have I missed in chat? Minnie is not malicious, but I do not trust her whatsoever. She's not a true friend, Chizuru. I see the best that I've described Minnie in a particular way in the past. In my opinion, the true reason Chizuru cannot trust Minnie, and I don't think it's a reason Chizuru is really aware of. I think the reason I said before, with Minnie being Kazuya's friend, is more accurate to why Chizuru doesn't trust me. But I think the true reason Chizuru does not trust Minnie is because Minnie doesn't actually show Chizuru herself. Minnie doesn't actually fully show Chizuru herself. We don't know really much about Minnie, do we? Right? We don't know about her past. We don't know about her future. We don't know about anything she actually wants herself, right? Minnie equals Dory. I guess so. She's kind of like I guess so. But she's kind of like a more twisted Dory, I guess. I don't know. I can see that, but you know, considering that, like, you're not wrong. Minnie is Dory. You're not wrong. Anyways, I gotta I'll end the stream soon. Don't worry. I'm not gonna do a long stream today. I feel like I just have like a few more things I'll do and then I'll call it a day. But yeah, Minnie in reality, I think one of the true reason Chizuru doesn't trust Minnie is because Minnie doesn't really open up honestly. Minnie doesn't really say her actual feelings. She kind of hides herself more. Minnie kind of fucking hides herself more. She's not really honest. She literally hides certain things about her, and I think that's the whole point. I was saying before that Minnie's selflessness only serves to hide how she's neglecting her own love life. I wouldn't be fazed if she went full on Sikaya. Well, I don't know who that is. But yeah, it's disguising her own appreciation. It's not even just love life, it's her own life. Literally, what do we see with Minnie in chapter 390, right? Here, I have it right here, so let's go to it. Reiji gives you some clues about Minnie's character right here. She has 999 plus messages. Her phone is at 2% battery, and she's texting Kazuya about his fucking love life. Like, bro, what? Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you... Bro, go charge your phone. Focus on more important shit. Why are you focusing on this? Literally the day after. Like, you have your own shit to do. What the fuck are you doing? Right? And I genuinely think, like, Minnie pushed Chizuru into a corner. I genuinely think Minnie pushed Chizuru into a corner, which made Chizuru feel like she had to change some more. Minnie's phone is an unhinged mess, lol. Yeah, exactly. And I think Minnie pushed Chizuru into a corner here. And Chizuru felt like she needed to do more, but then maybe she also walled Minnie the fuck out as usual, right? Maybe Chizuru is not letting Minnie dictate her pace. Maybe Minnie pushed Chizuru into a corner. There could be one or the other. I'm really not sure. I think it's both, maybe. I think Chizuru is not letting Minnie dictate her pace, but at the same time, Minnie pushed Chizuru into a corner. Minnie avoids her life by butting into everyone else's. Pretty much. That's a good way of putting it. And I think that's what makes her different. That's what. So this is something interesting I found. Minnie and Ruka are between Umi and Mami. Minnie leans towards more Mami. And this is something I've said before. Umi, everyone views Umi as this like malicious dude who like plans everything and does all this terrible shit. But then Umi is clearly busy with crap. He actually has a life and he's actually doing shit in his life. The reason Mami can do any of the stuff she does in the story is because she literally has no life. That's the whole point. That's literally the whole point of Mami's character. She literally has no fucking life. That's why she does all the stuff she does in the story. She literally doesn't have fucking anything to do in her life. That's why she goes after Kazuya and Chizuru. Because she doesn't have a future of her own. She literally erased her own future, right? And she excuses that as this is her parents doing. When she could try to take back her autonomy in other ways, just because it failed once when you were younger doesn't mean you can't fucking try again, right? In contrast, Umi actually has shit he's fucking doing. Like, he could have done more. Umi could have done a whole lot more to be more of a piece of shit. He hasn't, right? We had that party, which seemingly did nothing, right? Everybody was fine afterwards. Chizuru wasn't even thinking about the fucking party afterwards. Umi shows up to Chizuru's house. What happened afterwards? Kazuya had more trust in Chizuru, and nothing happened for like almost 100 fucking chapters. Literally nothing happened for 100 fucking chapters in regards to Umi. It's all in Kazuya's head. Umi did nothing. It's literally all in Kazuya's head. Umi did fucking nothing. In contrast, Mami is an actual fucking problem. That is literally reflective of Chizuru's actual struggle. Mami is a real fucking problem. Because Mami is the reason Chizuru is even struggling in the first place. Mami is the reason Chizuru doubts her feelings in the fucking first place. Mami fucked her up. Like literally emotionally manipulated and played with Chizuru's feelings. And Mami doesn't want to address this part of her. She gives herself excuses. She's like, oh, I wasn't actually going to do it, right? I wasn't actually going to out her. I wasn't actually going to like hurt her. I didn't actually mean it. She fucking lies to herself, right? Ruka, in contrast, I think leans more towards Umi. Ruka is fascinating because Ruka wants something real. She believes in something real, but she lives in fiction. And that's the point. I think Ruka's character is weak narratively speaking, even if I enjoy her. I actually think Ruka is secretly a very good character. Because like almost every scene she's in actually serves a purpose. And there's a lot to explore with Ruka's character that's really meaningful and interesting. In particular, Ruka is like a real relationship disguised as a trial relationship. What Ruka and Kazuya have is a kind of real relationship, and it's an exploration of real relationships and what can happen in those, and how like basically because people are on like two different fronts. it causes these issues. It's very easy to blame Ruka as being the super clingy one, all that stuff, but how Kazuya handles Ruka is actually reflective of the actual issues you can have in relationships when you can't set boundaries and when you struggle to, right? Yeah, sure, Ruka is gonna blow the fuck up, but if you want to take control of the situation, you fucking have to. Kazuya doesn't set clear boundaries with Ruka. That's why the kissing stuff happens. It's very easy to just say Ruka assaulted Kazuya. It's very easy to say that. The truth of the matter is Kazuya also doesn't set clear boundaries. He doesn't, right? He says no sometimes, but she keeps going because she's younger, and he's not actually like pushing her away and just saying, no, this is unacceptable, we're not doing this. Sometimes the thing is you have to be very firm about your boundaries. You can't just say no and expect the person to not fucking do it, right? That's not how it works. You can't just say no and expect the person to just not fucking do anything. You have to be very, very firm, right? Push them away. No, this is not what I want. When they ask, you have to clarify. What does Kazuya do after he tells Ruka, I want to break up? First, he asks her for permission to break up. For a breakup, you don't need permission. I'm sorry, that's just the truth. You don't need permission. There's a nice way to do it, and there's a bad way to do it. The way Mami did it is fucking terrible. The way Kazuya did it, unfortunately, is too weak. It's too weak. He's trying not to be cruel, but that's not how you fucking do it. I'm just saying he could have done it in a different way, and that's not me completely blaming Kazuya. It's not completely on him. Okay, I do want to get that out of the way. It's not completely on him, but it is something he has to learn. That he needs to be very firm in his choices in order to do it. When Ruka shows up at his place afterwards, she's like all clingy and all over him, and he lets her, which then gives leeway to the kiss. Do you see the problem with the kisses? This is why the kisses are not actually not fully consensual. That's why I say the kisses between Ruka and Kazuya are not actually not consensual. They're partially consensual. It's morally gray. Yeah, Kazuya didn't just outright say, yeah, you can kiss me. But he clearly also never set clear boundaries with her. He never said no outright. He never stopped her. Even after she kissed him, he never outright said no to her. He never sets clear boundaries. And because you don't set clear boundaries, this stuff happens. That's why, I think the way Reiji depicts that stuff is actually really good, right? There are some things I'm a little weird about with how Reiji does it, but I can kind of understand the mentality. In particular, whenever he depicts, whenever he depicts, younger characters, in nude and stuff like that, it's like, okay, initially I'm like, they're fucking teenagers, is a little weird. But then I think what happens, I think this is something that you could probably see in a lot of media, and I can totally understand the mindset, so I'm not going to completely judge it. It's that, there's a disassociation between fiction and reality. And I can get that. Right, I can get that. It's like I'm still not comfortable about it. I think in particular, if they're actually depicted as kids, and it's like, okay, no, now I'm not cool with it, right? But if it's like teenagers, but then they're not necessarily drawn like teenagers, I'm like, okay. So I think I do think the way Reiji handles Ruka is meaningful. And the reason I bring this up is because I think the new Shiyunji family chapter dropped. And he showed all the female characters in the baths, and I'm just like, ooh, but then I'm just like, okay, but it's not necessarily super bad or anything. It's not I get it. They're teenagers, so it's a little weird, but it's also not outright bad. And I can say this because you have other shows I don't know, fucking Evangelion. They'll show this stuff, and then people praise the ever living shit out of Evangelion, right? They won't say it's a bad show or anything, right? So that kind of stuff is kind of why I feel that way. It's okay, I can draw some level of boundaries with the depiction of younger characters up to a certain point, right? I feel like up to a certain point it's acceptable, and then when you draw it a little weird, it's I'm not okay with it. Kazuya's relationship or problems with Ruka is also a large part because Chizuru almost ordered Kazuya to do so. That's a false equivalent. That's a false equivalent for a very simple reason. It is still Kazuya's choice. She didn't order him to. She literally told him, hey, you should do it. It was a suggestion. Even Ruka frames it as a suggestion. Ruka literally tells her, you pushed him to me. It was still his choice. It was still a choice. No, it is not Chizuru's responsibility. She's partly responsible. Kazuya still made the choice. It is that simple. It is your choice, nobody else's. Just because someone pushed you into it, it doesn't mean it wasn't your choice. It was still your choice. It's not like Chizuru manipulated him into it. She didn't. She just said you should go out with her. It seems like she's serious. You should give her a chance. Right? He tried to end things and she wouldn't let him. Who? End things with who? And she wouldn't let who? And who wouldn't let who? What? Like, I do think that he had to do it because Chizuru was afraid Ruka of telling her job. No. Right? She did say, I don't want to be outed right now. Right? She did say that. So, yeah, there is a bit of stuff to it that's on Chizuru, but it's still Kazuya's choice. Right? It is still Kazuya's choice. And there was no actual saying that Ruka would out her. There was no actual proof that Ruka would actually out her. She never did. Right? She could have done it. Ruka could have done it many times. She never did. So it's not like Ruka was actually going to fucking do it. Ruka wouldn't let Kazuya end their relationship. He could. It doesn't change anything. He could have set better boundaries. He could have been more clear. He could have kept more distance. He could have done a lot of things. I think Chizuru will be the one to make Ruka back off. I think that's possible, but I genuinely think Ruka is something Kazuya actually truly has to handle and be very clear with. Right? I don't think Ruka is solely on Chizuru. I don't think it's about really Chizuru. I think for Chizuru, it's about her being able to say her feelings clearly so Ruka can understand. That's something I can totally get. Right? Like if Kazuya is gonna give up a relationship with Ruka, Chizuru feels like she has to be responsible and tell Ruka the truth of her own feelings, so that way Ruka doesn't get it. In that sense, I get it. In that sense, Chizuru is saying, okay, I kind of pushed Kazuya into the relationship with Ruka, so Chizuru feels responsible in telling Ruka her feelings, so Ruka will understand what Chizuru feels and will be okay with it. She won't be, but this is where Kazuya has to come in. Right? This is where Kazuya has to come in. The problem is, it's not solely responsible on Kazuya, but it's not solely responsible on Chizuru either. Kazuya did take an effort, but he didn't take a real effort. Kazuya could have done more to set the boundaries much more clearly. What is Kazuya doing in the recent chapters? Ruka's literally all over him, and he fucking lets her. Claiming he has to do it to keep a secret. No. He has options. Chizuru never asked him to just outright keep it a secret from Ruka, right? Not this time, right? She just said, Ruka is a rough situation. I don't really want to handle it like that, right? She just said she wants to avoid her, but she didn't say, do all this, right? I think the truth is Kazuya is unfortunately not handling Ruka well. That is just a truth. He's not. He could be doing more. He could be setting better boundaries. He could let her off a lot easier. Unfortunately, at this point, it actually feels more like Kazuya is leading her the fuck on. That's the sad truth. Right? Everyone's like, Chizuru is leading Kazuya on. The unfortunate truth is Kazuya at this point is leading Ruka on. That's just the sad truth. That's just the unfortunate truth. And it makes Ruka look like she's a safety blanket, right? He said it right here. No. Ruka isn't, but it makes it look like she is. And that's the problem. That Kazuya is becoming the kind of person he fucking hates when it comes to Ruka. He's not handling Ruka well at all. He's handling her fucking terribly. What pisses me off is that he's hurting Ruka. Yeah, unfortunately, he is. Unfortunately, Kazuya is handling Ruka very poorly. Really fucking poorly. And in part, it is kind of on Ruka. Just a small part. And that part is solely because Ruka has made it so Kazuya can't really open up to her. Ruka has made it so Kazuya can't really open up to her. So in that sense, it's a little bit on part on Ruka. Kazuya can't fucking tell her. But the truth is Kazuya is handling Ruka fucking terribly. Things happened after Kazuya started dating with Ruka is Kazuya's fault, setting boundaries, etc. But I believe beginning of that relationship or the choice of Kazuya was to protect Chizuru, not because of his own will. And that's not right. That's not right. I don't agree with that. You literally just said it's not solely on Kazuya. Well, now you're saying it's solely on Chizuru in this framing. He did have a will in that situation. And he could have stuck to that will. He chose not to. Now, that's not completely on him. Chizuru told him to. Chizuru pushed him in that particular direction. That's not completely on Kazuya. But it's still a choice he made. It is still ultimately a choice he made. He had another plan. He had a whole other plan, right? And he could have stuck to it, and he chose to listen to Chizuru. That doesn't mean either or is particularly more at fault. Kazuya ultimately made a choice. Chizuru ultimately pushed him into it a little bit too. That's just that simple. But the truth is, Kazuya does have to handle the relationship significantly better, and Chizuru does have to be clear to Ruka and tell her her own actual feelings and be honest to her. That's where I can agree with. But that's the thing. Kazuya has to be clear about, like, hey, Ruka, like, I'm sorry. I don't want to lead you the fuck on, but he is. That's where I'm saying it's Kazuya's fucking fault. He is leading Ruka the fuck on. That's the unfortunate truth. He doesn't mean to, but he is. Like, literally, it's a person who has good intentions, but he believes his own lies. That's the sad truth of Kazuya. He has good intentions, but he's starting to believe his own fucking lies. And in contrast, I think Chizuru is trying to find an answer. You're misinterpreting my words. I'm not saying it is 100% either of them, but it is their collective responsibility, and Kazuya beginning Ruka's relationship was to protect Chizuru things. I think that's in part an excuse. I'm saying Kazuya doing it to protect Chizuru is in part an excuse. You shouldn't start a relationship like that. And that's just not right. Kazuya knew this, but he stuck with it. I'm saying you're saying that Kazuya did it in part to protect Chizuru. I'm saying that's not completely true. I'm saying in part Kazuya agreed to it because Chizuru pushed him into it. Sure. But he still agreed. Let's not pretend like he didn't. He did. And unfortunately, like, yeah, Ruka shouldn't be completely Kazuya's responsibility, right? Ruka shouldn't be completely Kazuya's responsibility. She was trouble at the start, right? And Kazuya should not have had to handle her alone. That is true. That's actually one of the conflicts of Ruka and Chizuru. Of Kazuya and Chizuru when Umi first shows up, right? When Umi first shows up, it's literally because Chizuru had not contacted Kazuya in a while, and she felt bad, so she wanted to get a gift for Kazuya to tell him he doesn't have to go through Ruka. He doesn't have to go with Ruka alone. He doesn't have to deal with her alone, right? And that's the thing, right? That's the thing with that. It's like, yeah, they should deal with Ruka together, but Kazuya did still ultimately make a choice. He did. It was still a choice he made, and that's just the truth. Right? Even if it was a choice to protect someone else, it's still a choice. That's just the unfortunate truth of life, is like, you still made a choice, right? Even if it's not like fully your own choice, it's still a choice. You still made one. That doesn't mean that Chizuru's 100% not guilty. I didn't say she was. Okay, I think we're talking past each other. Never stop, we're talking past each other. I'm saying Chizuru is not 100% not guilty. That's never the point. Chizuru never said she was, right? Chizuru never said she wasn't at fault for Ruka. That's the reason Chizuru is trying not to deal with Ruka right away is because she wants to find the right way to do it. That's just the truth. I'm saying how Kazuya is handling Ruka now is terrible, and it is bad. And I think how Kazuya has handled Ruka, even though he's had support, has been fucking terrible. Yes, I do agree it should be both. I do agree it should be both. I'm just saying how Kazuya has handled Ruka has been shit. But Chizuru hasn't done anything particularly bad to Ruka besides meeting Kazuya in secret. That's the only thing Chizuru has done. But Ruka has seemingly made it that way by design. So in part, that's Ruka's fucking fault. Right? The reason Chizuru interacts with Kazuya in secret is because every time she's tried to not in secret, Ruka caused a whole big fuss. So in part, that's Ruka's fucking fault. But Kazuya handling Ruka the way that he is, that's a whole other fucking ballgame, right? Chizuru and Kazuya meeting in secret, partially Ruka's fault. She created that very situation. She lost her shit every time Kazuya was around Chizuru. So naturally, Kazuya can't interact with her in secret, and Chizuru can't keep doing that. So literally, Chizuru did what she did in terms of Ruka because of that situation. I'm saying Kazuya could keep the secret with Chizuru and not lead Ruka the fuck on. But he is, in his misguided attempt to make things work out with Chizuru. I can prove this because what did Kazuya fucking do? When Kazuya goes on the date with Ruka in chapter 347, what is he doing? He gets a fucking credit card for his date with Chizuru, and Ruka helps him make the credit card. She helps him get it. She thinks she's helping him with something meaningful in his life, and she did something great for him. She doesn't realize he's getting this card to fucking break up with her. That's fucked up. Kazuya doesn't see this. Kazuya doesn't realize, right? And then he turns his head, no, stupid, why am I thinking about this right now? And then what happens afterwards, right? Ruka sees Kazuya happy. She sees Kazuya happy. She's like, I did this for him. I'm so happy he's happy. She kisses him. And Kazuya freaks. Right? And he's like, oh, this is exactly why something needs to change, right? This is what I gotta do. But he's giving himself a fucking excuse. Like, who are we kidding, dude? She got you a credit card thinking she's helping you, when in reality you're using the credit card to fucking break up with her. That's fucked up. I'm sorry, this is fucked up. Kazuya doesn't realize it's fucked up, right? And then Kazuya constantly talks about protecting a secret, right? Throughout this entire date, Kazuya constantly talks about he has to protect the secret, but what is he doing for most of it? Right? Throughout most of the thing, Kazuya is literally doing the opposite, right? First, he's literally not being aware of his surroundings and the shit that he's carrying, right? He's like, oh, I have to keep this a secret. First thing that happens, Ruka smells something on him, right? Did you change your fabric softener? Step one, you should have used the same fabric softener so this wouldn't fucking happen. Step two, don't get Ruka involved in your bullshit. You could have gotten this at any other point. You didn't need fucking Ruka involved in your bullshit. Instead, he does involve her, right? Right, so this is the opposite of protecting a secret. Then, he drops his fucking receipt. Bro. Right? Makes an excuse. Then, still, I feel kind of guilty about having her help me get a card. No. I was going to get this card regardless. It's not only for Mizuhara's sake, his favorite excuse. It is a fucking excuse. Right? And he keeps making more excuses. He keeps running from the problem. He's not confronting Ruka honestly. He's not being honest with Ruka. He could handle it very differently, but he isn't, and it ultimately results in this shit. Right? It ultimately results in something really private for Ruka and him getting all up in that business. It's like, bro. Right? And this is the point of what Reishi's writing. I say the blame percent on all three of them is 60%. What? I don't know what that means. I'm just saying all of this. Oh, this is Kazuya's fucking fault. All of this is Kazuya's fucking fault. Right? The sad truth is almost everything that happens in this chapter, Kazuya's fucking fault. Because Ruka trusts him blindly. Ruka just completely trusts him. She doesn't think he's doing anything shitty. And it's like, yeah, in part that's on Ruka, right? Like, there's a scene in here that's on Ruka, but it's also on Kazuya. This scene in particular is right here. Kazuya lets her get a keychain. Okay, that's fine. There's no issues. Why did you give her the key and not expect her to do this? Right? So this is a part of Ruka that's kind of shitty. It's like she assumes she can just take the old one off. That's in part on Ruka. This is in part on Ruka, right? She took that thing off and just like doesn't expect Kazuya to want to keep it, right? Just because she put hers on. I think that's actually Ruka. This is a good symbolism of Ruka's character, that she would take off Chizuru's keychain and not expect Kazuya to want to keep it on just because she got him something. I think that's a good metaphor for Ruka's character. Just because I got you something, you shouldn't keep this other thing that matters to you. That, in my opinion, is a better representation of what Ruka's character is, right? In this particular situation, that she is kind of selfish in that way. She doesn't mean to be, right? She gives it back to him, but at the same time, it's like it's kind of, it reflects her own immaturity, right? It reflects her own immaturity that if she gives him something, you don't need this other thing anymore, right? It's literally how she views the relationship with Chizuru, right? I'm giving you this thing, you don't need Chizuru. And that shows Ruka's immaturity when it comes to love, right? That she doesn't actually fully understand love, that Kazuya can't open up to her because of how she acts. That is in part on Ruka, right? This kind of stuff is on Ruka. I say the blame is on all three of them, 60%. Kazuya 25, Chizuru 25, and then Ruka is 15. I don't. Does that even add up? I don't know how that adds up. Oh, Kazuya is 60, Chizuru is 25, Ruka is 15. I think Ruka and Chizuru should kind of be split evenly. And before, I would say it was more balanced. I'd say before it was like 1/3 everybody. I think now it's like 2/3 Kazuya. I think now it's like 2/3 Kazuya, and then both Chizuru and Ruka fall into the 1/3, right? But I do think like at this point it's more Kazuya. At least I think at this point it's more Kazuya. Also, yeah, that doesn't add up to, or wait, that does actually add up to, yeah, no, that does add up. Never mind. Yeah, it does. It does. No, it does. Yeah. 60 plus 25 is 75. Wait, what? No, it's 85. It's 85 plus the 15, 100. Yeah, there we go. No, it's 100. No, it's 100. Count it. Kazuya is 60, Chizuru is 25, Ruka is 15. It adds to 100. I don't agree with the count, but it does add to 100. I think now Chizuru and Ruka are kind of evened out a little bit. I think Chizuru and Ruka are a little more evened out. I think Ruka, Ruka actually has a bit more responsibility. No, it's 100. 60 plus 25 equals what? 85. You add 15% to that. What does that give you? 100. Oh yeah, I read it wrong. Y'all are so fucking goofy. Yeah, my girlfriend and the girlfriend and drawing the line. Yeah. Is there anything else I want to talk about? I can read what Mute wrote. Profile. Where's Mute? There's Mute. Okay. Let's read this real quick. Reflection and thoughts on Satisfaction 389. Oh, would you shut up about it's easy math? Who cares? Who cares? It happens. It's not a big deal. We all miscount. It's normal. The theme this time is Kazuya's delusions and Chizuru facing reality. Since the Slice of Life episode, there's less analysis. It's mostly just impressions. Oh yeah, one thing I did want to point out, I think Reiji did something really interesting in chapter 393. One thing I felt when starting chapter 393 is that this dream that Reiji draws, I feel like it's really important. And the reason I say this is because he goes out of his way to try and not make it feel weird. To try and not make it feel like it shouldn't exist. Like this is like, he tries to make this feel natural. Not just to reflect Kazuya's mentality, but that this is a natural progression of events. That this is normal. Whereas Kazuya tries to deny it's normal. Where Kazuya tells himself it's not normal. This is actually normal. And Kazuya's telling himself, like he wakes up when she says, "I love you." But that's actually normal, right? In reality, what's not normal is what Kazuya himself is doing. In that sense, I think what this is a double red herring. This is what's actually happening, right? This is the truth. This is what's actually supposed to happen, right? Whereas the stuff Kazuya talks about is not actually happening. The stuff Kazuya talks about is delusional, right? It's literally stuff that's reflective of the dream. The dream is the natural progression of events. This thing, what Kazuya is thinking here, that's actually the unnatural progression of events. I think that's actually the secret of this chapter is natural versus unnatural progression. And that's why you have Kazuya be told to go to get a license, because that is a natural progression for his character, because he literally does need it for his life. Whereas the other things, he doesn't actually fucking need them. And his natural progression ultimately leads him to a collision course with Mami's character. This is actually kind of brilliant writing, whereas like every single thing Reiji shows you matters. And I think Reiji showing you that dream is very important, because it's literally the whole point that it's real. That dream is in many ways real. It's supposed to be happening, right? That dream is supposed to actually be happening. That's what's gonna happen soon. But you're literally just not seeing it. But it's also adult. It reflects Kazuya's like adult nature in contrast to Chizuru's innocence, right? Because this isn't how Chizuru kissed him, right? I think that's the other part of this, is like there is an unnatural element to this natural progression. And it's literally how Chizuru kisses him, because it's too adult, right? Whereas when Chizuru kissed him, it's a very innocent kiss, right? And it reflects his own mentality, right? That he has this like very adult image of Chizuru, whereas when she kissed him, the kiss is very, very innocent. So there's another layer to this, whereas like this kissing thing reflects his reality, but it's actually unnatural for Chizuru's character, who's actually quite innocent, but there is also a truth to it, you know? I think that's kind of cool, just that little details of how Reiji depicts it. Kazuya's delusions and Chizuru facing reality. Okay. The events are giving you the red herring that they're not going to get it together. In reality, these events are actually telling you exactly what's going to happen. That they are going to get together. It's a double red herring. The dream is intentionally drawn in a way to not make you feel too worried or scared. It's intentionally drawn in that way. Reiji goes out of his way to make this feel real. He goes out of his way to make this feel real and not something weird or unnatural. The way he draws it, the way it's not like there's no like weird dream shit in it. It feels super real and vivid. And that's because this is where we're actually going. We're just being led to believe that's not where we're going. That's the whole idea, right? It's a double red herring. Its existence is the red herring, right? Its existence is the red herring, right? Like it's like, oh, it's a red herring. Oh no, we're not gonna go this way. He's scaring us. He's giving you the red flag, but the red flag is the thing that's misleading you. The YouTubers Hana-kun couple served as the model. It was also featured on the OBA of volume 36 of the manga. Oh yeah, so like the people Reiji depicts in this chapter also had like an interview for volume 36. I had like a whole thing written for that. So yeah, those are the people that apparently served as the model here, which is kind of cool. Like he literally depicted them in the manga when they did an interview talking about the manga, which is kind of cool. I have absolutely no interest in other people's private lives, but Kazuya has a strong tendency to be addicted to social media. So he seems like he seems likely to easily believe baseless claims like 90% confession success rates, right? Yeah, and it is baseless, right? It's been a while since we've had a cover illustration of Chizuru's outfit coordination. The caption, "In the jealousy-filled entertainment industry," don't stand out too much. Feels a bit lonely. I thought the entertainment industry was all about the standing out to succeed, but it seems that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, doesn't it? Well, that's the thing. Chizuru's I think that's a bit of a misinterpretation. Chizuru's in particular trying to avoid something, right? There's something she's trying to avoid, right? The attention of other people. So I think that's by design. Kazuya, who takes social media at face value and doesn't take any action against Chizuru, attaching the reasons of so as not to get in the way. The fact that he thinks he can't get a drive date right after getting his license might be, in a way, positive personality, but it feels like he's setting up all sorts of flags, right? Flags. Just constant flags. Reiji's like constantly giving you flags, knowing what you're thinking. Only the scenes where Chizuru takes off her bra is depicted, but she probably changed it to a sports bra afterwards, right? Thinking sweating after exercise is one reason, but the main reason for into sports bra are purportedly the following. Well, yeah, she clearly changed into a sports bra. Like that'd be stupid if she didn't. Vibration suppression, moisture, blah blah blah, easy movement. Yeah, it's very clear Chizuru changed into a sports bra. Like, let's be real. By drawing the GK in the shot feint and then sending a gentle pass, allowing a shot into an open goal, it really expresses Umi's kindness towards a girl, doesn't it? Holding hands instead of high five is so naturally playboy, huh? And yet, Chizuru's expression shows she doesn't seem to feel anything about it. Yep. Now, what happened here? Stopping a floating pass with an outside trap and scoring a goal. It was Soichiro Nagi. Umi-kun wanted to show off to Chizuru, but seems he ended up falling for Chizuru all over again. Interesting. But yeah, Umi did get like a little bit overzealous, right? Umi-kun seems to have realized that Chizuru's expression that it's not good news. Chizuru tries to interrupt Umi-kun's words to convey something, but is that a rejection in response to Umi-kun's confession? And if so, will Umi-kun ask for the reason Chizuru refused? Will Chizuru mention Kazuya? There are various possibilities, aren't there? Let's see. Due to Kazuya's delusions, Umi-kun has completely been pigeonholed into an NTR character. But in reality, I think he's not a bad person. Even a Japanese fan says what I've been fucking saying this whole time. He helped with the crowdfunding and he hasn't made any disparaging remarks about Kazuya. It does feel like he changes partners one after another, but I think he's serious about Chizuru. However, I'm curious to see what kind of attitude Umi-kun will take if Chizuru says something like, I like Kazuya, so I can't go out with Umi-kun in the future. Well, that's not what I think it is, you know? That's not what I think it is. I want to face it with all my might. Depending on whether this is Chizuru's line or Umi-kun's line, it changes, but if it's Chizuru, it's something like she wants to face the stage with all of her might, so she can't date Umi-kun, right? I don't think she'd say she wants to face Kazuya because she likes Kazuya. What's this? For someone I don't dislike to someone I want to face with all my heart, I hope these are Chizuru's lines. It's what I think Umi-kun vibes, but also changes bit by bit as it appears, hasn't it? It's interesting how Umi's hair has grown. Like there's more to hide. Whereas before there wasn't really much to hide, right? Now there's that now his hair like hides a lot. It's like he's become more and more of a mystery as the story's continued. That's a cool detail. I think that's everything. The Reddit would be scorched earth, but it kind of always is. The absolute meltdown on this app from people will be insane. Yeah, if my theory comes true. It's so fascinating to me how people are so convinced Umi's a terrible fucking person when literally he's just shown us otherwise. Like the only time Umi acted shitty was during the thing where he baited Chizuru into that. That's it. That's the only time Umi's actually acted shitty. And then Chizuru still kept interacting with him. It's like he's not actually a shitty fucking person. Right? It's literally like he's not actually a shitty fucking person. Right? Chizuru doesn't interact with Mami ever. She literally does not talk to Mami whatsoever. Because she fucking hates her. Right? Chizuru like has like a deep despise for Mami. And she doesn't want to feel this way, but she's just not gonna talk to her. Right? So I think like if you realize that, Chizuru would not fucking talk to Umi. It's almost like he's not actually shitty. I will love to analyze the shit out of that. Next chapter will be great for me. I'm telling you. I'll love to analyze the shit out of that chapter. We'll have to see. It'll be fun. Analyzing the current chapter was also fun. Like getting into it. There was a lot of like hidden details. Heck, we went back so much and like understand so much just from this chapter alone when we realized like, oh, what it could mean, right? I think that's so interesting. Like Kazuya literally saying, I'm going to confess my feelings to Chizuru. And I'm like, bro, what if that's literally what she's trying to do for you, you stupid idiot, right? Chizuru doesn't want you to confess. She wants to confess to you, you stupid fool, right? Isn't that right, Mizuhara? I know I'm right. I'm ready. Let's do this. Fool. Kazuya already tried to Ruka is stubborn as fuck. Bro, let's not get into this. Not to revive the Ruka topic, but would you say Chizuru was actually serious about helping Kazuya get a girlfriend? I mean, besides the time she confronted Mami at the bridge. Yeah, she's serious. She really deeply values Kazuya and wanted him to get a fucking girlfriend. In part, she wanted to be his girlfriend, but she didn't think like she could be. Right? A part of her doubted she could ever be his girlfriend. So she did want to help him get a girlfriend, but then when they started focusing on the movie, that was a whole other different problem. Was Chizuru hesitating to push Kazuya into Ruka because she was scared of Ruka stealing Kazuya from her? So I think Chizuru started being honest with her feelings for Kazuya after Kazuya saw the play. That's where Chizuru started to become more serious about her feelings for Kazuya. And she started acting on those feelings more, especially on his birthday. She really acted on those feelings. She really like went after him, even though she's like, "Why the fuck did I do that?" She's like, she knew why secretly. She was kind of like lying to herself, but she started actually acting on those feelings. What did happen is that when the movie started, it was like her love for him really started to blossom and grow, but she kind of she wanted to focus on the movie. Once the movie was done, things started to get complicated because of what happened with Sayuri. And Chizuru started to have like fears and anxieties because of her grief. She was afraid she might lose Kazuya, even though in particular, like how Kazuya like didn't hug her and stuff. And then she started to bring him more into her life, right? She started to interact with him more. She started involving him more. And then Mami came in and played directly into Chizuru's fears and anxieties and scared the ever living shit out of her, and made her super afraid to lose everything. And so she really wanted to protect this, but Chizuru was literally going through fucking grief, dude. So even though she did what she did in Hawaiians, she was not okay. She was a total fucking wreck. She felt like she had to control her feelings. She felt like she had to walk away because everyone was telling her she should walk away. So literally, it just got under Chizuru's skin. It scared the shit out of her, dude. So literally, she just kind of walled off, right? She just kind of felt scared and alone. And Kazuya needed to be comfort for her, but he was in no fucking position to. He was consumed by his own fears, right? So he couldn't really be that for her, right? He was falling the fuck apart. And so after that, it's literally them. When Minnie shows up, that she was the bridge they needed, and then literally they start working on that shit together. Right? They start working on that stuff together. They start rebuilding, and then Kazuya start getting caught up more in his insecurities, whereas Chizuru feels like she did something wrong and she has to fix something all because of Hawaiians, when it wasn't really all her fault, and that's just the truth. She didn't have to atone constantly. That's just not what was going on. The 3-month time skip was both of their faults. Chizuru was the base. Is Chizuru still grieving now? A little bit, yeah. Her family's fucking gone. What do you fucking mean is Chizuru still grieving now? You think grief just fucking disappears? You think grief just goes away after a little bit? You grieve forever, dude. Like eventually it'll fade a little bit, right? It'll just won't be like a massive hole, but it's still gonna be there. You think Chizuru will get over losing her entire fucking family in the span of like 4 months, 5 months? You're kidding. Like, it's only been like 5 or 6 months since she lost her family. Like, she's not gonna get fucking over it just like that. You need a lot more time, dude. The bra Chizuru is wearing looks similar to chapter 371's cover. Interesting. It's a weird thing to notice, but okay. 371. It does look similar. Not really. No, it's actually not. Yeah, it's actually not. It just looks similar from a POV. Damn. Poor girl. Heart's beating out of her chest. Oh, and that was the thing, touch. That's another thing at play here. Yep, that's definitely gonna be like, I think that's gonna be like the layers of it. It's like affection, touch, and confession. And those are all things Chizuru's gonna try to change in some way. right? She wants to probably show more affection. She wants to show her feelings more. She wants him to understand how she feels more. She literally wants to be a better girlfriend. I think that's literally what she's trying to do. She's trying to be a better real girlfriend, not just a fictional girlfriend. And Kazuya still doesn't see it and doesn't realize that that's what she's trying to do. She's literally trying to change for him. That's why I kind of thought like it could be something like Umi and Chizuru get into like a practice relationship or something, kind of like Ruka. That's kind of why I thought it would be. All right, that's one of my guesses. Is like they get into like a practice relationship, but I don't even know about that. You know. Chizuru wants to be more like Ruka. Ruka is a really good girlfriend, in my opinion. Yeah, not really. Chizuru is actually a much better girlfriend. Like, even when acting, she's a better girlfriend. I think Ruka is just better at showing affection. Like, when you see Ruka's affection, you immediately understand, oh, yeah, she's in love. That's the issue. When you see Ruka's affection, your immediate thought is, oh, yeah, she's in love, right? Like, it's just so clear. It's so obvious. That's what Chizuru envies. That's literally what she said in chapter 233 in the 3-month time skip. All right, if we go back to the 3-month time skip, literally, what does Chizuru say to Minnie? Right, when Chizuru starts talking about Ruka, the wording I think connects to all of this, right? There's the layers all connect, right? The moment she starts talking about Ruka, I really hurt her. To begin with, I'm the one who pushed him into it. If this was where our scheme has taken us, I can't keep going any further. So that's why it's perfectly Mizuhara-esque answer. But that's you're in love, so you can't be expected to do. I don't know. I don't understand myself. Why did I say such things? It's true that I have no regrets. I do it again and again, just like that given a chance. But I just don't know. Why did I do such a thing right in front of Ruka-chan? Was I thinking I did it to protect him? Despite that, these feelings of mine, there's no words for them to make her understand. Right? Chizuru wants to probably make Ruka understand. That's a part of it. Minnie says it's love. Isn't that fascinating? She could see Chizuru's love here, but she couldn't see Chizuru's love when she was in her room, right? How fascinating that you literally see this contrast, right? Minnie literally can't see Chizuru as deeply in love when it's literally right in fucking front of her. But when Chizuru like says, "I don't know," Minnie can proudly say, "You're in love." How fucking ironic. Let's see here. You might have kept a lid on your emotions because it's your job, but there are times where you can't help it. You're a kind person, Mizuhara-san. It's so interesting. She used to call her Mizuhara-san. Now she calls her Chizuru. That's so fascinating. How Minnie is the one who calls her Chizuru now, whereas Kazuya still calls her Mizuhara. Because Minnie is the one who got to live with her, not Kazuya. There's no need to think so little of your rental persona. I truly believe you are kind to master because you're such a kind person yourself, but you're just running away, aren't you? If you don't understand your own feelings, that's all the more reason for you to talk it out. Saying that you're a rental girlfriend and that means you have to keep a lid on your emotions is just making excuses, don't you think? Going no contact is the worst thing you can do. Doing that over and over is how we got dragged into this mess, right? To a place where there's no going back. There's no need to go back. This is where it gets interesting, right? So it's like, okay, Ruka-chan's the one who's truly in love, shouting it at the top of her lungs that she loves him with no reservation at all. I can't stop over someone's feelings of love with these feelings I don't understand. She can be so passionate. I envy her for that, right? Ruka is passionate. Chizuru is not passionate, right? When you look at Chizuru, you think, oh my god, she doesn't have the same feelings, right? Ruka is more in love. Ruka should be with Kazuya, right? Because she's clearly more in love. She shows it more. She cares more, right? But Chizuru clearly fucking cares a whole lot more. Like she'll go ballistic, crazy bullshit for Kazuya, right? Ruka can't do the same shit, right? Ruka has tried, but she can't fucking do it. Like she in fact, Ruka is a little more selfish without meaning to. It's not that she's a bad person. It's just like what Chizuru and Kazuya have is not quite to the extent that Ruka has, you know. Well, that may be true. It's not like all this stuff is always easy to figure out. But even so, I can't bear to see Master in his current state. I want you to talk to him. I know what you're about to say, but even after being confessed to, if that's your reason, then honestly, you suck. This was something I think Chizuru needed to hear here, and I think she knew she needed to hear this. That's why she lets Minnie into her house, right? She knew she needed to let Minnie into her house. But I think, isn't it fascinating that, like, we're back to this situation, seemingly, but now it makes you wonder who's actually the issue here, right? It's clearly Kazuya, right? Before it's like, okay, Chizuru needs to talk to him. Chizuru has to step up here, right? Kazuya can't fucking move. Chizuru has to step up here, right? But now, Kazuya is the one who's not moving. Kazuya is the one, like, she confessed to him pretty much. She fucking kissed him. And he did nothing. Then honestly, you suck. What else should I think? Master wants something from you, and to me, it looks like you're ready to answer that desire. Chizuru wants something from you, and to me, it looks like you're ready to answer that desire, so the fuck won't you, Kazuya? Right? I want you to man up and face Master's feelings. I want you to man up and face Chizuru's feelings, right? But then, no, that's not what... Minnie doesn't say any of this stuff, right? So it feels like Kazuya needs to hear this from someone. And it feels like Kazuya needs to fucking hear this shit from someone, right? He's just running away. Right now, Kazuya is just running away from Chizuru's feelings. Let's be fucking real. He is. He's just running away from Chizuru's feelings, right? And it feels like Chizuru feels like she has to do more. In reality, Kazuya is the one who has to, like, Umi's the one who has to, like, yo, Kazuya, you fucking idiot. You gotta go talk to her, you stupid dipshit. No, when Chizuru says Ruka-chan's the one who's truly in love, she's talking about koi, romantic love. Huh. Fascinating. That's interesting. But then later she starts talking about I and koi. And then the date is called koi because Chizuru is trying to emulate Ruka. Whack. That's crazy. And then she starts wondering what even is love. Because she realizes, okay, I do want to be with him, but is that love? Huh. Wow. There's so many layers to this. Damn, Reishi be fucking cooking. Reishi be fucking cooking, dude. That's crazy. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Has Minnie confessed to Kazuya? She hasn't, but it's blatant. No, I don't think... I think Minnie caught feelings for Kazuya, but it's like in her admiration. Minnie is kind of like a mirror to Umi. I think Minnie is kind of like a mirror to Umi in that sense. Minnie caught feelings for Kazuya in her admiration for him, just like Umi caught feelings for Chizuru in his admiration for her. But those aren't like it's not... you know, you're kind of fucking lying to yourself, right? You're forming a relationship based on a fucking lie. You're not actually being honest. I think that's the whole point between Minnie and Umi, right? Minnie, at least Umi did something about it. Minnie's too much of a fucking coward to do anything. And she's going to have to, like, face her feelings eventually. Basically, I'm saying Kazuya has had a practice date with Minnie, so it's not hypocritical if Chizuru does it with Umi. Oh, that could make some sense. She has a practice date with Umi. Yeah, that could make some sense. If Kuryo was the one to tell him that he is being stupid, it would be earth-shattering since he is the most right character, and so therefore he used the least. Yeah, Curry like calls this shit out for what it is, bro. How long have I been streaming? Okay, I'll end in like 10 minutes. I don't want to keep going. I'm getting tired. I'm starting to feel it in my throat. That's not a good sign. What time is it? It's almost 5. Or no, it's just 4 o'clock. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I'll... was there anything else we want to talk about? So yeah, our theory for next time is that... yeah, the bras are different. The bra we see here is completely different from the bra we see there. And I want you to notice how Chizuru almost feels bad about the kiss, but then you look at Kazuya and clearly he doesn't feel bad about it. And it feels like Chizuru is being shadowed. I think that's a really interesting part. It's like Chizuru is not visible, right? Chizuru is like really zoomed in when it comes to the kiss. It's like Chizuru isn't visible. And then she literally takes off these clothes when thinking of the kiss, right? I think that's so fascinating. She takes off these clothes when thinking of the kiss. It's like she wants to keep them on for the kiss, but she has to take them off for them. Or she has to do this for the kiss, just literally to mirror Kazuya, who thinks he has to get a fucking license to get another kiss. Okay, Wiz, you're gonna get a timeout for that. Let's just not talk about the stupid. Oh, we're gonna catch feelings and blah blah blah. Unbelievable, man. Like Chizuru maybe returns the gift box from the barbecue. What? What if that was like nothing? What? That seems really fucking random. That's so fucking random. That would be so unbelievably fucking random. What? That's what? It would be Dakanyama talk is what we got to learn about. I feel like we won't actually know the details of that talk. I don't think we'll actually know the details of that talk until Kazuya confronts Chizuru and Umi. I don't think we'll know the actual details of that talk. We're not gonna know things. We're gonna get a reveal next chapter, but we're not gonna actually know things. In particular, we're not gonna know anything about Umi, I don't think. We are gonna get a reveal about Chizuru. We're definitely gonna get a reveal about Chizuru and what she needs Umi for. We're not gonna get a reveal about Dakanyama. I think we're not supposed to. Not yet. Not yet. Clearly not yet. Reiji's clearly intentionally building that up in secret. And then he's gonna like pull a big one underneath us and be like, "Oh, you're all fucking stupid." That's what Reiji's cooking, I think. Right? That's all gonna be like pulled from underneath our feet and be like, "Oh shit, that's what he was cooking. Crazy." What about the selfies? So what? Maybe Umi was literally just being Kazuya's buddy, and it's not anything serious. Again, we're also why are people so insistent like Umi's fucking malicious? It's really weird. It's really fucking weird. Like people are so insistent Umi's malicious when he's not. Like he's shown he's not. The only time he was malicious was literally malicious. Was when they went on that outing. And then here they are. Chizuru is like literally with him in a secluded spot. There's literally nobody else there. She feels safe enough to be in a secluded spot with him, and there's nobody else there. I feel like that's pretty fucking telling. Hey, y'all are weird, bro. How are we doing on time? 2:53. What else should I talk about? Here, I'll just go and read Verka's post on Reddit. I think that's a good idea. Should I not read this? I feel like I shouldn't read this. Nope, not gonna read this. This seems like a bad idea. Here, I'll just save it to read it later on my own. I don't feel like I should read this. Oh yeah, I love this artist. Serious discussion. If you trust Chizuru, you can trust Umi as well. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I thought I wrote a lot. All right. Yep, it was probably not that chapter. Chizuru didn't actually talk to Umi yet. Next week, I really don't feel like writing a long analysis this week, but I said this last week too. Kazuya is watching videos about car dates. He can totally see this working out. It is new, it's different, it wouldn't be allowed as a rental date, and he would be very flexible to where he to take her. It was all the elements needed to make such a date feel special. Of course, he isn't doing it for anything perverted. Well, it's not just for that, but it could happen if he confessed and she accepted, right? He looks up driving schools, but they are pretty expensive. Time to actually spend his money on something useful. Oh, yeah, he wasted his money on stupid crap before. We shift to Chizuru. She is getting changed for Footsal. The play is outside, not in the hall, but I guess they are using the Footsal rules. Chizuru is still thinking about the kiss with Kazuya. It's still clearly in her mind. We know a few of people there. We know Umi, of course. We know Shiori. She played the lead role in Chizuru's first play. We also know Yude playing number 10 from Umi's Party, chapter 177. It looks like those are some of the people from Chizuru's acting classes. She seems to know them quite well, and she seems to get along with them. Umi actually looks like a team player here. He passes the ball to Shiori, who scores as easy goals, even though she doesn't seem very good at the game. She seems overwhelmed and quite exhausted. Umi still congratulates her. Shiori asks Chizuru to take her place. Yeah, and this is supposed to be like a nod to Chizuru being a replacement, you know? Chizuru is actually skilled at the game, as with everything she's giving it her best. When Umi passed the ball to her too high, she still trapped it and was able to score a goal. Chizuru talks to Umi after the play. She thanks him for inviting her. They indeed talked about Chizuru coming to Futsal before chapter 30. Chizuru says that she doesn't have any special experience. Umi tells her that she is gifted by heaven. He continues, even when she tries to talk, she's gifted at everything, and yet she's trying her best every day. She must really be blessed by God, and still seems to be taking acting classes. Umi says he admires those things about her. It sounds like he's envious, doesn't it? Yeah, he does seem kind of envious. But maybe he's praising her, right? So that she doesn't need to change. Anyway, Chizuru finally gets an opportunity to tell. I think Umi admires Chizuru the same way Minnie admires Kazuya. Anyway, Chizuru finally gets an opportunity to tell Umi why she asked him to talk, but we'll have to wait until next week to hear it. What next? The teaser for next time is I want to face it with all my might. Those words are quite similar to what Chizuru told Sumi on her birthday about Kazuya and his feelings. I guess those will be Chizuru's words again when she didn't sound totally determined last time. She seems to be now, and we have no actual clue what she'll be talking about. The last thing we have seen from Umi when Kazuya had stalked Chizuru in chapter 29 was a confession. We have not seen Chizuru reject him. People expect her to do that. They demand it. She would lose all credibility if she didn't. The scene here is at the end intentionally mirrors Chizuru wanting to talk to Kazuya at Odaiba. She rejected him there. She has to reject Umi now as well, right? I'm sure we are being misled. Kazuya did not get the full picture, and neither did we. We have not actually seen Chizuru and Umi talk at Dakanyama. It has intentionally been omitted. Umi asked Chizuru a question, but he didn't want an answer. He referred to that question again when he visited, but we don't actually know what that question was. We were just making assumptions. Let's take a quick look at back at Dakanyama. Umi talked to Kazuya, and he treated him quite friendly. He seemed interested in crowdfunding, and he showed respect for Kazuya for pulling off the movie. Then he asked him what he thought of Chizuru's statement that she did not like him. Kazuya answered that it probably meant she liked him, and Umi agreed. Kazuya later also told Chizuru about that, so she knew Umi told Kazuya what she said, but he didn't tell Kazuya who said that. Umi was probably quite aware of how Chizuru and Kazuya felt about each other. That's the situation in which Umi asked Chizuru for the talk we didn't get to see. After that talk, Chizuru seemed kind of down, and she decided to leave with Kazuya. On the way back, Kazuya asked her if she didn't want a boyfriend. That image we saw when she thought about it was Kazuya, not of Umi. Again, we are making assumptions about the talk. I think there's a good chance that the talk was actually about Kazuya. Chizuru knew Umi had talked to Kazuya about her feelings. Umi might have offered Chizuru help or advice regarding Kazuya. He said on his visit, and he didn't want to pressure her. He didn't want to pressure her though. But imagine an outrage if Chizuru answers Umi next week that she will accept his offer. Oh, that could be another way. That could be another way. Yeah, that could be another way to frame it. What we believe and how Umi is actually presented in the story seems to be two completely different characters. And that's such a good way of putting it. That's such a good way of putting it. Literally two completely different characters. That's so fitting. That's such a perfect way to describe it. You're literally, it's literally two different characters. When visiting Chizuru, Umi asks her if she talked about Frisia, her talent agency, about a few recommendations for risk management. And right after that, he confessed. But yeah, he is definitely there to help and doesn't seem to have any sort of strange fixation on Chizuru. Yeah, like, Umi's clearly not a bad guy. Like, I don't think so. I don't think it's like help, right? I don't think it's... So look, my theory is that I think Umi knows Chizuru wants to change something. We think... So the impression in this chapter... Okay. So let's start from here. These guys talk about Sakamichi supposed to come too. What, again, he lied last time. He said he's serious this time, right? He said he was serious this time. He lied last time, right? Maybe what Chizuru was saying... maybe what Umi was saying to Chizuru was that she wasn't serious before. I think maybe that could be what is said next chapter, about being serious about something. Right? Chizuru might tell Umi, I'm serious this time. I want to do this. And it'll sound bad out of context. This is, I think, what this is. Sakamichi was supposed to come to that get-together. Right? Just like Chizuru was supposed to go to this thing before. What, again, he lied last time. Chizuru said she would show up. She didn't get to, and eventually she did. Right? He said he's serious this time. Right? So Chizuru is saying she's serious this time. See how that lines up? Now let's get to this, right? Umi is saying all this stuff to Chizuru, almost to like seemingly get away from a topic, right? They're talking, but it seems like they're trying to get away from a topic. At least Umi seems to be avoiding a very particular topic. Then you continue, and again, Umi keeps praising Chizuru, keeps saying all this stuff about her, and then Chizuru confronts him, right? And it seems like Chizuru is now serious about something, right? Chizuru is now very serious about something, right? That she maybe didn't seem serious about before, right? Maybe that's what Umi actually secretly said to Chizuru, is like, I think Kazuya is serious, are you? I think that seems more like what Umi was telling Chizuru, that Chizuru wasn't serious about him. She wasn't doing enough, right? He seems serious about you. Are you serious about him? In fact, I genuinely think a lot of what Umi was doing was actually for Kazuya. And he was pushing Chizuru to be more serious about him. So here, these particular words these characters speak seem to line up with that. Which brings me to this. It feels like Chizuru is so serious, she might be like going too far and doing too much. And I think here is where I think the problem is. I think the reason Umi's constantly praising Chizuru here isn't because he's being fake as fuck. He's literally saying, I guess I just really admire these things about you. And it's like she's trying to change these things. Right? It's like she's trying to change a part of herself. Literally, what was Kazuya saying, Chizuru change, is like she's trying to change right now. Right? I think that's what's going on. Right? Chizuru is so serious, she's willing to change for the relationship in a negative way. In a way she shouldn't. And Umi's trying to stop her from going down in this direction. And that's why he keeps praising her so she doesn't do this. That's why Umi seemingly looks disappointed in the end. This picture of Umi here contrasts the picture we see earlier in chapter 3 in the chapter, right? Umi's clearly smiling here, right? Umi is very clearly smiling. Like, look at the way he smiles here and look at the way he looks here. They completely contrast, right? He's happy when she's happy, but he's clearly unhappy here. Oh, shit, you guys can't see him. I'm blocking him. Right? He's clearly happy here, and then he's clearly unhappy here because Chizuru is not doing something that makes her happy, right? What Chizuru is doing right now is not happy. You think this is about Umi. You think this is about Umi. This is about Chizuru. This is about Chizuru's feelings. This is about what Chizuru's doing. And clearly Umi is not happy with it. Because she's about to do something she may regret, right? She's about to do something like change herself. She's trying to change herself. She's trying to be something else. And literally that matches Kazuya's words. Kazuya's like, she changed, and you literally see her changing earlier, right? You literally see her changing her clothes. And that's the whole idea. And I think that lines up with this. I think that lines up with what we're being presented here. Umi's happy when she's happy. She's clearly not happy here. And whatever she's about to say isn't good. She's going to try to change herself in some negative way that isn't good. And Umi does not want that. And that's kind of why I get the impression Umi may reach out to Kazuya, because it's just like, I think Kazuya could stop her maybe, right? Or Kazuya may need to see this to understand what she's trying to do out of her love, right? Minnie can't do that. Minnie is too blinded, right? Minnie is content sticking to her role. We literally saw this before. She deeply admires Kazuya, and she's willing to stick with her role. Umi, I think, isn't. I think Umi is not content with sticking to this role, and we'll have to see. Maybe Kazuya finds it by accident. I don't think it'll be an accident. I think Umi may actually reach out to Kazuya, which makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, clearly Umi is not happy with what Chizuru's doing here, and I love how throughout all of this, you only see like one eye. Literally, like, you're not seeing the full truth here, right? You're not seeing the full truth here. You're only seeing part of the truth. That's one thing I wanted to talk about before, is like when we see Umi, when he visits Chizuru's home, one thing I really want you to pay attention to is how when he talks to Chizuru, you'll notice you can always peek behind the veil. You can always see. You can see everything. You can always see his eyes, right? You can always see behind the veil. You can always see his eyes. I think when you're seeing behind the veil of Umi here, you're actually seeing the full picture of Umi, right? But here, you're not seeing the full picture. You're only seeing half a picture, right? You're literally not seeing the full character. You're seeing only half of the character. But then here, you're seeing almost all of him, but there's something hidden still, right? You're seeing past the veil, but there's something not quite clear, right? Literally just like with the veil with Chizuru, right? You're not seeing the full picture that is Chizuru. You're seeing half of it. You can walk past the veil. You could figure everything out if you tried, right? But you're not seeing the full picture. You're seeing a part of it. You're peeking behind the curtain, right? This is what this is. You're literally peeking behind the curtain. You can see past his eyes here, right? Or past his bangs. But here, you're completely in shadow. You don't see everything. The one time you almost see Umi's other eye is when he fucks up. You literally see it. You actually see his panic, right? He fucked up. You see his panic. This is real. This shit's real. Umi's not under control here. This shit's real, right? And you're only seeing half of Umi's feelings for Chizuru here. You think he just fell in love all over again. No. This is admiration, right? This is admiration. He's also happy that she's happy, right? You're seeing half of a picture here. Even here, you're still only seeing half of the picture. You're not seeing the full picture. Even here, not the full picture, right? Here, you peeked a little bit behind the veil. This is somewhat real, right? You're seeing the other eye here, right? This is interesting. You can't see this eye here, but then here you do see this eye. It's like Umi actually believes this stuff. But again, he's still in a veil. But again, you're seeing more of him now. You're seeing the other eye. You're seeing the hidden eye, right? And then here, when he turns here, suddenly that eye is hidden again. I think that's the whole point. You're not seeing the full picture. You're getting half of the picture. And that to me is what's going on. I think Umi knows like there's more going on here and than meets the eye. He knows what's actually cooking. And he doesn't want it to happen. He doesn't think what Chizuru's doing here is good. But this conversation here is that, like, he's serious this time, right? Chizuru's serious this time, right? She literally, like the words, I have to face something with all of my might, right? She's very serious this time, but maybe too serious. Maybe she's going to lose herself in this, which is not good. And I think that's what the next chapter is going to be like. I think that's what the next chapter is going to be like. It's like Chizuru is now very serious, or at least like, She didn't look serious, but she was always serious, right? Right? He didn't come to the thing last time. Well, now he is. He's serious, right? But I don't think this is right. I think this picture is not meant to be right. Anywho, right? I think that's what the Dakinyama talk was, in my opinion. Is like, I think Umi told Chizuru, I don't think you're serious about him. At least it doesn't feel like you're serious about him. And it made Chizuru feel down because it's like, but she is kind of serious about Kazuya, but she kind of like doubts herself. Maybe like Chizuru clearly had a lot of doubts, even though Umi wasn't trying to pressure her. She clearly felt down afterwards, right? And I think that's what the talk secretly was all about at that time. His talk in the what? His smile on the left looks very distant, one that he can't reach out to. What smile on the left? Here? What are you talking about? I'm confused. That's quite definitely about Chizuru, not about Umi. She needs something. Yeah. She needs something, very clearly. When Chizuru scored, the smile is distant. His smile on the left looks very distant, the one that he can't reach out to. Yeah, I think he knows. Like, it's very clear, like, Chizuru is not, like... I think this is more so just Umi just being happy she's happy. Right? I think that's just it. But he knows he can't really reach her, right? I think he knows this. He's very content with that. I just don't think, like, what's going on now is what we think it is, So maybe it was a tiger's den for Chizuru and not Kazuya. Yeah, I think that's another way of looking at it. He looks like it's something he cannot reach out to. Yeah, yes, I know. I'm aware. I was saying the same thing. But I was saying, like, how his disappointment here contrasts his smile here. Right? I do agree. It's literally a distant smile he can't reach. But then here, there's a kind of sadness that like, there's a bit of disappointment. There's a sadness that is like, he's not happy with this result. He doesn't want this. This is wrong. But yeah. I think that's enough. I've streamed for a while. Was there anything else you guys wanted me to talk about? I asked if we could talk because... No clue. I think changing can be double symbolism. When you change, you reveal your true self, the kiss, and then you put on something else. Well, not yes and no. Here it's mid-change, but yes, this is Chizuru revealing, right? She's literally revealing herself. This is the kiss, and then she changes and takes that off and puts something else on, right? The kiss was her revealing herself in a sense. But then she changes. You see her mid-change, right? Do you want to go into the symbolism of Umi being the sea and Chizuru being the moon? Yeah. Kazuya's feelings are the sea. Kazuya's feelings are literally the sea. And Chizuru is the moon that moves the sea but cannot touch it. Touch. What is the fundamental thing here? Touch. What is the core tying factor to all of this? Touch. Chizuru wants to touch Kazuya's feelings. Right? The moon the moon influences the ocean. The ocean does not influence the moon. Literally, like, Umi cannot influence Chizuru's moon. Umi has no true sway on Chizuru's feelings. Right? But in that same sense, Kazuya's feelings are the ocean. Chizuru does not realize how much sway she has over the ocean, which is Kazuya's feelings. And she wants to be able to touch Kazuya's feelings. Not touch Umi, touch Kazuya's feelings. right? I think that's the hidden metaphor in that. That's why Chizuru has the entire moon motif. Kazuya's feelings are represented in the ocean, right? Chizuru feels like she cannot touch the ocean because she is the moon. So literally, this all comes back to touch. This seems to always all come back to touch. Touching, being close to someone. Ruka constantly touches Kazuya. The moon can never touch the sea. Yeah. That's the whole point of the opening song for season 4, Umitsuki. It's literally Kazuya's emotions being reflected onto Chizuru's moving with Chizuru's feelings. And Umitsuki, the way you write that kanji is the same as jellyfish. What can't you do with a jellyfish? What shouldn't you do with a jellyfish? Touch it, because it hurts. You'll literally get stung if you touch a jellyfish. It's even in Finding Nemo. It's literally in Finding Nemo. They touch jellyfish and they get burned. And Dory gets really hurt. Yeah. So touch is seems to be a very big thing here. I've said this in the last chapter too. Touching seems to be a very massive thing here. I just don't know the specific details of it, you know? You even see it here, right? Umi, what is it? Umi always maintains boundaries with Chizuru, but then he touches Shiori's hand very casually. Regardless, it seems like touch, affection, and conveying our feelings is a big, massive theme here. Is Reiji a Disney fan by any chance? I have no clue. He does watch Disney movies. He watches. I would say more accurately, Reiji's a massive movie fan. Reiji really likes movies. Without the moon, water bending is impossible. Why the fuck are we talking about water bending? Like, I get it. That makes thematically, that makes a lot of sense, right? Like, because it's literally like the ocean, right? You can't do anything without the moon. But that's the thing, is like, you need that balance. She's not one for casual touch, because she overthinks everything, but she craves that touch. Umi once touched Chizuru when she tripped. Perhaps that was the only time. I don't know what that means. I mean, yeah, he did touch her when she almost tripped. I did find that scene very fascinating because he said to Chizuru, "You're very fragile," but she's not. Right? He literally told Chizuru, "Oh, you're very fragile." She's like, "Oh, no, I'm fucking not." She didn't say that, but she's not. And Chizuru has never like been fragile. She's always been tough. Like, Chizuru isn't fucking weak. That was the whole point of that scene, is like Umi didn't really see Chizuru, right? He was just trying to look cool. He was just trying to look cool. He wasn't saying, like, he wasn't actually seeing how tough she is. Whereas here, Umi clearly sees how tough she is, right? Umi here clearly sees how tough Chizuru is. Whereas before, he was like, "Oh, you're fragile, right? You're fragile." But then he actually knows she's tough now, right? No, he wasn't being a gentleman there. In that scene, he wasn't being a gentleman. He was showing off. No, Umi in that scene was not being a gentleman. Look, Umi in the not date thing is not the same Umi throughout the story. When you're seeing Umi in that scene, you're seeing Umi at his fucking worst. Okay? Umi in that scene is literally at his worst. He's not a good character in that scene. He's not being a good person. Umi's literally in a terrible place. He wasn't being a gentleman there. A gentleman would not like tug at her arm like he did. He literally tugs at her arm because he's trying to look cool. He could have done it a different way. He could have done it many different ways. He chose that particular way. Umi in that scene was not good. We were seeing Umi at a very low point. Right? Umi here, very different character. Some jellyfish have neurotoxins, venom so strong it can flatline you in 20 minutes. Jesus. It's yin and yang, not yin and yang. It's hard to tell when I'm It's hard to tell when I'm getting a bad feeling from him because I'm insecure, and when it's because he's being shady. Look. Umi throughout most of the story is not actually shady. The only time he was actually being shady, and the story was very, very fucking blatant about it, was that scene in the movie arc. That's the only time. And even then, there was something else going on. I think Umi was just at a very fucking low point, and he wasn't actually like a terrible person. And you see, he wasn't a completely terrible person because he still supports Chizuru anyway. That's just the truth. Like, even at his worst, he wasn't a terrible person. Even at his fucking worst, he wasn't a terrible person. Well, not completely a terrible person. Okay. Anyways. Umi was feeling exactly what Kazuya was at the time when Mami dumped him. Pretty much. I think that was the point of that scene, I think, in my opinion. I think that's the point of that scene. But yeah, Umi is basically a representation of Kazuya's feelings that Chizuru cannot reach. In a sense, he's a replacement. In a sense, Umi's just a replacement. He's not the real thing. I think that's a good way of looking at it. The sad truth is Umi's just a replacement. He's not the real thing. And I think he fucking knows that. I think that's the hidden meaning in this chapter, is like Chizuru replaces Shiori, but she surpasses Shiori very easily. And you think, oh, Chizuru is the replacement here. In reality, Umi is the replacement. The secret is Umi is the replacement. You think Chizuru is the replacement. It's the other way around. Right? I think that's the truth. Chizuru thinks she's a replacement. In reality, she's the actual player. That's the truth. Right? In reality, Chizuru is the actual player. You think she's the replacement. She's not the replacement. I think that's the truth. Umi is the replacement. Umi is the replacement for Kazuya's feelings. Umi is the fake sea, the illusion of the sea that Kazuya is. Kazuya is the real sea. I even thought Umi might be gay, but dating women to hide his identity, but that's a shitty plot at this point. Shit! That would be cool! That would be cool, actually. Because I actually believe Minnie might be gay. I actually believe Minnie might be gay. So it'd be cool if Umi turns out to be gay. That would be cool. I doubt it. I doubt it. Understand? I doubt it. But it would be so cool if Umi is like secretly gay. Because I think Minnie is secretly gay. At least secretly. Like, I don't know if she actually is. Umi Kazuya endgame. I don't think Umi is gay, but I think Minnie is at least bi. I genuinely think Minnie is at the very least kind of bi. Cause she thirsts for Chizuru at times. His smile at Kazuya towards Dakanyama seemed to be genuine. It was. Umi's smile towards Kazuya it was very genuine. I don't think Umi's gay. I don't think so. You don't smile like that to a male? Okay, no. Well, let's not do that stupid shit. We're not looking for patterns. The only reason I mildly agreed with the idea that Umi might be gay is solely for the fact that that Minnie might be gay. That's it. The reason I say what I said about Minnie is because Minnie thirsts for Chizuru a lot. She thirsts for Chizuru fucking hard, right? Whereas the other female characters just feel kind of insecure. Minnie actually thirsts for Chizuru. Like, she gets horny, dude. That's why, like, I think Minnie might actually be gay, but if Minnie is a mirror to Umi, that would be interesting if Umi is gay. Now, I do think that would be kind of convenient. It was just like, oh, he was gay all the time. Like, that'd be kind of convenient. But that would be an interesting plot point. That would be one hell of an interesting plot point if Umi was gay. Bro, that would be a direction, right? Kazuya was so insecure about him, the dude was fucking gay. That would be so funny. And that would explain why he's so chill with touching women. That would explain why he's so chill with touching women. Oh my god, that would explain why he's so chill with touching women. Oh my god. That would explain why he's so chill with like touching and interacting with women. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yo, that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious if Umi's fucking gay. That would be awesome too. I feel like this story doesn't have gay representation. So that would be awesome. Like if Minnie is bi and Umi's gay. I don't think so. I don't think so. I would love it. Great deal. I would love it a wonderful amount of deal. I think that would be so awesome to have like a genuinely interesting representation where like both Umi and Minnie, characters who actively hide themselves, would be gay. That would be so fitting. That would be wonderful. Like literally characters who feel the need to hide themselves are actually secretly gay. And it's like, oh wow, that's why they hide themselves so much. That's why Umi is seemingly so secretive, right? That's why Minnie is so secretive, right? That could explain stuff like that. That would be so cool, especially for Minnie's character. Like in some ways, I kind of hope Minnie's gay, just because of how much she hides her feelings and how she's afraid of love. Right? Minnie is so seemingly afraid of love that I think it would be so cool if she was actually gay. Right? That she just actually admires Kazuya. She doesn't actually love him. Right? Maybe she actually has more attraction to Chizuru, which would be so cool. Right? It would be so cool if like Minnie actually has more attraction to Chizuru. And then she's actually has more feelings for her. That would be so interesting. Like, and that's just the theory, right? Like we have no true complete basis for this. Maybe Minnie is just thirsty for Chizuru because of reasons, but I kind of hope Minnie is at least gay. I kind of hope so. There are some hints that Minnie is gay. Umi not so much, but the fact that he hasn't dated at all, I think is really interesting. Right? The fact that Umi has not dated at all, I think is kind of interesting. That would be kind of like the only tie-in. 10 chapters later, Minnie leaves a note saying I'm going on a date. Maybe Minnie is bi. That's what I said. I think Minnie is either bi or gay. Just because she thirsts over Chizuru. But that's the thing. She didn't really thirst over Umi. Like she said Umi was hot. Right? She said Umi was hot, but we've never seen Minnie thirst over any guy. We have seen Minnie thirst over Chizuru a lot. We've definitely never seen her thirst over any guy. That's the only reason. Like for Minnie, Minnie being gay, I think would be super fitting. Umi, not so much. Like there isn't really much basis for it. Maybe Yude is Umi's boyfriend. Yude also touched Chizuru with no hesitation. Bro. Yo, that'd be so peak. That would be so peak. Dude, that would be so peak. That would be adorable. Yo, that would be fucking adorable. Dude. That would be adorable. Right? Yude and Umi. They had something, right? Oh my god. Yude and Umi like had something going on here. Right? But Umi and Shiori, not so much. Right? Umi and Shiori, not so much. Yude and Umi, though, they got something going on here. Dude, that would be so cute. Genuinely, that would be adorable if Umi was actually gay. Right? That would be adorable. Okay, let's not. No. Okay. Let's dial it back. I think chat's losing their shit a little bit. What happened to your 10 minutes? Oh yeah, good point. Hey, we got into a fun topic. We got into a cute topic. We got into an adorable topic. Me thirsting over Chizuru was my reaction to seeing Sea Viper fighting Cammy in SF6. Hell yeah, Sea Viper. Sea Viper, dude. They went nuts with her. Minnie might be into waifu culture since she's into anime. That's the thing that like I think leads you into it. But like, why wouldn't she be into husbandos? Right? Why wouldn't Minnie be into husbandos? Umi just does Zoolander, bro. Okay. I think we're getting off topic. Okay, Kazura, say one more thing about 10 minutes. I will like fucking time you out for like 30 minutes. I'm not fucking kidding. Goddamn, dude. Yeah. No, there's some interesting stuff in here. Right? There's some interesting stuff in here. I'm excited for next chapter. I think it'll be divisive, that's for sure. But at least the mystery will finally be solved. At least next chapter, the mystery will finally be solved. Umi is Wolverine, Chizuru is Jean Grey, and Kazuya is Cyclops. Ha 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 ha. So funny. I can see Minnie being bi, but that's it. You've been warned. Anyways, yeah. That's kind of it. Surely we won't get Kazuya's POV. I think Kazuya will be there at the end. I think whatever Chizuru, we're gonna start with maybe Chizuru. Maybe we'll start with Kazuya, but then Kazuya might be there in the end, or Chizuru will be there in the end again. I don't know. We're gonna see Kazuya next chapter, just not a whole lot. At least I don't think. I don't think so. It's clearly setting up for it to be a Chizuru chapter, but I think it'll be about Kazuya because it's chapter 395. Literally, this is my okay. This is how we're gonna end this video. Every single thing Chizuru is gonna do and say next chapter will be for Kazuya. Next chapter is completely about Kazuya from Chizuru. Everything Chizuru is about to do next chapter is solely for Kazuya. That's what I believe. Every single thing she's about to do next chapter is for Kazuya. Okay? And I think that's why it's chapter 395. Right? This chapter is chapter 394, right? Next chapter is chapter 395. Everything Chizuru is about to do is going to be for Kazuya. So, we'll go from there. I don't think it's going to be like super contrived. I think so remember, Chizuru said Reiji said this thing is simple. We can figure it out if we think about it, and it's a persistent problem that has been there throughout the story. If you read the story, you can figure this out. And the things that all seem to come back to, in my opinion, is touch, affection, and Chizuru's feelings. That's the big three that I'm noticing. Touch, affection, and Chizuru's feelings. Right? Which all tie into desire. Right? Every single aspect ties into desire, right? So those three things are some sort of problem for Chizuru. Clearly so. Right? And it's a problem because of how maybe she thinks she's bothering Kazuya. Let's not get into it, but literally, it's something we could figure out. The central problem of the manga is love. It ties to love. It ties to love, right? It's every single thing Reiji's drawing is connected to love, but he's talking about a very particular problem that has been there for a while. When I talked about Kazuya and Minnie having bad boundaries, Reiji said I was skipping steps, right? So if I'm skipping steps with that, maybe it's Chizuru's boundaries. Maybe Chizuru feels like she crossed Kazuya's boundaries. Maybe she feels like she like we had this theory as well. What if Chizuru feels like she did something wrong for Kazuya, right? Maybe she didn't set clear boundaries with him, right? Maybe she feels like she crossed a line, right? She didn't draw a clear line with Kazuya. Maybe this is Chizuru trying to learn how to draw a clear line for him. Yeah, you know, maybe Chizuru feels like she didn't get permission for the kiss, right? There's a whole lot of things, and I think whatever we see next chapter will make sense from the information we've been presented. The problem is it's very easy to overthink it because there's a lot in this story. There's a lot in this story, and this is gonna, and whatever next chapter is gonna be has been a repeating problem, or an issue that has not been addressed. I'll just pull it up one more time. This is probably gonna be the last stream I do, unless it gets out of hand so bad that I have to stream. I probably will not stream, right? Unless it gets so out of hand that I have to stream, I probably will not stream. Here's hoping people are not gonna lose their shit. They may. I just don't need it to go to Twitter, you know? I think if it goes to Twitter, it gets really bad, and it may ragey. But if it stays in, at least until the chapter comes out, if it stays on Reddit, I think that's for the best. I especially don't want stupid fucks like Chibi to get their hands on this when the spoilers come out, because that's going to be obnoxious. That dude will just say what fucking ever. Like that dude will just spread any fucking nonsense he wants to justify his fucking stance. I'm not reading spoilers. I've held up my will is strong. I'm good. I'm not going to read the spoilers. Okay. Certain things will come out. We made a decision this week. I'm feeling a little intimidated by it. I mean, it's fine if I talk about it. Okay, it's a big deal, or maybe it is. It's not a big deal, or maybe it is a big deal. If you want to call it a huge deal, it's a huge deal. It could totally suddenly end. I'm worried. Blah 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 blah. Does anyone have any guesses? If you're right, you're right. What could it be? A quiz is in the future. Well, it's unprecedented, or rather, it's something that's definitely never happened before. Okay, what has never happened before? It's not about plot development or anything. It's not really about the plot development or anything. It's not like there's some huge plot twist. Well, the plot is steadily moving forward, and in a few weeks, things will be sorted out, and at that point, I think everyone will pretty much go, I see, and understand. So I think it's fine for you to just wait for that. But the storyboards themselves are pretty far ahead. I've already written quite a few into the future. At this point, he was drawing chapter 395. The plot itself will develop, but it's something different from that. It's something that could fundamentally overturn Kanokari. Or so I think. My editor said it was fine, so it'll probably be fine. And that's like how it's going to go. That's what we decided. But I'm still thinking, really? Because it's so unprecedented, it makes me anxious. From my perspective, anyway, as the one making it. Will anyone guess correctly? Talks about Odaiba. Let's talk about this part. He says, so when she says, maybe I like you, I think that's also true. But the fact that it's not enough to start dating him is also true. And how much she herself is aware of or in control of her feelings is debatable. But at the very least, she could say words that aren't lies. I think Mizuhara is probably conscious of that kind of sincerity. She was omitting things. What this tells me is that she was omitting things. There was things she was not saying. There were things in the date that Chizuru was not saying. Everything she said was true, but there were things she was omitting because she didn't want to lie. But that in itself is kind of like a lie, you know? And once she reached the conclusion that I'm not at the point where I can date you yet, then she couldn't be overly nice to him anymore. Okay, let's continue. Being overly nice out of pity, I feel like that would have been the wrong approach, right? Kazuya definitely does that. Chizuru doesn't. Let's see. He was showing storyboards to his editors, by the way. What do you mean? What do you mean? Can you elaborate? What did you mean by that? Okay. Let's see. As a creator, I have to be willing to accept it. I have to. I'm glad I didn't listen back then. He's referring to people telling him to change Kazuya into a good person. It definitely would have turned out this way if the tone had changed, if it had been. Well, that being said, very soon, in a chapter that I'm literally about to start storyboarding, a major incident for Kanokari is about to begin. As I mentioned, as about to happen. A major incident for Kanokari is about to happen. As I mentioned earlier, so please look forward to that. But I'm wondering if it's really okay to take this step. I'm still not sure if it's really okay to take this step. I'm struggling with it. But I want to do it. I want to do it this way. If I had to choose, that way is harder, but that's the way. I want to do it. That's what I'm thinking. So I'll probably do it. I will. Breaking up with Ruka-chan and quitting rental girlfriend? No, you're both wrong, your predictions. But if you think about it, you'll figure it out probably. This is a question you can guess the answer to. But it's really, are you really doing that? But if it's Kanokari, they just might. That's what you'll probably think. The flow of the story so far and the things that have been said in the original work up to this point, if you put them together, you face one problem. The story comes face to face with it. It's a problem that can't be avoided. I'm anxious about having to face it. I have to. Should I sort of be new? Oh, someone's saying Kazuya graduates early, right? Kazuya graduates early. No, not graduating from being a virgin, though that part too. You know, I feel like it has to happen. Yeah. I predicted it would burst into under the pretense of giving. Yeah. He says no, Kazuya isn't graduating from being a virgin, though that part is relevant too. Let's see. Chizuru dating Umi is something that never happened before. I mean, again, that could be what it is. It could be something else. Again, we've said the three things that are relevant to this, right? Like literally the whole element of NTR. seems to be something really Reiji wants to confront, literally our faith in Chizuru, right? So it seems like there's gonna be something to face here, right? A question you can probably guess the answer to, probably the common question, has Chizuru ever had a boyfriend? That would be interesting. Chizuru confessing has never happened, right? Yeah. Chizuru having a boyfriend is like, yeah, whatever. So what? Yeah. Chizuru never having a boyfriend is an interesting one. Chizuru confessing has never happened. True. That's also true. Where do we get the never happened thing? But it seems like something that will be resolved. It feels like something that'll be resolved. That's what's weird. Right? It feels like something that will be resolved. So how can it be resolved and then make sense afterwards? That's what's strange. And Reiji specifically wants to do it this way. Why this particular way? And he keeps wondering if it's an okay step to take. And that it's not a plot twist. Yeah, it's not a plot twist. So it's not something we haven't seen before. Right? It's not something we haven't seen before. Or it's not like, oh, this was going on this entire time. So it's not like it's not about Chizuru having a boyfriend. That would be a plot twist. Oh, Chizuru had a boyfriend this entire time or something. That's a plot twist. That doesn't make sense. But Chizuru like seemingly confessing or something. That's kind of weird. Exactly. So what? But wouldn't people lose their shit if they learned that she might have confessed before? Huh? I don't get it. Chizuru tells Umi her feelings. Oh, removed. The only guarantee for me, at least, that the girlfriend and drawing the line will not happen. Whatever Chizuru's about to say, something new that will happen, not a revelation. It's not a revelation. Like I said, we're not going to learn what happens in chapter 179. I don't think so. But that's not something that can be resolved if she had confessed before. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, whatever Chizuru's about to do, or wants to do, or needs to do, is a problem that's persisted. She said that the feeling she had is her first time when she talked about investigating for the first time for Kazuya. Yeah. Yeah. But this is clearly about Chizuru's feelings. So what's the persistent problem around Chizuru's feelings? Right? What is the issue? That it's not a mystery? Or sorry, that it is a mystery? Right? The mystery is Chizuru's feelings, right? The persistent issue, the persistent problem is Chizuru's feelings. Right? The persistent problem, no matter how you look at it, is Chizuru's feelings. It all comes back to Chizuru's feelings. That's the problem. Maybe Chizuru's afraid her feelings are changing? Right? Maybe Chizuru's just like afraid her feelings are like changing constantly. The persistent problem is that she can't tell Kazuya that she loves him. Okay, now we're kind of getting somewhere. And you're getting banned, Jonah. Get the fuck out. So the persistent problem is Chizuru can't tell Kazuya she loves him. What the fuck? I just put this what the fuck? Why is this person still here? Oh, okay, there we go. How can Umi say he loves her? How does he know? Oh, that's a good one. Ooh, I like that. That's a good one. So it's about her jobs. No, it's not about rental. It's clearly not about rental. It's Chizuru's feelings. It all comes back to Chizuru's feelings. Bruh, what I do? You said El Chizuru the whole series, so, you know, you insulted my favorite character. People would lose their shit if they learned that Chizuru confessed before, because why would she have told anyone she loved them, but now can't tell Kazuya? Okay, we're getting off track here. I don't even know what you're fucking talking about anymore, Bearkez. I don't even know what you're fucking talking about anymore. The problem is Chizuru has an issue of articulating her feelings, and she hasn't told Kazuya she loves him. Right? That's the thing that wakes Kazuya up from his dream. Right? Isn't that the thing that wakes Kazuya up from his dream? That she said, I love you. Okay, I guess it's just how you phrase it, Jonah. Just you know, be better with your phrasing. I'm kind of like I have a trigger finger these days, so just be warned. I asked if we could talk because it's about her feelings, and the persistent issue is Chizuru is unable to say her feelings. My theory was that Chizuru will ask all of the date interview questions to Umi to help her understand her feelings. But how is that an incident? How is that an incident? I just don't get it. Her confessing in the past doesn't make sense at all. It's not something that she can be resolved, or Chizuru specifically said that is her first time feeling that way. Yeah, like, I just don't get that. I kind of agree with Never Stop here. I don't get that. What the fuck are you talking about with Chizuru confessing in the past? Like, what does that achieve? Unless you're saying she was practicing, but then even then, how does that make any sense? The persistent issue, it triggers me when girls do things like this. Do what? What did Chizuru do exactly? What the fuck are you talking about? What did Chizuru do exactly? What's bothering you? Like, what's your fucking issue? Okay, so the persistent issue is Chizuru's feelings. She's not straight up. What do you mean? She's actively tried to be. She's actively tried to be. Kazuya is the one who's being fucking weird. She's literally actively trying to talk to him. The fuck do you mean? And plus, like, you don't see how fucking she's struggling? She's, like, really fucking trying. Like, I'm sorry, it's not easy for her. At least she's actually putting in a fucking effort. You want to get mad at anybody, get mad at Mami. Not everybody can express themselves super straight up. Especially not Chizuru, who's tried really fucking hard, and it's not easy for her. I just can't stand that mentality. Oh, because she's not straight up, it triggers me when girls do these things. Bro, get mad at characters like Mami. They're not being straight up for you. They're fucking lying to you. Chizuru's trying to be, and she's struggling because it's not easy for her. Right? It's very clearly not fucking easy for her. No. Jonah, Kazuya has not put everything. He fucking lied to himself. The entire date is Kazuya fucking lying to himself. No. Kazuya lied the fuck to himself. Are you shitting me? Hell no. Chizuru has done plenty. She's working her fucking ass off. She literally took the brunt of Mami's horse shit for him. And nobody gives her credit for that. She put up with Kazuya's bullshit for a huge portion of the series. Okay. The whole story's built on a lot. Okay. So, We're doing okay. I'm not gonna really argue with this anymore. Sorry, man. I'm just putting you on a timeout. I'm not in the mood for this. Moving on. Back to our guess. I'm done with this shit. I'm sorry. If you read this fucking story and you genuinely fucking believe that Chizuru is not being straight up and she hasn't been straight up with him and she hasn't been trying and then Kazuya has been straight up this entire fucking time, you're deluded. If you genuinely think Kazuya has been straight up this entire time, you're fucking deluded. He's been lying for so much of this fucking story too. The entire story is not built on a lie. That's just purely, yeah, well said. This is purely surface level analysis. Like, this is so surface fucking level. Anyways, 385, we get a kiss. 385, we could get the same. 10 chapters away. Footsal has 2 to 5 players, 10 altogether. So you think there's going to be a kiss next chapter? But why? What would that achieve? And that's not solvable. That's not something you can solve. Reishi says it'll make sense later. And that it's something that will be addressed. I don't see how that could be addressed. That feels like a strange direction. Okay, here let's read that beginning part again. Practice kiss at the play. It's not cheating, they're not dating. It wouldn't be cheating because they're not dating. Kazuya and Chizuru aren't dating, it's not really cheating. But it's a strange move to take to kiss. Tomato, tomato. It's not tomato, tomato. They're not dating. It would be considered like kind of bad considering Kazuya loves her. And then like she literally says, like I wouldn't want the person I love to kiss someone else. So it's like I doubt Kazuya would be okay with her kissing someone else. So that feels like a weird direction to go. Kazuya, like just on the fact that Kazuya loved Chizuru, he wouldn't want her to kiss someone else. Like she knows that at the very least, right? Like yeah, sure, it wouldn't be cheating, but it might bother him. He literally said kissing would be considered cheating for him. Because she's committed mentally, I think. Chizuru loves Kazuya. Umi could see that clearly. Chizuru can't. Why can't she? That has always been her problem. Okay, there we go. That's an interesting one, right? What can everyone else see that Chizuru can't see? Right? What can everybody else see that Chizuru can't? Right? Everybody else seems to be able to tell immediately that she's in love, but why can't Kazuya see it? That's it. There we go. Everybody can tell Chizuru loves him, right? Umi can see it. Kibe can see it. Why can't Kazuya see it? That's an interesting problem. That is an interesting problem. There we go. See, that one I can kind of understand, right? But why would that be divisive for readers? Well, I'm just saying that's a problem. I'm not saying that would be what's divisive, right? I'm not saying that's what would be the thing that's divisive. I'm just saying why can Kibe and Umi tell she loves Kazuya, but she fucking can't? I don't know how that would be divisive. Dense anime protagonist. Well, it's not. No, Kazuya isn't just dense. Like, yeah, dude got trauma, dude. He's blind as a fucking horse, dude. He has a lot of trauma. It's the only criteria that's throwing me off from any prediction I can think of. Pretty much. So Umi noticed it a year ago that Chizuru likes Kazuya. Maybe her question is, how does he know? What does he see? Yeah, but how is that divisive? How is that divisive? Kazuya isn't just dense. Like Kazuya just almost doesn't want to see. Kazuya almost doesn't want to see. It's not just being dense. It's a huge deal, but it's not a huge deal. It could totally end suddenly. Something that makes Reiji freak out so bad he thinks it could just totally end. But then it's a problem that's persisted this whole time. It's something we can't really avoid doing. It's a path we have to take. It's unprecedented, or rather, it's something that's definitely never happened before. Wondering if it's okay to take this step. I'm not sure if it's okay to take this step. I'm struggling with it. But if I had to choose, this way is harder, but that's the way. I want to do it. That's what I'm thinking, so I'll probably do it. I will. If you think about it, you'll figure it out probably. This is a question you can guess the answer to, but it's definitely really that, are you really doing that? But it's Kanokari, they just might. That's what you'll probably think. The flow of the story so far and the things that have been said in the original work up to this point. If you put them together, you face one problem. The story comes face to face with it. It's a problem that can't be avoided. I'm anxious about having to face it. I have to. It's not graduating from being a virgin, though, that part too. I feel like it has to happen. Yeah. In modern rom-coms, a story where a guy works hard, Kanokari is the only one. In all the others, the heroines are head over heels for the guy. That's right. That's so true. So you could say that Kanokari has really found its form, or you could say that it's why it gets so much hate online. That's another way to put it. I don't know. Ultimately, I don't know. About recent rom-coms and the protagonist of today's rom-coms. Let's see. What else we got? Maybe she asks me a question response that makes Chizuru spell out and then it clicks. Chizuru literally says, Kazuya literally says, I want to disappear in Hawaiians. And in the 3 months he was in limbo of inaction, if you notice, the only thing Kazuya has thought about is being with Chizuru. Because this is the only thing left for the boy to keep standing. It's so sad. Yeah, he's kind of lost himself. Yeah, we got that. Kazuya asking what happened in Hawaiians to Mami would be something not foreseen. So do we not think it's Umi? Throughout the entire story, why do we need Umi? So the problem may be why Umi still hangs around? I never thought of that one. Can't be something about Mami and Kazuya. Well, the only reason I don't think it is because this would be the next chapter would be the one he was storyboarding. So it feels like it's about Umi. And Umi's been like the huge thing that scares Kazuya shitless. When we first heard Reiji say it on stream 1.5 months ago, I thought Chizuru was going to quit rental, but that doesn't fit with the scene with Umi. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. If Reiji said this 6 weeks ago and he said he decided to take certain direction, he may be pointing to the later chapters. No. So if we're going with the structure, he would have only been storyboarding, and he says right here he had just started storyboarding this. So whatever he shows next chapter is the chapter he was storyboarding. It makes too much sense. I think it's next chapter. I think it's next chapter, chapter 295. Makes too much sense. And it's the only thing that would freak readers the fuck out. I can tell you on Discord later if you like. I honestly think it isn't a big deal, but for people it would be a big deal. Tell me what? The fuck you talking about? Tell me what? Because he finishes the work 5 to 6 chapters earlier. Well, no. He was saying he had enough storyboards done. So I think, and he said it would, like, when around chapter 390, he said it would be in a few weeks. So I feel like it has to be this at this point. Like, it couldn't have been 6 weeks away. That's crazy. Like, if it was chapter 396, that's crazy. It has to be next chapter. That would be kind of insane if it isn't. Like, bro, when is the big fucking reveal? And, like, this is clearly building towards something. So it could be chapter 394, technically. No. Nothing in this has happened that has led us to the impression, oh, no, it could just end. It has a lot of potential to get me banned if I don't explain it correctly. Just write it to me just write it to me on Discord, and I'll just read it, and I'll know how to phrase it. Did he say that Kazuya's virginity or graduating was somehow relevant to what guessing thing was? He said that too. That's all he said. Like, someone said Kazuya graduating from his virginity. Let me find it. Should I sort of by now graduating early, not graduating from being a virgin, though that part too. That's it. I don't know the context of the phrase. Just understand we don't have the context of the phrase. It could have meant something completely different. This is it's clearly relevant to sex. Sex is clearly relevant to this in some ways. We're nodding to chapter 218 constantly. Umi is the big NTR bait man. Like, literally, who are we kidding? Who are we fucking kidding? Sex is clearly relevant to this somehow. Sex is clearly relevant to this somehow. But sex is also something you can't, like, take back, and I doubt Chizuru would just fucking do that. So whatever this is, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know, man. Reiji always throws bombs before the volume ends. For example, chapter 379 was the penultimate chapter of the volume. Be careful with chapter 399. You think chapter 399? Whoa. I don't think it would be 399. He wouldn't be storyboarding that at that point. Like, he started working on chapter 400 just before this chapter released. I think he was, like, drawing it or storyboarding it. I think he'll just reveal Chizuru wasn't a virgin, and some people will care about, some people won't. But why would she not be? That's weird. And that hasn't really been a persistent problem. Like, I don't see that being how's that a persistent problem? How is that a persistent issue? Like, I don't see how that's the one single problem it all connects to, you know? Chizuru not being a virgin would piss people off, sure, but it doesn't add anything of value to the story, so why would that be it? Yeah, and, like, what's the point of that? And this isn't a problem that needs to be faced. And it isn't a problem, and it can't be resolved. So I don't get it. Sex is relevant to this. Don't get me wrong. Sex is so relevant to this. I just don't know how. let's see. It's not really about the plot development or anything. It's like it's not like there's some huge plot twist. So it's not a plot twist. The plot itself is steadily moving forward, and in a few weeks, things will be sorted out. It's something that can be sorted out. And at this point, I think everyone will pretty much go, I see and understand. So I think it's fine for you to just wait for that. It's something that can be resolved. Right? It's something that will be sorted out in a few chapters. You'll be like, oh, okay, I see what he was cooking. So if that's the case, it can't be like, oh, Chizuru isn't a virgin. How do you resolve that? That's stupid. What does that even do? That's fucking stupid. Right? And it also doesn't make sense for Chizuru's character. She wouldn't just have sex with anybody, right? If she didn't love them. She literally always talks about how important love is in relationships. She wouldn't just fucking do that. That's stupid. They never had a serious misunderstanding, both Kazuya and Chizuru. A serious misunderstanding. I guess communication is a big thing. They're always misunderstanding each other. But how can that be the persistent problem that could cause such a stir? Right? Misunderstandings is a big one. I totally agree. Right? That has been a persistent... Yeah, how much they fucking misunderstand each other? Yeah. Not communicating? Yeah, that's a big one. That's a massive one. You come to face with that problem, how they can't fucking communicate. It's literally the thing that caused the 3 months. They couldn't fucking communicate. It's their biggest issue. They can't fucking talk. Okay, so we can say that one, not being able to talk. So in order to solve the problem, big misunderstanding should happen, I guess. I think if it is Umi being supportive and a good guy, people think he's an evil creep forever. And when he's supportive, people will think, what the heck is this guy, bad guy, right? It will resolve quickly. So they can finally communicate. So a big misunderstanding should happen so they can finally communicate. I mean, I said this. That's pretty much my guess. Like what you're describing is literally my guess, is that there's going to be a massive misunderstanding and it will lead to a lot of communication, because what happened when Umi was first introduced, right? What happened when Umi was first fucking introduced, right? Kazuya and Chizuru were separated for a month. There was the whole Ruka thing going on. And then Kazuya thought Chizuru had a boyfriend, right? And then he sees her and he's not her boyfriend. And it was all just a big misunderstanding. And then Kazuya learned everything, and then Chizuru gave him a gift, and then they started to understand each other better. And the venue will be Kazuya's birthday. It's only less than 2 weeks. I don't know. You think it would be Kazuya's birthday when it's all resolved? It feels too convenient. I kind of don't want it to be Kazuya's birthday. I kind of hope Kazuya's birthday is detached from that. Yeah, I genuinely think, like, I hope Kazuya's birthday is somewhat detached from that. If it isn't, I get it. Reiji did nod to Kazuya's birthday in chapter 390, I think. So maybe it is. That makes some sense. Reiji did nod to Kazuya's birthday in chapter 390. Or not 390, 386. Let me pull it up. 386. There's a nod to June 1st, I think. There's 385. I think it's 385. We'll see it. Who remembers what chapter they say it's almost June? Is it here? I don't remember what chapter they said where it's almost June. There was a chapter recently. I could have sworn they said it was almost June. And that's when Kazuya's birthday is. There's the cover of 386. So here. I don't see it. Do you see it? I don't see it. First page. Well, I can't read Japanese, so maybe it's there and I just can't fucking read it. It says it here. No, it's not there. Well, shit. Maybe it's in the last page? Nope. Where is it? I don't remember where it is. The fuck? I could have sworn it was 385. I could have sworn it was 385. It was during the walk home or the one right after. Okay, let's go to 384. Is it here? I don't read it here. Not there. Okay, so let's check chapter 383. Let's check chapter 383. Maybe it was 390. 388. First page. Okay, let's go there. And the message on the left. Yep, there it is, June. What does it say? It's like June 1st or something? Yeah, what does it say? It's like June 1st or something? Yes, there. Kazuya looks at a gift. Right, Kazuya looks at a gift. It's almost June. Yeah, it's almost June as Kazuya looks at a gift for his Valentine's. Yeah. And that's like pretty fucking telling. Like, I think Kazuya's birthday is going to be huge, whatever it is. But we're still like not figuring it out. The unprecedented part makes it hard to predict. Yeah, pretty much. The unprecedented part definitely makes it kind of fucking hard to predict. Like, I can't... I don't know, dude. What the fuck? And it'll be sorted out, right? Whatever it is will be sorted out. I think that's the part that eases my worries. That's the part that like genuinely eases my worries. It's like, okay, whatever it is will be sorted out, right? And like, if what is it? In a few weeks, things will be sorted out, right? That's the part that eases my worries. I'm like, okay, whatever it is, it'll go the fuck away. We'll be fine. Everything will be okay. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when we're part of a team. Let's just not think about it. We won't find the answer anyway. If the readers might not like it, unprecedented and sort of unprecedented and sorted it out is easier. What few chapters for Reiji? What's a few chapters for Reiji? Probably by chapter 400. Probably by chapter 400. That makes sense. I feel like chapter 400 is when we'll have our big like break. I think chapter 400 is when we're gonna have our big fucking break. We're gonna have a massive reset. Things should calm the fuck down. Everything should be chill. I genuinely think by chapter 400 things should chill the fuck out. I think chapter 400 is the end of the volume. Is it? Is it? Someone earlier was saying volume 45 ends at 399. How do we know it ends at 399? $399 is the end of the volume. 400 is at the end of the volume. What if Umi confronts Kazuya directly? Volume 45 will be very crucial. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I read this earlier. Yeah. I already said like 400 seems like a new beginning. Literally the death of a cycle. There's a big cycle right now. I think our true problem, in my opinion, I think our true problem is the cycle. What that cycle is talking. They can't talk to each other. They literally can't fucking speak to each other. And Chizuru wants to talk to Umi. So we have a bunch of problems. That's what's weird. It's like we have a bunch of problems. It's like, okay, if you read everything, you come face to face with one problem. That problem seems to be communication, right? Or maybe the problem is, why don't they just get together? Why haven't they just gotten together? Maybe that's the real problem. Why haven't they just gotten together? In 392, the cover mentions that Summer is coming and asks if she will be his girlfriend or his rental girlfriend or his real girlfriend. Does that mean it's not June yet? It's not June, it's May. In story right now, it's May. It's not June yet. It's still May. Right? Summer is when everything's going to change. It's about May 21st. Yeah. Maybe Umi lies to Kazuya and that he will cause a massive misunderstandings. They fight. Like the foreshadowed by the taxi driver. But what the taxi driver says doesn't match the reality of the situation. So I don't know. It would be interesting if Umi and Kazuya fight. But Umi shouldn't fight because he's a fucking actor. He can't get hurt. Umi is literally an actor. He shouldn't get hurt. I don't know. Maybe Chizuru needs Umi to talk to Kazuya, but I kind of fucking doubt it. Why would that cause a stir? Wait, Kazuya talks to Mini and AI. Now Chizuru wants to talk to Umi. That's the opposite of communication. That's the cycle. A long-standing issue to be resolved soon, and it would piss readers off. How would that piss readers off? It's unprecedented for her. Maybe for Reishi that means a lot. It's unprecedented for her to talk to Umi. How's that an incident, though? So wait. Do we really think it's just Chizuru talking to Umi? Is that all it is? Can't damage that pretty face or the backlash on social media. Yeah, that would fucking suck. Twist for the taxi driver didn't experience the story. He told the details are askew. I think it could be Mami and Umi issues. I mean, Mami is... Yeah, I mean, Mami and Umi are issues, but... There is a cycle. But I just think that chapter is about the concept in NTR because of the elements are just right to tackle the concept in NTR because we don't know Chizuru's thoughts and feelings, also the cab driver story. Yeah, we already talked about this. That's not really solving anything. It also needs to be resolved. Kazuya's fundamental trauma started from her. Mami? I mean, yeah. Yeah, Kazuya needs to fucking not just Kazuya addressing his trauma from Mami, but more so Kazuya recognizing Mami also traumatized Chizuru. Right? Kazuya needs to recognize that what Chizuru is going through and Chizuru's struggle is definitely not like because of her. It's because of fucking Mami. NTR has indeed been a long-standing issue since chapter 1 of the manga. Yeah! 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 That's fair. but how would that even be a thing, you know? Kazuya's fear of it certainly has. Yeah. Right. But how would you do that besides what I described, which is like starting a pseudo relationship? But how would that be a major incident unless it was out of context somehow? Right? Like, you know, Chizuru confessing, but that doesn't seem super likely with how things are being presented. So I don't know. Also about the NTR, isn't the cuck dream of Kazuya in chapter 1 is just a silhouette him and Kazuya? No. So the anime made the silhouette into Kazuya. In the manga, it was just some nobody. And for chapter 1, it was just some nobody. In chapter 218, it's specifically Umi. I think Chizuru's fully aware of how Kazuya feels insecure with the actors that she works with. This is quite evident when Umi invited them to the party. I feel that this drawing the line is Chizuru's effort to commit to Kazuya, just like how Kazuya breaks up with Ruka to show he's committed to her. And that's like the easy way of putting it, but why would that cause an incident? Right? Why would that cause an incident? Cause I'm gonna be real. I think Chizuru already rejected Umi. I've said this before. I'm pretty sure Chizuru already rejected Umi a while back. I've said this many times before. I'm pretty sure Chizuru's already rejected Umi way in the past. It's just Umi is like trying to get her to be serious about Kazuya. So it's like, okay, sure. Let's say next chapter Chizuru rejects Umi. Why is that a big deal? Right? What now? Umi doesn't take it well and steals a kiss or something because he simply doesn't want to face it. How does that resolve anything? That's not something that can be resolved. That makes no fucking sense. When Kazuya and Chizuru are a couple, you would accept that Reiji returns to the beginning, but now we see everything from Chizuru's perspective. The 1,000 chapters do not become alone. What? Anyways, the cables of them are totally disconnected. Cables. And it has been something that we can realistically predict, not some asshole. Yeah, it's something that we can predict. It's something realistically predictable. It's not some just bullshit Reiji's gonna throw in our face. In fact, a lot of the story is like something you can figure out if you try to. But a lot of us can't because we don't think like Reiji. So we literally can't figure it the fuck out because we're looking at the wrong things. Like the problem is, and you'll notice this from some of the people who like pitch things to Reiji, is that we're literally predicting the wrong things, right? We're literally predicting and looking at the wrong things. So can we agree that the next chapter is like a wild card? Pretty much. Next chapter is a wild card. We don't fucking know. Like, we just know it's relevant to Chizuru's feelings. Chizuru wants to do something to change. Okay. Verquez wrote what he thinks might happen on Discord. Did you like... Okay. Ethereum. No, I don't really agree with this, Verkez. No, I don't really agree with this, Verkez. Like, if you're right, cool, whatever, but seems too convoluted. And it also doesn't make sense. Chizuru has clearly never felt those kinds of feelings for Umi. Like, I don't think so. She maybe like reacted to things, but she didn't really feel that. That doesn't make any sense. What you're describing makes no fucking sense. I'm sorry. I just don't get it. Like that's not a problem that's solvable. That's not something that makes sense. Like I get it. I get what you're trying to say. That is technically solvable. What you're describing. Basically, what he's saying is that Chizuru confessed to Umi in the past because she thought that was love, but it wasn't love. And then what she feels for Kazuya is a whole other dimension of feelings, and that's real love. And maybe what she felt for Umi was just infatuation. But that just feels weird. I don't know. Something about that. Like, that feels like an ass pull. Doesn't that feel like an ass pull? Like, that. Reishi just said there's no plot twist. What you're describing is a plot twist. It isn't a problem at all. You're missing the point. You're missing the fucking point. That's a plot twist. He said there's no plot twist. You're missing the forest for the fucking trees. Ironic, because that's literally what you said about Chizuru's feelings. That makes no sense. That makes no fucking sense. That's something that would be a plot twist. He said it's not a plot twist. There's no plot twist. And it's not a persistent issue. It overturns the entire storyline. That's so stupid. Right? And Reishi said it could overturn. It doesn't mean it will. Something needs to happen, and it's going to be solved in a couple of chapters. That ain't it, Chief. Right? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, look, if it wasn't for the readers might not like it part, I'd be saying something symbolic and we're grasping at straws trying to predict major events. This is alone to make people drop the manga on the spot. Like, I just don't get it. Like, Chizuru... Like it doesn't make sense because Chizuru has, like, seemingly understands what she feels. Like, okay, look. The reason Chizuru's confused about her feelings for Kazuya, but she's not confused about her feelings for other people, is very simple. Kazuya is not being his full honest self, so she can't fully love him. It's really that fucking simple. Like, people think Kazuya is giving it 110%. He's giving it like 50. That's just the truth. Kazuya is giving it like 50%. He's not actually trying when it comes to love. That's why Chizuru is not sure about her feelings for him. That's the problem. That's why Chizuru had doubts about her feelings to begin with. And then she had her doubts about her feelings because Mami got into her head that that she hasn't actually looked at her feelings honestly. Okay? But Umi probably told her to take her feelings seriously for Kazuya. That he's serious about her. So the problem is that Chizuru knows love for certain things. For instance, she knows she loves Harumi, she knows she loves Nagomi, she knows she loves Kazu, she knows she loves Kazuya's family, she cares about them very deeply. So she knows love, but she just doesn't understand what she feels for Kazuya isn't love. That doesn't mean she's going to do something fucking stupid like, oh, I'm infatuated with this person and I think it's love, so I'm going to be stupid jackass. Like, that feels really... I don't know. You're oversimplifying the character while trying to overcomplicate her. That's to me how I'm seeing it. And while Chizuru clearly has that conflict of koi versus ai, which is basically like romantic love versus universal love, right? The reason she compares universal love to like I think here's another way to look at the scene with here. There's another way to look at the scene that I was talking about before. I looked at it in the wrong way, maybe. Let's look at the scene again. There's a scene where I think I kind of fucked up in how I talked about it. So I'm going to look at it again because I think I just got a new perspective. Here, when Chizuru talks about koi and when she talks about ai, the thing is, Chizuru devoted everything she had to Grandma Sayuri. Our perspective is that, my initial perspective of this scene is that Sayuri gave up acting for love. But here, I think this is more fitting to say Chizuru gave up everything for Sayuri. She literally did everything for Sayuri, right? She literally pursued her entire dream for Sayuri, right? Like her entire everything Chizuru did was for Sayuri, right? To show her the dream. In contrast, if I want to be by their side, does that mean I'm in love with them? Well, she's a rental, right? So she's around other people. So that's probably what she's talking about here, right? Here she says the word koi. Here she says the word I. She knows what she feels for Sayuri is love. She can openly say, I love Sayuri. I knew that I could not describe it well. We will see next chapter. I think you described it well. I just don't think I don't think Chizuru confessed to Umi at any point in the fucking story. That's not been Chizuru's struggle. That just doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know, man. Anyways, right. So when Chizuru knows what she feels with Sayuri is love. Sayuri is the first person. Sayuri is the first time we hear Chizuru say, I love you. Right? Sayuri is the first time Chizuru says, I love you. Right? She can say, I love you to Sayuri because what she feels for Sayuri is I. Right? It's a kind of love where it transcends things. Right? She doesn't hesitate. But then when it comes to romantic love, is that different? Right? So what is romantic love to Chizuru, right? It's love that makes you, the way Chizuru describes romantic love, which is, koi, is a form of love that makes you hesitate, right? It's a very deep, complicated emotion, right? And I feel like Chizuru's emotions tend to sway a lot because of how Kazuya himself acts. And it's how Kazuya he presents himself. So Chizuru is only getting like half of the picture. She's not getting the full picture. So she doubts her feelings because maybe what she felt for Sayuri isn't the same thing that she felt for Kazuya. Right? And maybe she's trying to find the middle ground between that and like what is love? And I think that's a fascinating thing to discuss. It's like the familial love that you feel for other people is not the same as the romantic love that you feel for others. She has been depicted as a person who's extremely prudent when it comes to love relationships. She would not simply confess her love when she doesn't even understand what that feels like. Yeah, everyone just rejects that it doesn't make sense. It somehow makes sense to me, but that unfortunately doesn't mean I can describe it that it becomes understandable. How does it make sense? I just don't understand. Like, could you rewrite what you wrote so I can understand better? That Chizuru seems very prudent. Like, literally, the person said it there perfectly. She's very, like, reserved when it comes to love. So I just don't understand how Chizuru would jump to a conclusion very carelessly, like you're describing, to tell Umi, I love you. She would never do that. That just doesn't seem in character. Like, Chizuru, like, thinks a lot about love. It makes no fucking sense. For Kazuya, koi meaning Mizuhara is the only attraction that is in his head, but we still don't know what koi means for Chizuru, and it would be interesting to see her perspective. She might not have confessed. She might have just thought she loved him. But why would she think that if she's just attracted to him? She's literally making that question here. I don't get it. She's never shown any attraction to Umi in the past. She's literally never shown attraction to Umi in the past. This is just pure speculation. We've literally never seen that. If anything, my guess on like Umi just being a friend and like everything just being a play It feels like it makes a lot more sense than what you're describing. Like, I just don't get it, man. Something like, I'm going to kiss Umi to see if it feels different from kissing Kazuya. It would be pointless bullshit that people would hate and that couldn't be resolved. Yeah. I just don't get it, right? So yeah, like what Chizuru's describing here is that, yeah, when she's being a rental girlfriend and she wants to be with other people, does that mean I'm in love with them? That's a no. If I can't give them everything I have, it's not true love after all. Well, I can't devote every single thing like I did with Sayuri, right? I gave up everything for Sayuri. Does that mean I can't do the same for him? Right? Because they're like, I don't know. It just feels, I don't get it, man. Are you sure the problem is not with Mami and Kazuya? Well, like, there is a big problem with Mami and Kazuya, sure. But it's clearly about the talk in next chapter. At least I think it is. I don't think it's the play anymore, since she was trying to text Umi before getting news on the play, I think. She wasn't trying to text Umi, she was trying to text Kazuya. Before the play, she was trying to text Kazuya. She only went to Umi after Minnie said her shit. She wasn't gonna go to Umi before. See, Verkez, what I don't understand is why you have such a problem describing it. Because it feels like you described it perfectly fine. I just don't get why you feel like there's some sort of complicated thing you can't describe. That's just what I don't understand. Like, why is it so complicated to describe? What if it's an evenly split chapter and it shows him saying something to Kazuya, Mami saying something to Kazuya, and Chizuru says to Umi? Well, Kazuya would have to run into Mami at the school. So I don't know about that. I don't know about that, boss. Like, how would Kazuya get in contact with Mami? They would have to meet at the school. Because I described it perfectly well and you still don't understand? Or have you considered what you're saying doesn't... It just doesn't make sense, dude. I'm going to give you the essentials of the theory. The central problem we are facing is that Chizuru can't tell Kazuya that she loves him. She has never been sure if what she felt for him was love, and we have to ask why. People don't stop. Please don't stop reading. My theory is that Chizuru might have confessed to Umi before. This is unprecedented and it would piss people off. How could she have told Umi that she loved him, but she didn't tell Kazuya? That's messed up. Are you saying she's going to tell him here or in the past? Because if it's in the past, that immediately contradicts what Reiji says. That immediately contradicts what Reishi says for a very simple reason. He says it's not a plot twist. What you're describing is a fundamental plot twist. That means everything you say after is fundamentally flawed. Do you see the problem? I'm purely working off of what Reishi said. He says it's not a plot twist. What you're describing is a plot twist. Let's rephrase that. Okay. Johan doesn't understand it because it doesn't make sense, man. I feel like Reishi's building up to a big misunderstanding and an argument between Kazuya and Chizuru. If Reishi plans for a kiss during the play between Umi and Chizuru and Kazuya finds out about it, instead of being told by Chizuru herself, Kazuya will feel that her feelings for him has changed and she doesn't trust him enough to talk to him about this, and this will surely hurt Kazuya. Well, is the play relevant to that? See, we don't know if this is relevant to the play. We don't, like, that was our initial guess, is that it's relevant to the play somehow. But is this relevant to the play? We don't even know if the play is real. We literally don't even know if the play is fucking real. Also, how is that the plot twist that's been an overarching issue, you know? Okay. He rewrote it a little bit. Let's read. Please don't miss it. My theory is that Chizuru loved Umi. Might have thought she loved Umi. This is unprecedented and would piss people. Okay, he wrote it again. Fuck, dude. Chizuru might have thought she loved Umi before. She might tell him next chapter that she thought she loved Umi in the past. This is unprecedented and would piss people off. Okay. I get it. Okay, so that's technically, I see what he's doing. It's technically not a plot twist. Technically. Because in the past, Chizuru thought she might have loved him, right? And then she would tell him that she thought she loved him in the past. But clearly Chizuru wasn't interested. Like when Umi hit on her, in the movie arc, she wasn't interested. When Umi hit on her, according to what we've been presented, when Umi said, I love you to Chizuru, she left with Kazuya. And she seemed bothered by that. Rather than, you know, blushing or anything. It would make sense if she did that around the time Ruka got with Kazuya. Actually, it wouldn't, because Umi was dating someone. That wouldn't make any sense. He was dating someone. And Chizuru and him were just friends, and Chizuru even said, we're just friends. And why would she tell him that at this point? That's so cruel, and telling him she doesn't anymore, right? What would that serve? That's just mean. Oh, I thought I loved you, but I don't anymore. That's just mean, dude. Yeah, like Verkez, even with your explanation, which technically makes more sense, I'm still not a fan. It just doesn't make, it's still a plot twist. It's kind of mean, yes, but why? What does it serve? How is this I just don't get it. Like, what would it serve in telling Umi, I might have liked you, but I don't anymore? So what if she liked him? And that's not a problem to resolve. That's not a problem that's resolvable. That's not an issue that's going to persist and requires resolving. I know it's a great mixture, but what happens if chapter 389, whom Chizuru wants to send the message and is blushed, is Umi? This was before chapter 390 and the mini hallucination. Okay, so let's go to chapter 389. Or not 300, yeah, 389. It doesn't make sense because the whole point was that she was trying to text Kazuya, because Kazuya literally says, why doesn't she just text me? You cut to Chizuru, and when you see her, literally she wants to text him. She stutters like this when she tries to text Kazuya. Right? Chizuru always stutters like this when she tries to text Kazuya. Right? To be fair, we don't see who she's texting. To be fair, we don't see who she's texting. I'll give you that. But Chizuru is the one who always stutters like this when she wants to text Kazuya. And then she gets a call from this, and suddenly this changes everything. The better question is, why is this chapter called The Fateful Day? And why is part 2 also called why is 390 also called The Fateful Day? Right? Why are those chapters called The Fateful Day? Right? I just don't understand. What makes that day so fateful? Why does it need 2 parts? It serves for Chizuru to understand the difference between what she felt for Umi and what she feels for Kazuya, but I guess. If anything, I think what you're describing makes more sense if you flip it on its head, Verkez, for the simple fact that what if Chizuru goes on dates Umi to see the difference between what she feels for Kazuya and what she feels for Umi? That makes more sense, because that would be a twisted direction instead of oh, she did that in the past. Chizuru choosing to date Umi to figure out her feelings, the difference between what she feels for Umi and what she feels for Kazuya makes a whole lot of sense because, at least with Umi, like, yeah, we could hate that completely, sure. But at the very least, what would happen is that Chizuru would figure out, like, okay, I don't feel these things for Umi. I don't react to Umi for these things, but at least I'm trying, so I'm seeing why I don't react and why I can say I love Kazuya. That makes more sense. Your theory is just overly convoluted. Rather, if you just simplified it to the base root of just, okay, maybe Chizuru would want to date Umi just to figure out her feelings, then suddenly it makes some sense. But Umi dating Nanaho since the beginning of the series, there's no proof that they just broke up in July, but no turning point. But no starting point. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Would she give up being an actress? No, because Kazuya would be upset. Kazuya doesn't want her to give up being an actress. I said this before. That was one of my earlier theories, and I'm just like, yeah, I feel like Kazuya would be pissed. Be like, bro, don't fucking quit. So I doubt she would want to quit. Isn't that the same idea? No, because what you're describing is a plot twist. What I'm describing is that she doesn't now. She doesn't feel anything for Umi, but Umi said he likes her, so she's like, okay, I'll go out on a date with you, or I'll date you, and see how I feel versus how I feel with Kazuya or something. Like, that makes a little more sense because it's actually happening now. You're saying that, like, Chizuru initially had some sort of feelings for him. Chizuru clearly never had these kinds of feelings for Umi. But if she goes on a real date, or something like that, or she starts a fake relationship or something like that, that could make some sense. She can overthink the concept of love, but that doesn't she doesn't live under a rock. But yeah, that's a good way of putting it. She overthinks the concept of love. She just doesn't live under a fucking rock. Just think, Umi barely appears in the story right now. He's just some meaning for the plot. He has to have some meaning for the plot. Yeah. Yeah, again, what I don't understand is why these 2 days are called the fateful day. Perhaps the fateful day is because her action on that day sealed her future relationship? Huh. You think so? But these are 2 different days. But yeah, these are 2 completely different days. This is fateful day 1, this is fateful day 2. These are 2 completely different days. So that's why that's weird. So it makes you think July 11th is the fateful day. Right? It gives you the impression July 11th is the fateful day, right? But why was that introduced here? Right? I don't see why this needs to be called the fateful day. Just because Chizuru got the call then. But this one I could understand, right? 390 being called the fateful day, I understand. But why is this one also called the fateful day? Thinking about the time, Chizuru started her acting school and virtual girlfriend job after she got into college. She met Kazuya almost right away. Kazuya broke up with Mami in the first early semester. She's literally not enough time Chizuru would fall for Umi. Yeah, I think Chizuru knew Kazuya before she knew Umi. It's very possible. It's also why they called it the Day of Reward. But the Day of Reward is different from the Fateful Day. Day of Reward is different from a Fateful Day. And again, the big thing that stands out to me is, why is this one called the Fateful Day? And because 390 makes some sense. Right? 390 makes some sense. 390 is when we hear about July 11th. Why is 389 also called the Fateful Day? Because sure, Chizuru got that call then, but what was that call? Right? We still, Chizuru told us about the call. We don't know what the actual call was. Like, what the fuck happened? Isn't 390 connected to the call about the fateful day? Yes, but that wasn't the whole point of the chapter. It's literally at the very end of the chapter. So why is that one called the fateful day? It doesn't make sense. It's like maybe Kazuya's inaction in that day resulted in this rather than it being the fateful day. And then this is the fateful day part 2 because Minnie's actions in that day resulted in these actions, right? So Kazuya's inaction and Kazuya's inaction in the second day are like the fateful days. These are like the days they have to take back or something. Maybe that because of the call, everything changed. But why did that call change so much? Maybe the fateful day might be related to death. I don't know how. So it became the fateful day? Maybe because it wasn't the fateful day initially and it became the fateful day. I just don't understand why this one is also the fateful day, if that one's the like literally they can't both be the fateful day because these are 2 separate days. So it leads you to believe it's about July 11th, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is. There's so much we don't know. Also, the fateful day when Chizuru said she won't have a boyfriend until she's done with the play, but she didn't say it's Kazuya and Chizuru isn't taken now because she's going to Umi. Well, what does Chizuru going to Umi have to do with being taken? So the call relates to July 11th because usually titles are very straightforward. Well, actually, no. That's incorrect. Actually, that's incorrect because chapter 392 proves that. Chapter 392 is called The Girlfriend and Her Dad, and it's about Minnie's perception about Chizuru's dad, but Chizuru's dad is literally not in this chapter at all. He was mentioned like in a single scene, and then Minnie proceeds to say it has to do with that when it's the opposite. Right? The boyfriend and goals, right? It's literally Kazuya setting these goals that he doesn't actually care for, right? It's his real goal is underneath all of that, right? The girlfriend and drawing the line, right? What line is she drawing, right? Because before Chizuru talked about drawing a line and it was different, right? Here, the girlfriend and that kiss, the boyfriend and that kiss, right? Like there is subtlety in these titles that's misleading. The date and the boyfriend. Right? Isn't it interesting that when Kazuya is out with Minnie, it's called the date and the boyfriend? Not the scouting and the boyfriend, the date and the boyfriend. Right? And it is Kazuya's struggle with the date. That's true. But there's like some weird shit, dude. There's some weird ass shit that Reiji is like fucking with us with. Dude is like screwing with us. This is a pain in the ass to predict. The suspense is killing me. if the two of them get together to do, think Kazuya will introduce her to grandma as a real girlfriend again. Yeah, I think that's possible. Yeah, this is a pain in the ass to predict. Like, bro, what the fuck? We wanted to stop streaming an hour ago, and you should probably drink something. Yeah, I should just stop. Minnie being in love with Kazuya wouldn't be divisive or happening soon, but it'd be predictable. Long standing can be solved, etc. Fate, can I get a recap, please? Bro. Bro, I don't even know where to fucking start. Bro, I don't even know where to fucking start with that. Bro, I don't even know where to fucking start with a fucking recap. Kazuya could say that her influence played a role in what? The fateful day of the reader's comprehension finally got the correct assumptions. So the title in English always translates to boyfriend for that and girlfriend for that, but at times I feel like it could just be he or she, because the same word can translate to typical he or she as well. It's clearly supposed to be boyfriend girlfriend. It's clearly supposed to be boyfriend girlfriend. That makes too much sense. Like, I feel like it's meant to be boyfriend girlfriend and not like he or she, because it just makes sense. The series is called Rental Girlfriend, so it makes sense for the names to be girlfriend boyfriend. The title of it's not faithful, it's fateful. Fate, like me. I'm fate. Fateful day, not faithful day. No, it's fateful day. But that's the thing. It's like we don't even know if this play's fucking real. That's what's fucking with me. That's what's fucking with me. I don't even know if this play is goddamn real. Unfaithful day. Oh my god, fuck off. No, it's fate. Like me. I am fate. Fateful day. Even if it's real, will the conversation be about it? I don't think the play matters. Yeah, I mean, let's see. Like maybe the play was Umi, right? That was one theory we had last week. Maybe the play was Umi. I feel like it wasn't. It could be. There's a very real chance it could be Umi. Right? That was one theory we had, is like the play could be Umi, but how is that something we could have predicted? Like we got some clues of that, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Chizuru also said in Chizuru, I know when she should not have a boyfriend until July 11th. Not that one. Again, it's not a huge deal. I think he makes sense because Kazuya is always referred to as he, but it's also boyfriend. Karasi. Isn't it Karashi? Or did you misspell it? I love going to 7-Eleven. The girlfriend and drawing the line. Karashi. I think it's still supposed to be Karashi, but you know, they use the one with he more often, whereas the girlfriend they use the one that's more often Kanojo. It's not a big deal. Would it be on brand to say that the way Chizuru and Kazuya tell their family that they aren't actually dating is by making a play, and that's how they find out their friends, how their friends find out the same way too? That's just. Oh, you mean that the whole thing is Kazuya and Chizuru's play? That's more commonly used for boyfriend. I get it. It's still just boyfriend, and it's clearly read as boyfriend. It's the series is about girlfriend boyfriend. Is it literally the abbreviation for the series is Kanokari, as in Kanojo Kareshi. Like I'm pretty sure it's boyfriend. Yes, but you could say Kari is like Kareshi. Yes, I know Kari is from Rent. I know Kari is from Rent, but it kind of sounds like Kareshi. Yeah, Okarishimasu. Yeah, it's from Rent. I'm aware. It's literally called Rent. Yeah, I'm aware. But it kind of sounds like Karishi. Konokari. Karishi. That's it. I'm gonna stand by my prediction that Chizuru is just going to Umi for advice, and that Mini and Chizuru share a father. What the fuck? How about Chizuru wants to use Umi by being a fake boyfriend to create misunderstandings so Kazuya can start waking the hell up? That would be wild. That would be wild. But I don't see how that would that would be something divisive. I'm just worried that whatever Reiji is cooking might be so divisive that it'll be difficult to defend for some readers who only read it at face value. So some toxic shit. No. I think that could be what it is actually. And then within a few chapters people will just fucking get over it. Right? I think within a few chapters people will just fucking get over it. I think that's what it's going to be super divisive. Clearly so. If it's not, hell yeah, brother. If it is, cool. It's gonna be divisive, and then eventually things will just calm down and be like, oh, we were just stupid. 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 I'm like, you get the chains. That meme's so funny. It would be divisive, but stupid and uncalled for. I don't know if it'll be uncalled for, considering it's a repeating issue that has occurred as a byproduct of Kazuya's actions. The conspiracy theorists will theorize again this Thursday. Says the conspiracy theorist, bro. Chizuru, you fucking kidding me, dude? You go conspiracy theory mode extra hard all the fucking time. Who are you shitting? Maybe we should put a secret message in his post about, and you read between the lines, you can predict it and decipher it. Okay, that's just... is the thing about this is about Chizuru's feelings and wanting it to change? Is that from Reiji himself? No, he didn't say that. That's just me understanding the story. Like, clearly Chizuru wants to change. Like, literally Kazuya says in the chapter, if we read this chapter, what does Kazuya fucking say? Right? He says Chizuru has changed, right? He says Chizuru has changed as we see her mid-change, right? She's taking off her clothes and then she thinks of the kiss and starts changing, right? He talks about Chizuru, she already changed, and here she is changing. I don't know. We'll see. At least the leakers haven't posted anything like the chapter Umi came back. Yeah, I was surprised yesterday. It was so okay, let's talk about that. It's so funny how things have been chill with the leaks, right? Today's Friday, but like nothing crazy's happened yet, right? Today's Friday, nothing crazy's happened yet. I'm just glad like we might get it like Saturday or Sunday. If we get it Sunday, at least I have like a day to myself, you know. But it's so weird. I'm almost expecting something to happen. I'm almost expecting something to happen online, and when nothing happens, I'm just like, oh, I guess it's not the chapter. This has been kind of me for the last few weeks. Oh, I guess it's not the chapter yet, because it would have blown up by now, right? It would have blown up by now. That's my mentality. It's like, oh, has it blown up yet? Oh, nothing yet. Okay, cool. We're chill, right? But then, like, I'm waiting for the thing to blow up. I'm literally waiting for the thing to blow up, and I'll be so surprised if it doesn't blow up. I'll be so surprised if it doesn't blow up and then the chapter comes out and it's big. I'm like, oh my God, the leaks didn't like blow it the fuck up. Umi and Chizuru reenact How Do You Know song from Enchanted. Umi is Gazelle. Oh my God, what the fuck? I already knew that Chizuru and Umi are friends sometimes. I feel like they're exes, but that's just me being dumb. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. You know, that doesn't make sense. It's also not something that it like, you know, that's a plot twist, you know? It's a fucking plot twist. That makes no sense. The Friday leak was due to holiday meaning magazines were delivered stories early. Normal leaks are late Sunday night, early Monday morning. Yeah, I heard. I could have sworn they came out Saturday the other week. I could have sworn. But if they didn't, cool. Right? If they didn't, cool. Who am I to complain? I'm not going to stream until the chapter comes out. I don't know. Depending on what happens, I actually can't go media blackout. Who am I kidding? I was going to say I'm going to go media blackout. I fucking can't. Who am I kidding? I can't. Especially if it blows up really bad. Then it's just going to be like, oh, fuck me. Thinking about the sequence, isn't that true? Mizuhara, followed by, I know I'm right, reveals a process of self-justification born of insecurity. Did you get that from like a... Did you get that from like ChatGPT? I only say that because the sentence is too well articulated. That's the only reason I say that. The sentence is far too articulated. Like, way too good. I'm sorry if I'm like judging your skills as a writer. Right. But it's not self-justification born of insecurity. There's a little more to it, I think. I think it's more like it is a bit of that. Like, you're not wrong. I do think you're right. Like, it is a self-justification born of insecurity, but I think that it's more so Kazuya is like lying to himself. Thinking he understands the truth. Only because other people told him the truth. All right, Kazuya doesn't know the truth, and he wants other people to tell him the truth. And Minnie told him the truth, and so the self-justification comes from the AI. It comes from Minnie. The first sentence is a search for external validation, one that I imagined support is felt. The second sentence builds an internal defensive certainty. Damn, bro. You got this from ChatGPT. I fucking swear. It's just that I speak Spanish and I don't know English completely. They admit it. And as what I mean is that it is not a show of real confidence, but a mechanism to protect himself from one's own uncertainty. Kazuya constantly needs Mizuhara's support to convince himself that his actions are the right ones. No. He doesn't need Mizuhara's support. He needs a justification to believe that what he's doing is correct, when the true reality is there is no true correct answer in life, and he must find that for himself. What he's trying to do is justify to himself why he should take the actions that he is taking. That's why. He's reasoning with himself. He's telling himself, this is why I should do this. And he uses Chizuru as a justification. He's not using Chizuru's support to justify it. He's using Chizuru as a justification to justify his actions, right? He's lying to himself. It's literally a person who believes his own lies. That's the whole point. That's people who turn to AI. You turn to AI because you believe your own lies, right? To be fair, not every single person, sure. Like, I'm not gonna say just because you use AI or you fucking lying to yourself. But I do think that people who turn to AI for answers and solutions in their life are clearly have signs of lying to themselves. Kazuya is much the same way. It's the very same reason why he turns to Minnie. He's lying to himself. Anyways, the plot twist: Kazuya's dad was unfaithful before he found his wife and was pregnant, and one of the girls, his sisters, is the reverse Shunji family. Bro. That's crazy. I'm kind of not gonna go with that one. That's a crazy fucking plot twist. I'm just not gonna do that. Would revealing what they talked about in the Tiger's Den check all the boxes for the scene? No, because that would be a revelation, which would constitute a plot twist. So that doesn't make sense. No. How many failed relationships has Kazuya gone through? Well, technically only one. He's never had a relationship prior to Mami. So technically only one. He just never got relationships before. So that doesn't count. That's not a relationship. Mami is a failed relationship. That's not the same as trying to get a relationship. Kazuya needs Shia LaBeouf shouting, "Just do it." But here's the irony in that. Shia LaBeouf shouting to Kazuya, "Just do it." Did Kazuya do it because Shia LaBeouf told him to, or because he actually wanted to? Suddenly we have a problem. Prefer the big twist like this. Some past reveal is somehow both upsetting and changes nothing. Again, it's not going to be a past reveal. It's a direction. I used AI to make fanfics for fun between waiting for chapters. That's lame. You should write your own fanfics. Kazuya didn't fail on the relationship. Mami failed him. Well, it's a failed relationship. I didn't say Kazuya failed. I just said it's a failed relationship. That's a huge difference between Kazuya failing and Mami failing. The relationship merely could not work. That's why it's a failed relationship. I didn't say Kazuya failed. The truth is, Mami was never really committed. And I think a part of the reason Mami broke up with him is because she knew she couldn't commit. Right? I think a part of it is that Mami lied to herself. And a part of it is that she maybe wanted Kazuya to actually be happy. I don't know. It's not revealing it itself, but the revelation would be part of the conflict. It would justify it. I don't know. Let's just not worry about that. There's a flashback back in Hawaiians that Kibe pointed out that Kazuya had a third failed relationships. Three failed relationships? No, it wasn't 3 failed relationships. It's just they just never said yes. The girls literally just never said yes. Like, I know what you're referring to. I can pull it up. I know what you're referring to. What is this, the third time you got turned down? It's not a failed relationship. The girl just turned him down. How is it that you can still cry so much? But she didn't say it's great that I didn't give up easily. Wow, that sounds familiar. She did say that it's great that I didn't give up easily. Oh man, this sounds familiar. You're reading way above your own grade level on this one, though. You should say that she's out of your league. For real? Right? Kibe always tells Kazuya the girls are out of his league. Right? And then Kibe says, that's the case with anyone, isn't it? That they don't want to be disliked, won't take your word for granted, won't put you on a pedestal, and won't leave you in awkward silence. They'll string you up a series of many small lies as they can think of. That's what our relationships are. Right? Kazuya doesn't like this. This sounds like bullshit. Right? That's not a relationship. What Kibe is describing is not a fucking relationship. It's not like she got a bridge to sell me, though, right? I want to believe, after all, I'm in love with her. Right? It's not about selling a bridge, right? Kibe is talking about like someone selling you something, right? Right? Just here's this. What I'm saying is there's practical limit to the extent you can trust someone. For the time being, you should avoid people with bridges to sell you to. How ironic, right? Kibe can't actually trust people, right? It shows why he doesn't trust his friend, right? He doesn't trust his friend in reality. Come on, cheer up. I'll get you a beef bowl, your Shino or something. For real sweet. At the very least, this is the kind of guy I want to call my friend. That's what I think when I look at you. But if you ask me to throw any extra salad, we're done. So I'm on with ice with you too, huh? He's on thin ice with Kibe too. Yeah, it's kind of sad how Kibe doesn't have like what Kazuya describes is faith. What Kazuya describes is faith. What Kibe describes is trust, right? I think trust and faith go hand in hand. But to have faith in someone is more important in some ways, to truly believe in another person, right? But Kibe doesn't really trust people, right? I think Kibe is a cynic, and that really shows here. Kibe is kind of a cynic, and that's why he's like, everybody's got a bridge to sell you. You shouldn't assume that in people, and that's why Kibe ultimately doesn't trust Kazuya in this scene, right? He's like, I never saw you as a liar. Was I wrong? Right? He sees the worst in his friend. But yeah, that's a whole other ballpark, right? Also on the date question, Chizuru said Kazuya is seeking a long-term one who's rich. Doesn't that describe Mami? Someone who isn't awkward to talk to, if that's totally describes Umi. No, she's saying it's not any of those things. She's literally said it's not any of those things. A very far-fetched curiosity. In the current episode, when Chizuru thinks about Kazuya's kiss, the locker form number 89 in the first Kazuya room kissed at Kazuya. What? Okay. 16. I see 16 here. I don't see an 89. Oh, there's an 8 and a 9 here. Okay. And so Ruka kissed Kazuya in 89. Yeah, Mami was the only relationship Kazuya had. Ruka kissed Kazuya in chapter 89. I mean, it seems like we're going to keep coming back to the kiss, so... You know, if we're going to freak out that much about it, maybe there's a kiss in chapter 89. Or not chapter 89, the upcoming chapter. I kind of doubt it, but hey, man, that's what we're going to do. All right. No, chapter 89 is not when Ruka kissed Kazuya. It's afterwards. It's when Nagomi presents the ring. That's different. Ruka kissed Kazuya in chapter 88 or something. Yeah, Ruka kissed Kazuya in chapter 88. That's where we first see this. Right? Chapter 89 is about the ring and Kazuya's guilt in regards to Ruka. That's totally two different things. 89, Kazuya remembered the kiss. Chizuru remembered it too. I'm confused. I feel like you're fishing. I'm sorry. People are anticipating the worst, but I still trust Chizuru and Reiji. My goat. Fernando, fucking respect, dude. Fucking respect, dude. And on that note, that's a great place to end this video. On that note, this is a great place to end this stream. Fernando is the goddamn goat. You hear me, fellas? Look at Fernando over here. Oh my god, you can't see him. Oh my god, you still can't see him. Look at Fernando over here. Fernando, goddamn goat. Goddamn goat. We're gonna end the video on this note. That kind of rhymed. My goddamn goat. We're gonna end this video on this note. That's terrible. Whatever. That was terrible. We're gonna end the video here. The stream here. I hope it was fun. You know, I trust Reiji, man. Whatever it ends up fucking being, I have faith in this dude, man. I trust Reiji. The dude's the GOAT, in my opinion. Honestly, one of the best writers I've ever fucking seen. I have fun with this series. I love it. I'm just not gonna, I'm just not gonna worry about it for a little bit. There are some things I want to finish. I want to make a video for season 5. There's some things I want to talk about, like there's like a few things I want to talk about. So I might make a video soon for that stuff. That's what I'll focus on in the meantime, trying to distract myself with that. The video's almost done. The video's almost done. I talk about volume 42. I talk about chapter I talk about volume 42. I talk about season 5. I talk about some of the stuff that was pronounced in season 5. And then also I want to start working on a video for the opening Umitsuki. Because Umitsuki is actually like a really cool opening. I think it's my favorite opening. I'm gonna be fucking real with you fellas. Umitsuki is like one of my favorite fucking openings. Like I think it is. I legit think it's better than Centimeter. Which, yeah, I get it. Centimeter is probably the song, right? It's the song of the series. But Umitsuki fucking hits, okay? Umitsuki kind of fucking swings on like every aspect. So I'm kind of a little biased towards Umitsuki, okay? But I do think Centimeter is like the song of the series. I just have a bit of a bias towards Umitsuki because it's so unique. It's so unique and so festive and so fun that I just have a natural bias to it. I'm not going to pretend like one is better than the other. It's just my personal bias. I prefer Umitsuki, Centimeter, and then season 3's OP, and then season 2's OP. Season 2's OP is like the weakest one. Like, genuinely speaking, it's the weakest one by a country mile. It's so meh. It's so whatever. Season 2's OP is so fucking whatever. Like, I kind of feel bad to say that about artists too, but it's just meh. I don't fucking give a shit. Anyways, that's the stream for today. We'll have to see. Like, honestly, regardless of what happens, I trust Reishi, dude. Regardless of what fucking happens, I trust Reishi, dude. Like, this dude will wake us the fuck up. I think a big part of everything that we're seeing right now is that literally people don't have trust in Chizuru. People don't have trust in Reishi. And literally your trust is being challenged, right? And I think the big issue is Kazuya is living in a fucking Delulu land and he needs to wake the fuck up, right? Kazuya is off in Delulu land and he's hurting Chizuru when he doesn't fucking realize it and he needs to wake the fuck up. And I think that's going to be something that will have to be addressed and confronted eventually. Kazuya learning to live and face this shit again. Whereas Chizuru, her struggle is like saying how she feels, right? Being able to say comfortably or honestly how she feels. Anyways, we're going to stop here. Thank you guys for watching. Remember to subscribe, like button, to the bell icon before the uploads. Thank you everybody who donated. Like, oh my god, another $80 today. I might have just made back some of the money I accidentally spent the other day because I pre-ordered the Blu-rays from the Japanese websites. And what I didn't fucking realize is when you order from Japanese websites, they charge you upfront. So I'm just like, oh, I ordered 2 Blu-rays. That's my entire paycheck. Oh god, or like half of my paycheck. No, it's like $400. That's like a good 75% of my paycheck. Yeah, just well, my paycheck is weekly, so I guess it doesn't really count. I don't get paid monthly. I get paid weekly, or yeah, bi-weekly. Anyways, but yeah, no, like just my fucking paycheck got gutted. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Japan, please don't do this shit, please. It's so violent. Destroyed my fucking love. Anywho, see y'all later. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And remember, let's mosey. See you on Tuesday. Here's hoping I don't have to stream when spoilers come out. I really don't want to. I hope the spoilers are chill, dude. I hope we have them chill. Also, one last thing before we end the fucking stream. Remember, when the chapter comes out, please, for the love of God, go and be nice to Reishi. He's gonna need it. Like, let's be real, fellas. He's gonna fucking need it. So anyone who's watching right now, like, Reishi's gonna fucking need it, dude. He's gonna need y'all's help. He's gonna need y'all's help. Because people are gonna be assholes. You know, people are gonna be dicks. And Reishi's gonna need your fucking help, man. He's gonna need some homies. He's gonna need some people to say some nice things. Anyway, see you later. Bye bye.